losing all my first experiences after suffering defeat at the hands of my twisted genius of a childhood friend. By Inu Kaianzu, translated by K. Isfat Story Seedling. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. If I were asked to eliminate only 3 things I dislike, I would probably wish for war, poverty, and Umezono Komaki to be eliminated. Umezono Komaki. To the casual observer, she is the perfect person. She has a good personality, athleticism, and good grades. Someone once said that she was an impeccably beautiful woman, and in fact, there was no end to the number of boys who confessed their feelings to Komaki. But people don't know Komaki's true nature. In reality, she is a horribly bad personality in inverse proportion to her good looks. She is vicious, and her round eyes are always looking down on people. Even now, you see. Hey, are you done yet? Sitting at her desk, she looked down at me. She crossed her legs in a pompous manner and poked me in the shoulder with her toe. I pulled my lips tightly together to show my dissatisfaction. What's with that face? Who was it who lost the game? In a mean voice, she said so. It reminded me of a power-harassing boss I saw in a TV drama who had this kind of tone. I did indeed lose. I was the one who suggested that we compete on the score of the upcoming midterm test, and Komaki was the one who put the condition that the loser would offer its dignity to the winner. Hurry up, come on. Komaki put her index finger to her lips. Her lips, moistened by colored lipstick, looked soft, and I once heard a boy in my class say that he wanted to kiss her. Even to me, as a person of the same sex, Komaki's lips are attractive, but I have never thought that I want to kiss her. No matter how beautiful she is, the same sex is the same sex, and above all, Komaki has a bad personality. Wakaba, of your own volition, kiss me. Don't tell me you can't. I know. Don't call me names so frivolously. When Komaki brought up the word dignity, I knew that something terrible would happen. Even though I knew that, I played the game because I thought I could win this time. But I lost, completely, by a total of 10 points. It was probably deeper than the Mariana Trench, a difference that would be hard to fill. If I were to go back on my word and run away, there would be no place for me at school starting tomorrow. If it were Komaki, I would definitely do something like that. But the kiss, my first kiss, a first kiss that I've been saving for the past 15 years, I can say that I simply never had the chance to do it. But it's not something I can give to Komaki. Close your eyes. Is the loser ordering the winner around? Those bottomless words suffocate me. How could this person be so relaxed? Komaki must have been changing men and having her first experience with a man long ago. Still, it makes no sense at all that she would offer her own lips just to trample on my dignity. Only lovers are allowed to punish each other for kissing. Reluctantly, we are childhood friends, but never lovers. But I also know that common sense does not apply to Komaki. Even if I were a man, I wouldn't want to be a lover only with her. I want to tell the boys in the Umezono Komaki fan club that she is a woman of the worst character, and that she enjoys watching me suffer. No one would believe me if I told them that. Fine. I'll close it on my own. I stood up and stretched. Komaki wouldn't get off the desk when I tried to kiss her, so I had no choice but to put my hands a little below her shoulders and support myself as I moved closer to her neat face. Farewell my first kiss. The rest is just a field and a mountain. I closed and aligned the coordinates of my face with her lips that I had memorized. There is no sound, just a quiet contact of lips. They are jelly-like, yet I can feel the warmth of a living creature. It was a strange sensation. I had once fantasized about kissing a senior I used to like, but in my fantasy, her lips were never this soft, perfectly, completely, 100% female lips. But they are different from mine. I don't think my lips are this soft or warm. It was a mistake to close my eyes. When my vision is blocked, I feel Komaki, even if I don't want to, as if my other senses are more acute. The feel of soft lips, the sweet scent of shampoo or perfume, I don't know. Worst, worst, worst. Even though my heart screams it, everything Komaki gives me feels so good that someone inside me whispers to me to surrender myself to her. Hey, I hear a somewhat irritated voice. I wonder what it is. And the next moment, I am held by both hands on my head. Ugh. As it is, My lips are forcefully parted and her tongue enters. The tongue, soft and moderately elastic, moves freely inside my mouth like a different creature. It rubbed my upper jaw, traced my gums, and gently stroked the backs of my teeth. Impossible, I think. I knew Komaki was crazy to go this far. I patted Komaki on the back, but there was no sign of release. Realizing that resistance was pointless, I relaxed. I heard that if you can tie the lame end of a cherry with your tongue, you are a good kisser. I once told such a story to a friend, and if it were true, Komaki would surely tie all the knots she wants. As I was thinking this with a sense of escaping reality, Komaki blocked my nose, as if she didn't like that. She's going to kill me. I flail my body and resist, but it makes me gasp for air, making it even more painful. As I desperately try to breathe, the smell of Komaki fills my nostrils. My mind was filled with resentment toward Komaki, and my body was filled with her scent. At this rate, I myself was being invaded more and more by Komaki, and I almost didn't even know who I was. After a while, her lips finally parted from mine. I quickly turned my face away and took a deep breath. Yuck. Do you have to get to this point usually? My first kiss is over. I think that no matter how many or how many dozens of people I kiss in the future, I will never forget this day. I don't know if I will kiss that many people. I have to. You have offered me your dignity, Wakaba. That dignity is as good as gone, so you cannot and have no right to refuse me no matter what I do to you. Do you understand? Komaki pinches my neck with both feet. It would not be surprising if she squeezed my neck like this. Komaki would do it. I felt my back sweat. I guess Wakaba don't remember well enough. I looked at Komaki and our eyes met. Light brown eyes. In them, I see a tantalizing color. Then, let's do this. If you win even one game with me from now on, I will give you back your dignity. But if you lose, then I will take one of your precious things from you. How about it? How about it? As if she's no longer asking, she's ordering me. I have no right to refuse from the start. If I don't accept the match, I will be forced to do what I did today at Komaki's whim. Then, there is no choice but to win. For a moment, I felt as if I had both feet in a bottomless swamp. I would probably find out in the not-too-distant future whether it was really an illusion or not. I stared at Komaki. All right. Deal. Komaki smiled. It was an angel's smile from the side, but to my eyes it looked like the smile of the Grim Reaper or something. Good. I like an honest Wakaba. She would call my name repeatedly as if she was harassing me. I glared at her each time, but it didn't seem to have any effect. She is satisfied with my words and poof, she leaves her feet. I step away from her and pick up my bag from the floor. If I stayed here any longer, something worse could happen. I took a short run and put my hand on the classroom door. Wakaba. A voice calls out from behind me. I turn around to see Komaki looking at me with a beaming expression on her face. A mad red light shining through the classroom's large window shone down on her as if to congratulate her. I gasped. I felt a heavy intimidation that made my heart ache, as if I were facing something unworldly. How do you feel about your first kiss with someone you don't like? A voice like rolling bells. I wanted to cover my ears. Worst of the worst. If I were a person of the past, I would commit seppuku. For what it's worth, you looked like you were feeling good. Do you want me to imitate you? Without waiting for my approval, she put on a look of debauchery. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were glazed over, and she looked like a fool in pleasure. I think for a minute that she is so dexterous to be able to change her facial expression in an act. But more than that, I felt my face burning with shame and anger. I didn't make that kind of face, but you did. Maybe I'll take a picture of it so you won't be able to get away with it this time. There's not gonna be a next time. I opened the door roughly. The badly built door made a rattling sound. It was as if it was expressing the creaking of my heart. There is because, Wakaba, you have never beaten me once. I couldn't say anything back, so I silently walked out of the classroom. I was going to turn my back on her and leave, but before I knew it, she was standing in line next to me and took my hand. If you're frustrated, try to win. But, I know you can't. She steps like a fairy and pulls me along. My house and hers are so close that even though I always try to go home alone, Before I know it, I end up going home with her. After graduating from high school, I would definitely go to college in Tokyo and run away from Komaki. With renewed determination, I moistened my lips with my tongue. The feel and smell of Komaki still lingered a little, well, a lot, and I bit my lip involuntarily. Chapter 2. It is not that I am a defeatist. I always intend to win when I compete with Komaki, and I would be disappointed if I lost, especially since my performance in the midterm exam was the best ever. I thought I would definitely win. That is why my disappointment is so great. At the same time, I felt like slapping myself for betting on something I should never have bet on, such as my dignity. Umezono. I remained still with my hands on the buttons of my pajamas. Komaki was sitting on my bed with her own face, looking at me with amusement. There was an emotion in her eyes that I didn't understand, not just curiosity or lechery. Inexplicable, I know, but more than that. Embarrassment and resentment fill my heart. As usual, my heart is filled with anger when I am in contact with Komaki. However, after losing the midterm test, shame has also become mixed in. Hurry up and get dressed. Your breakfast is getting cold. The way she says breakfast is a little cute, but her smirk is not cute at all. In fact, it's rather hateful. It's rather annoying, even though her face is definitely well defined from an objective point of view. I think the human heart is a mystery. I'll change when you leave the room, Umezono. I call Komaki Umezono. It was a little bit of a protest and a sign of hostility toward her not going out. I don't think you understand the position, so I'll tell you. Wakaba, you have no veto power or human rights right now. I peel my eyes away at the statement that I don't believe I have ever lived in a country governed by the rule of law. Perhaps he should look at the text of the Constitution for once, but I am sure that the law in Komaki supersedes the Constitution. If you don't like it, play fast and loose. If you don't, you'll stay like this forever. After all, 3 days had passed since then, and I had yet to challenge her to a match. It is not that I have given up. However, she is a perfect superhuman except for her personality, so it was obvious that I would lose if I challenged her to a bad match. But if I keep putting off the game, like today, my dignity is going to be chipped away. I am not embarrassed to be seen changing my clothes by someone of the same sex. But when it's Komaki, it's a different story. Her gaze is disgusting. Not in a sexual way, but in a nasty way. When I receive her gaze, which seems to be infused with malice, my body itches and I feel restless. Besides, if someone stared at me without blinking, I would not like it even if they were not Komaki. My body is not a painting in a museum, so please don't even look at it. It wouldn't be pleasant to look at. I let out a small breath and resumed dressing. I feel uncomfortable, which makes me feel even more uncomfortable. If I keep a normal mind without worrying about my surroundings, my mind will naturally calm down. I hum as I unbutton the buttons. You're hopeless. Shut up. Even though I turned away and changed my clothes, I could hear Komaki's breathing and voice even if I didn't want to. So I became strangely conscious of it and felt even more embarrassed. Normal mind, it's small, isn't it? What the hell? I was tempted to get in a tight fit, but I knew that if I reacted here, I would lose, so I continued to get dressed. Your height haven't changed since middle school. Here as well. Her warm, raw hands touch my back. No, not my back, but rather the hook of my bra. I jumped back when I felt her hand reach forward. Huh? What is this? What on earth does Komaki want me to do? Like the last time she asked me to kiss her. I quickly put on my uniform and retreated toward the door, keeping my eyes fixed on her. If you keep getting too cocky, I'll have to think about it. I couldn't ask her what, because she was thinking of something absolutely absurd. I don't like Komaki, and Komaki doesn't like me either. However, since we have known each other for a long time, I know what she is thinking, especially the thoughts on the bad side. I've decided. The subject of the game, NHN. Komaki, who is slowly approaching me, tilts her head. She is intimidating because she is much bigger than I am. Not only was she tall, but she also had long, slender arms and legs, and it seemed as if she could lock me in the prison of her limbs. So, to keep her in check, I offered her a game that I didn't know if I could win. Song. We'll compete in karaoke scoring. The one with the highest score wins. How's that? I puffed out my chest with authority. Komaki looked at my chest for a moment and snickered. Hey, what do you imply with that? Okay, but you haven't forgotten your promise. Every time you lose once, you have to give me one of your precious things, Wakaba. If I don't compete, I could be deprived of everything that is important to me, not just one by one, but if I lose the game, she will take away everything that is important to me little by little. On the other hand, if I ran away from her, I would lose my place in the small world of school. I'm a rat in the sack by all accounts. I may already be in a jam. But, however, I must not be weak. Every human being has flaws. I bet on the fact that Komaki was tone deaf and challenged her to this game. You're the one who forgot. If I win, I'll get my dignity back. Of course. If you win, I am not proud of it. But I am a good singer. People say that Komaki is a terrible singer, but when I go out with my friends for karaoke, I can score 90 points with ease. So I am sure I can beat Komaki. Chapter 3. 1 points. Perfect. I felt like a kingpin on the first move. After school, we had come to karaoke as promised. I gave the lead to Komaki and she chose a popular love song. While I was thinking that this was a surprisingly normal choice, Komaki sang not only in pitch but also in voice quality to match that of the artist. The result is this: 100 points. I have never seen a score of 100, not even in TV singing contests. At least, I have only scored 98 at the highest, and my friends have only scored 90 or higher. Frog in the well is the word that comes to mind. I felt sweat beading on my forehead in frustration. I couldn't let Komaki take away any more of my precious things. What shall I sing next? She got a perfect score and she still plans to sing. I took the Denmokyu from her and reserved my 18th song. The Denmokyu is a touch panel remote control to reserve songs for karaoke. As the melody played, I picked up the microphone. At that moment, my gaze collided with Komaki's emotionless eyes. If you don't score 100 points, you'll lose. She says this and leaves the room. Does she mean that she doesn't need to hear my song? I am very angry. However, I took a deep breath once, because this is not the kind of song I sing with this kind of emotion. I chose a sweet love song. It was a popular song about 10 years ago, and the lyrics "I'm glad I met you" appeared many times. It may sound corny, but I loved this song. It's a very sweet, gentle tune with no frills. It's the kind of song that makes you feel sweet and sour just by singing it. Taking advantage of the fact that I am alone, I sing the song with all my emotion. For a moment, the thought of Komaki crosses my mind, but I lightly shake my head to get rid of it. Meeting Komaki was the biggest stain on my life, a past I wanted to erase. If it were not for Komaki, I would surely have lived a richer life. Perhaps 98.553 points. The words that appeared on the screen with noisy background music were such words. It was the best score ever, but I was losing. It seemed like a long time ago when my friends were praising me for my singing ability. As I was choosing the next song, Komaki came back to the room as if she had been watching me. In her hand is a melon soda and a brown liquid. Melon soda is my favorite drink, so I am sure Komaki will drink it. As I was thinking this, a cup filled with green liquid was placed in my direction. Drink it. I blinked my eyes. What was she up to? I was wary, but I was sure I was thirsty, so I took a sip from the straw that was stuck in my mouth. It didn't taste strange. It was deliberate, like a toy, sweet like a child's delight, and smelled of thin melon, as if it were waving in the distance. It tasted like my favorite cheap melon soda. Your face. It looks stupid. Komaki is drinking through a straw from a drink that is a sickening mixture of yellow ochre, green, red, and black. This person, no way, she mixed it up. That is a forbidden technique that only elementary and middle school students are allowed to practice. It's none of your business. Perhaps you made this to say that? The green liquid makes bubbles pop. The noisy background music on the scoring screen drowned out the sound of carbonation. Not my business. You like it. Drink it and be thankful. Thanks. When I thanked her honestly, Komaki turned away. If she didn't like being thanked, she shouldn't have brought it, I thought to myself. but drinking a cold melon soda makes me feel uncharacteristically grateful. I am afraid that she might do something terrible to me in the future. Is it really that good? I nodded with my melon soda in my mouth. I thought I heard a disinterested voice. But then Komaki's face was right in front of me. Just when I think I've got it, she takes my lips. I hear a sizzling sound. The sound, which seemed to echo through my brain, was loud to my ears, and I scowled. Komaki's tongue opens my lips and the melon soda I was drinking spills out. Komaki swallowed it with a small gulp, and finally sucked lightly on the tip of my tongue. I pressed her cheek as my thought process, which had gone blank so suddenly, returned to normal. Pervert. But who lost the game? Ugh. I choked on my words. Enough said. So, was it good? At least tell me it was delicious if you took my lips. I gave her that kind of look, but she was all over the place. No, not at all. It was lukewarm. Then drink this one. I can't leave with my melon soda looking like a fool. I pulled my glass toward Komaki. I don't need it anymore since I have this, she says, shaking a cup filled with a liquid somewhere between sumi ink and muddy water. You mixed it up, didn't you? It's definitely not good. That's for grade schoolers. I had never ordered a drink bar with Komaki, so I had never seen this side of her before. Fan club members might be pleased, but I was a little taken back to see Komaki doing this at the age of 15. I mixed it. Coke, oolong tea, and so on. It's not good, but I like it this way, Komaki says in a quiet tone. The words spun by her thin lips were pleasing to my ears, which annoyed me. She drank that drink like it was the end of the world, just because she has a nice face, a beautiful voice, and sings well. It's not a little bit. Even if it is complete in one piece, it is bad when mixed. I like that. It's not hobby. It's obvious that something that is complete in one piece is best tasted as a complete one. But it's not that I don't have an idea why she would say such a thing. Maybe she is superimposing herself on her perfect self. She is perfect in everything she does, which is why she looks down on others and doesn't like me poking at her for her normal habits. But maybe she also wants to be less perfect. What if she wished it to become tasteless like a mysterious liquid and no longer know what the original color was? I'm pissed off. I was so irrationally pissed off that I took the cup from her and put my mouth on the straw. Oh crap. It smells sweet, bitter and strange. If one wishes to become such a thing, it is a sensation that ordinary people cannot understand. But even I could drink such a bad liquid with her and tell her it was bad. Deny the feelings I am having, and so on. And then I would want to pull her down from perfection, and so on. You'll get sick if you drink this stuff. If you're going to mix it, why not just make orange juice and calpis or something? She was a perfect person. I want more than anything to deny her such a notion. It is probably the most difficult thing I have ever done in my life. That wouldn't make it any better. You want it to be bad? It's good when good food goes bad. I'm sure Wakaba doesn't get it. Yep, I don't get it. I don't think it is to be bad, even if it's not perfect. There are combinations that can be delicious, like orange juice and calpis. The mixture would no longer be orange juice or calpis, which was perfect as a single product. But still, if it tastes good, it should be good enough. If the mixture went bad, it would negate all the value that was originally there. That's a little, I think, different. I still don't know about you, Umezono. I don't even like you. I mulled over the words and reserved a new song on the Denmoku. The melody started immediately, but this time she did not leave the room. Instead, Komaki picked up the microphone and turned it on. My voice is overlaid with a perfect voice like the singer herself. Even if I am a good singer, I am still an amateur, and she sings like a professional. There was no way we would ever be in harmony, and the overlapping sounds reverberated through the room like buttons that had been misplaced. I see a cup of Komaki. We are that very thing now. But it is not Komaki who tries to fit me well, and it is not me who tries to fit Komaki well, so we inevitably clash, lose harmony, and become an unfamiliar color. If someone were to look at us now, I am sure they would see a face like mine when I drank the contents of that bottle. 82 points. Maybe a little more pitch awareness. Both Komaki and I were shown scores that we would never have given if we were alone. I was about to laugh, partly to cover up my sick feeling in my chest, but I stopped when I saw Komaki looking at the scores absent-mindedly. "You're hopeless." I put down the microphone and mumbled. Komaki said nothing. "I'll sing alone this time. So, listen to me." I started singing without waiting for a reply. Komaki didn't spear me, but I couldn't get over 90 points even once after that. As if I had somehow lost my temper after the duet earlier. No matter what my excuses were, a loss was a loss. Chapter 4. The history of my game with Komaki goes back about 12 years ago. I didn't like Komaki, who was too cute and good at running and other games, so I challenged her to a game. That's all. Since then, I have been losing ever since, up to the present day. The term childhood friend has a wonderful ring to it, as if some sweet and sour romance is about to begin. But in reality, of course, love never begins. Komaki and I hate each other rather than love each other, and sparks are always flying. No, it may be that I'm just the one who is setting off the sparks. "Sorry, did you wait?" She spoke as if we were a first-time couple. I felt my skin crawl. To put it simply, it was disgusting. Komaki must have known this, but she was smiling at me. Or rather, she was grinning at me. I waited 10 minutes. It's hot and this sucks. It was true that I waited. I hate being late for a meeting. People who are waiting for me may be anxious about whether I will show up or not, or they may feel bored. I always try to arrive early because I don't want the person I am meeting to have to experience that. That doesn't change even if the other party is Komaki. I don't like her, but I'm not going to willingly make her feel bad about it. That's not to say that I don't hate her, or that I want to beat her to a pulp in a competition. But I don't want to make her feel bad for breaking a policy that I hold dear. What kind of commitment is that? I don't think Komaki is sensitive enough to feel bad because she made me wait. That's that. Poor thing. She laughs and wipes my forehead with her handkerchief. Then, "Shall we go?" She said this and then she tangled her own arm in mine. It's creepy, to be honest, and scary. But this is like a punishment game, so I guess she wants to make me feel this way. The reason why this happened is because I lost the karaoke game before. After that, she said something about having my first date dedicated to her. Indeed, the first date was one of the things I was trying to cherish. I was thrilled and excited to go on a date with my first boyfriend and kiss him on the way home. The fantasies I had been repeating until then were now meaningless. "Where are we going?" "I think Wakaba-chan would love this place," Komaki says in a sweet voice. "Gross. I told you this was a date. Why don't you look like you're having more fun?" She quickly returned to her plain voice. I think it is much better than her deliberate voice. Her voice is clear and transparent like a tropical sea, yet somehow dry. I dislike it, but I'm rather fine with it. If you don't, you're going to say something about dignity. I know. Komaki. "What kind of places do you think I would like?" I laughed, suppressing the twitching in my cheeks, and put strength into my entangled arms. Komaki stared at me with a blank expression on her face. "What?" "I mean, Komaki." Komaki stares at me. Her brown eyes, the same color as her hair, reflect me dimly. I haven't been called like that in a while. Indeed, I may have not called her that in 2 years. In the second year of middle school, an incident occurred that made me definitively dislike Komaki, and with it, I began to call her Umezono. For a time, I resented her so much that I didn't even want to look at her face. But as time went by, the resentment faded and I went back to genuinely not liking her. Just like in the past. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing, but after that incident, I disliked not only her but also myself a little. It's weird to call someone by their last name when you're on a date. That's all. I'm sure some couples call each other by their last names. Then, call me, with Yoshizawa Wakaba. I know she would never listen to me. So I said nothing more. She pulls me along and we start walking. Komaki never paces with someone below her, so I walk a little faster. I felt the difference in height, even if I didn't like it. She used to be smaller than me, but before I knew it, she was much bigger than me. Our relationship has changed a bit and we now have a relationship of competing for dignity. That would definitely be a bad thing. It's something, I think. Bigger, straighter, taller, looking forward. When I see her walking with dignity, I think, Just a little, just a little. I think to myself, I'm so happy for her. Is it because I still care about the past? It was almost 10 years ago. For a moment, the face of a young Komaki flickered in my mind. We're here. Komaki stopped in front of an establishment. We had met at a shopping mall and walked through the mall to get here. The establishment, with its rowdy, noisy, and colorful machines, was definitely a game center. I don't dislike it. I certainly like this space, which seems to be vacuum preserved in a ziploc, filled only with feelings of fun. But there are other places I like better. Why did Komaki think this was my favorite place? For harassment? I guess not. If she really wanted to harass me, she would take much worse measures. I knew that painfully well. If that is the case, it really means that she brought me here because she thought this was my favorite place. But why? Why are we here? When I voiced this with a question, Komaki smiled, an angelic smile. Is it out of hostility that she wanted to break me, or is it for another reason? You come here often, with your classmates. You used to come here a lot with me back in the day. How did Komaki and I know such things when we are in different classes? But more than that question, I was surprised that he remembered that I used to come here often. That was when I was in the early grades of elementary school. You remember it well because I have a good record on things in my head. Unlike you, Wakaba. Unlike for you, it's just unnecessary for me. I wonder if she has some kind of disease that requires her to make fun of me at the second word. I let out a small sigh. The sigh is muffled by the buzz of the arcade and becomes meaningless. But I was an extravagant child, wasn't I? Playing around at the arcade after school. I slip easily out of Komaki's arms and walk toward the crane game. I used to come here often when I was in the lower grades. But in my senior year, I had more other things to do, so I naturally stopped coming here. Not much has changed. The overall layout may have changed a little, but the atmosphere and the stains on the floor are the same as they were back then. I used to play crane games with Komaki side by side. Many of the stuffed animals that I used to take with her are still in my room. Komaki probably threw them away long ago, though. Where I always go with my friends, the arm is weak. Is that what you call a probability machine? I don't know about this place. I put in 100 yen and moved the arm. It glows and a voice says good luck or something like that. The sound was so cheap that I couldn't help but smile. I grabbed the mysterious character by the arm but could not lift it well enough to stroke it. Komaki looked on happily as I struggled. I knew she had a twisted personality. What about you, Umezono? Do you still come to this arcade? Komaki pulls me by the shoulders and takes the button from me. She moves the stuffed animal so that the arm scratches it and drops it into the hole with a plop. She takes it right out. I don't know. Which do you think it is? Komaki repeatedly threw the stuffed animal up like a ball and caught it. I felt like I couldn't stand it, so I took the stuffed animal from Komaki. I don't care either way, but at least feel sorry to this. Are you ridiculous enough to feel sorry for a stuffed animal? I'm fine being like that. I pat the stuffed animal of a character I may or may not have seen before, but I'm not sure. The stuffed animal doesn't smile, but I am a little satisfied. Hey. Komaki lightly clasped her hands. It is a gesture she does when she is in a bad mood. As I was wondering what was going on, she unexpectedly grabbed my arms and pulled me closer. I thought, this is the way it's going to be, and quickly turned my face away. But she dropped a kiss on my lips in response. The buzz of the arcade is far away. Komaki's heat, smell, and touch hit me like a blanket over my entire body, and I almost forgot how to breathe. I wonder if she kisses me every day these days because she knows that this is the best way to violate my dignity. I remember talking with Komaki a long time ago about how kissing is something you do with someone you like. I can no longer remember how we talked about it. I wonder if Komaki-sama, who has a different head than a lowly person like me, would remember. It's just one pattern. I said so with the least resistance I could muster. It was a little funny to see Komaki, who is taller than me, going out of her way to bend down to accommodate me and kiss me. I hope she gets bigger and makes it harder and harder for her to bend down to kiss me. As I giggled, Komaki, perhaps offended, tried to flip up my shirt. Hey, it's two pattern, let me show you. Trying to take off someone's clothes outside in broad daylight is crazy. If the place is not popular and there are no cameras, it's fine. But there are cameras attached to the crane game. If this kept going on, I might be arrested. Komaki must have known that, but he showed no sign of stopping. My navel was out. I felt a little cold, and I went further up. I shouted, "The game. Let's do it." Komaki's movements stopped. I guess she had planned to make me say this from the beginning. I was completely led into saying the forbidden words. "What is it?" "NHN." I looked around. It was obvious that I could not win at the crane game. Medal games would be impossible. Racing games, field hockey, absolutely impossible. Just when I was about to despair, I saw an unusual game. That one. Mahjong? I quickly pointed to an old-fashioned mahjong game. It didn't look like something you could play against, but at this point I didn't care. I didn't know the rules well, but I had heard my father exclaim, while playing with his friends, "Mahjong is 90% luck." My dad was last at that time. But with luck, I think even I have a chance to win. Let's play that one at a time and the one with the higher score wins. How's that? Fine with me. Even Komaki must not know the rules of Mahjong. This time, I had to win and stop Komaki from doing whatever she wanted. If I continue to be deprived of my dignity, I may one day be in the care of the police. That would be nothing short of a quandary. Chapter 5. I think I am talented. I think. I was up consecutively. By the end of the game, I had earned 18,000 points. Combined with the first point, I had earned 43,000 points. I thought I had already won. "Next, please." I triumphantly gave up my seat. She put in some coins and began to play. As I watched to see what would happen, the screen switched. Sumo, Tenno, Daizanjin, Yonanko. A bleeping sound is heard and the CPU score is subtracted. In no time at all, my score becomes negative, and Komaki's score exceeds 100,000. No, 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 no. Is this the power of a woman loved by the heavens? I can't imitate her a bit, or rather, I want to go home now. Komaki stood up and smiled. Done. I couldn't even smile. I could tell that the hand had been completed from the beginning and that I was up, but I don't understand the score. It must be a bug. Did the game got broken? No, Wakaba. Perhaps you don't know the role? Rather, does Komaki know? Wouldn't it be strange if she knew? It's Komaki. Another one, I suppose. Komaki had an innocent smile on her face. I wondered if the day would soon come when Komaki would put a collar on me and tell me to become a dog. I felt my cheeks twitch. Wouldn't it be a better solution if I just ran away until my junior year and disappeared from her life as soon as I entered university? I thought so for a moment, but then I realized that it would be impossible. If I ran away like that, Komaki would definitely come after me. My parents like Komaki so much that they are bound to tell her where she is going to school. If so, it would be impossible to escape after graduation. Even in middle school, I chose a school a little far from home to go to a different high school than hers. But on the day of the entrance ceremony, Komaki was standing on the station platform wearing the same uniform as mine. I will never forget the shock and shiver I felt at that moment. If I don't win, it probably won't end. The only way to escape from Komaki is to win against her. How to beat her who is lucky and can do anything? I didn't know now. I'm not saying right now. Here we go, the rest of the date. I can't go on a date in this kind of mood. I felt that way, but I couldn't put it into words. So I held her hand without saying a word. "I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat." I took a glance at the clock on the nearby wall. The time was 11:30 a.m. It was still early for lunch, but I was certainly hungry since I had skipped breakfast. I wondered if Komaki had eaten breakfast, too. With this in mind, she took me by the hand. Komaki chose a chain Italian restaurant in the mall. She ordered tomato pasta, I ordered carbonara, and we also ordered a pizza to share. As at the karaoke bar, we ordered a drink bar for two and went to get our drinks together. I think one of us should be in charge of luggage duty in these situations, but there was no way I could resist if she forcefully pulled my hand. I filled a glass with a mixture of white grape juice and calpis and handed it to her. I ignore her raised eyebrows and fill my own glass with melon soda. If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it. I take the straw out of the bag and put it in her cup. I've wanted to dismiss the idea of mixing it up and making it bad ever since I heard about it. I say nothing more and return to my seat. She follows slowly behind me. In her hand she holds a cup filled with my paw. I drank the melon soda with my cheekbones. She didn't want to drink it, even though I had brought it to her without throwing it away. I wondered if it was resistance to her, but I didn't bother to ask. Eventually the waiter brought the food and I began to eat my pasta, clasping my hands together and saying "Itadakimasu." Then I heard a strange voice. I turned to the front and saw Komaki looking a little weepy. Her fork was stuck in her pasta. That was enough to make me guess. I hated myself a little. "Come on, eat." I held the carbonara out to her with my fork. Without waiting for her reply, I took her tomato pasta and ate it, and my tongue tingled a little. It seemed that it was the type of pasta that contained chili peppers. I exhale and call the waitress to get a new fork. I exchange the fork for a new one and urge her to eat. Komaki looked at the new fork with a delicate expression. I mean, who doesn't eat food on a date? I hate Komaki. So why am I doing this? I feel ridiculous even to myself. But I hate her a lot, but I don't want to see her suffer. I often get angry when she smiles, and I don't want to see her smile. But I don't want to see her cry even more. I patted the stuffed animal sitting beside me and wrapped my pasta around it. "Give it back," Komaki said and tried to take my plate. I pour a large amount of hot olive oil from the tabletop over the pasta. Then her hand shakes slightly and retracts. "Shall I give it back?" Her willowy eyebrows raised. She glares at me. "Not anymore." "Good. The carbonara's delicious, so you should eat it." She looked a little hesitant, then dexterously wrapped the carbonara around her fork and began to eat. She didn't say it was delicious, but her eyebrows moved a little, so I guess it was good. She looks so cute and doll-like as she eats her meal with her tiny mouth. If I took a picture of her, the boys in her class would probably be pleased, but people already know that she has a nice face. So I don't bother to take a picture of her. If I'm going to take a picture, I'd rather she had an uglier face. I think it's more human that way. Scoring points? I'm not gonna stop doing that. Komaki said something I didn't understand. For a moment, I seriously did not understand what she meant, but after thinking about it for a bit, I came to an idea of its intention. Let's give Komaki-chan some attention and make her more likable. How could I think that? This is just a habit, or unconsciousness. A deep part of my heart is telling me not to make Komaki look sad. I'm being made to feel bad and sad all the time. It is my heart, but it is unreasonable toward me. I think it is really Komaki's heart. The core of my heart has long been stolen by Komaki, and she is trying to move me for her like a parasite taking over its host. I'm probably overthinking things. You're being too self-conscious, Umezono. I sipped my pasta. A tablespoon or so of olive oil was not enough to break Komaki's willpower, so the pasta is impossibly spicy and greasy. Let's call it good, because it still tastes good. I continue chewing to cover up the pain in my tongue and drink my melon soda. Maybe if I challenge her to a big meal of spicy food or a fast meal, I can easily beat her, but that doesn't make sense. That is not winning. Even if I win the match, my heart has not won. She doesn't like spicy food, which is one of her few flaws. But I don't think it's fair to poke at that. I have several such lines in my mind. Call it a mysterious obsession, but it was important to me. I want to challenge her to a fair fight head-on and beat her with all my might. So I look down at her and say, Umezono is not as perfect as she thinks she is. Let me eat that. Komaki, who seems to have finished his carbonara before I knew it, points to my plate and implied that the tomato sauce, yellowed with oil, is not something I can eat by any stretch of the imagination. But her face was serious. She looked straight at my plate as if I would die if I didn't eat. I look away, wondering, and see a drink that hasn't even been sipped. Unlike my melon soda, which is more than half gone, the liquid in her glass looks a little sad. Don't do it. You'll get a stomachache. I think it's good to try things you're not good at, but there is nothing good about trying something spicy. I don't think you have to try so hard in such a place because it is innate whether you are strong or weak in spicy food. I can see my lips, which have turned red as if they were coated with lipstick after eating a little spicy pasta, slowly opening up. Seeing the shape of my mouth about to utter the word so, she twisted a fork with a small amount of pasta around it into her mouth. She's a handful. Go. Ugh. Her face was getting redder and redder. That's why I told her to stop. Komaki, with tears in her eyes, touched the cup as if she was touching something broken, and put her mouth on the straw. The liquid, which had not decreased at all up to this moment, instantly decreased, and finally made a sloshing sound. The cup, placed roughly, looked somewhat proud. I let out a breath that contained a lot of emotions I didn't understand. Was she trying to eat the pasta because she wanted a reason to put her mouth on the cup? If so, Komaki was an idiot. She is a stubborn person after all. It's delicious, but I guess not for me. She muttered and took my cup. She drank all of my melon soda as it was, and stuck out her tongue in a small way. A faint green color. No white color is visible. I can't believe you like this, child tongue. I said it like a sore loser. We're kids. So why not just choose a child's tongue? It's none of your business. Komaki's lips are redder than before. What are we doing? Both me and Komaki. Order something to refresh your palate. It's fine. I'll have a pizza. Pizza might be spicy too. Gelato. What about you, Wakaba? I'll have a fagato. It's appealing to the adults. It's embarrassing, you know. Everyone around us is eating happily, but we are the only ones arguing and doing things we don't understand. How long are we going to keep up this battle of wills? I felt as if the friendly atmosphere surrounding the restaurant was telling us so. I think it's stupid to call a fagato an adult appeal to that extent. Please, I'm begging you. I called the waiter with the belt to place my order and bit into a slice of pizza. The pizza, which was starting to cool down a bit, seemed too sweet for my palate after eating spicy pasta. I wondered if I didn't need a dessert to refresh my palate. Perhaps seeing my reaction, Komaki also took a slice of pizza and put it in her mouth. Yum. With that, Komaki smiled honestly for the first time today. I was a little taken aback and dropped a chop on her forehead. I just realized that the tooltip doesn't work right now. Chapter 6. The date went smoothly. After dinner, we went to a clothing store and did a little fashion show, or went to a grocery store and talked about how cute this was. But we weren't lovers, so there was no way we were going to get into a mellow mood. We held hands in a somewhat awkward and tense way. Perhaps we are like magnets that repel each other. The closer we get, the more we repel each other, and the more we move away from each other. So we probably shouldn't be approaching them, but we are forcing ourselves to do so through stubbornness and hostility. Just once is enough. Just once. I want to win her. I am with her with that thought. But she is not attached to me. So if I give up, she will naturally leave me. I thought so, but after a game of dignity, I found out otherwise. She hates me more than I thought. What do you want to do when you get a lover, Wakaba? She asks, squeezing my hand softly. I know that if I answer honestly, it will hurt her, but I feel that she will see through my lie, and will become hedged in. I don't know. Then, if you know, tell me. I let out a small breath. My ideal lover. What I would like to do if I had a lover. I used to have such an image, but as I got involved with Komaki, its outline became blurred and faded, and now I don't know what it is anymore. A sleepover, perhaps? She asked me herself, and she was not interested. What in the world is this? She was probably just asking me to take away something important from me. I don't sleep well with different pillows. I know. When you were in elementary school, even in middle school, even on school trips, you were ranting and raving about it. I'm not ranting. Do you remember how you went to bed? It's easy to say I don't remember, but there is no point in lying. I became the pillow. The school trip when I was in the 3rd year of middle school was the worst. I was in the same group with Komaki, whom I had a grudge against, and we ended up in the same bedroom. And then she told me anxiously that she didn't think she would sleep well. I remember I had no choice but to cuddle her. I hate her, but when she makes a face like that, I can't leave her alone. I am also an idiot for thinking so. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I think the context before and after is wrong. However, I don't want to poke around in the bushes and get snakes. Let's leave this story at this point. Walking hand in hand, we eventually reach the end of the mall. There are no people in the aisles that do not lead to the parking lot or the main entrance. It is as if this is a different world. I stopped with a snap. Komaki stopped, too. Her face turns toward me, and I look up at her. I look up at her lips, which are still reddish. I wonder what it feels like to kiss someone you don't like. She always takes my lips, but I wonder what it feels like to do it. If her goal is to harass someone she doesn't like, she should have more fun with it. When she kisses me, she always has a blank expression on her face, and she seems to have no room for anything else. It is probably an illusion, but if she is so happy to take something I hate that is so precious to her, why doesn't she just smile? I wonder how it felt the first time I kissed her. That was the first and last time I kissed her. I cannot offer my lips for the purpose of tormenting someone I don't like, but if I kiss her voluntarily, of my own volition, I might be onto something. Umezono. Your shoelaces are untied. You're too careless. Hurry up and tie them. Stop mumbling. Upon hearing my words, Komaki bent down slightly. In response, I took both of her cheeks between my hands and kissed her quietly. I'm not as obnoxious as Komaki, so I don't put my tongue in. I peck her several times, making lip sounds and kissing her on the mouth. It's not pleasant. She would have wiped her mouth after eating, but I could smell a bit of gelato. I felt as if the accumulation of the day was showing on her lips. The smell is different, the temperature is a little higher than usual, and the lips themselves feel a little harder than usual. It seems that if she is not ready, even she is stiff. I was enjoying myself a little more, seeing a side of Komaki that I didn't know existed. Komaki seems perfect, but she is not. She thinks she is perfect, but she is not. Yuck. I chuckled as my words sounded so terribly white. Wakaba. There are no hippos here. This is not a zoo. Giggle, giggle. The sound of her own laughter echoes strangely in my head. Maybe she's upset that I did it to her myself? No, that's ridiculous. I think you got a little bit of my usual feelings, didn't you? Komaki put her hand to her lips and looked stunned. I was a little surprised, as I had not expected such a pronounced reaction. I knew it was no fun. Seeing Komaki in a daze didn't make me feel any better, and I kicked the ground, feeling that I had lost sight of something even more important. I'd like to end a date with a kiss. This might be one of the things I want to do when I have a lover. Stepping away from her, I separated myself from her. Her voice is a little hoarse. I'll leave you alone, Umezono. It was a full 30 seconds later that Komaki finally made her move. Chapter 7. Hey Wakaba. What kind of person is Umezono-san? Suddenly, Yuri says. Her eyes are screaming at the top of her voice. I'm interested. What does she expect from my relationship with Komaki? What kind of person? What kind of she is? What kind of? You've known each other since childhood, right? You must have known a lot of things. I have not made any secret of the fact that I have known Komaki since childhood, nor have I hidden it from people. If asked, I would answer, and if not asked, I would not bother to tell. However, the fact that Komaki and I have a relationship is not well known to people at school, so it is unusual for me to be asked about it in this way. I don't know that much about it, though. Who told you about us? To the Onisama there. With a theatrical motion, Yuri pointed to Yuri, who was sitting next to me. Yuri waved her hand and said, "It's your Onisama." Yuri is a friend I made after entering high school, but Yuri has been my friend since middle school. I see. Komaki and I were in the same club at our local middle school, and most people knew of our relationship. Yuri and I were in the same club, so she probably knows a lot about Komaki and I. I don't think she knows about the incident that happened between us, though. Natsuri wanted to know about chan, so that's what I did. Yuri calls Komaki chan. Komaki is outgoing, so she has a good relationship with most people. Yuri is also loose or fluffy in Komaki, so they may actually get along quite well. I don't know what will happen when Yuri finds out Komaki's true nature, though. Do you know any popular episodes? Like She Was Confessed by 10 Boys in One Day. Something like that. No, She doesn't have that kind of moments. Why do you want to know Umezono in the first place? I want to be blessed. Eh? I want to be popular with people. Just like Umezono-san. It is an earnest cry. It's not that Yuri is unattractive. Her face is reasonably well developed, and her ever-changing facial expressions are charming. But Komaki shouldn't be used as a standard. She is a natural looker, and her face is horribly well-rounded. Her voice is clear and beautiful, and even the sweat that runs down her face looks fresh. Probably because of her athleticism. A boy once said, as far as she shows to the people around her, she has a good personality and is liked by both boys and girls because she is not sarcastic. It is essentially best to treat Komaki as such already and not compare her to oneself. I am a fool, though, for challenging her to a competition even though I know that, if I bathe in the aura of popularity like this, I'll be popular too. Then why don't you just come talk to her? Like say, do you want to be friends with me? I can't. If I go, her glare will burn me to death. She's not the sun. For me, it's just like that. Yuri is basically a sociable person who is not afraid to talk to anyone. Komaki's ability to intimidate even her is nothing short of astonishing. But the sun. So it's the sun. Perhaps I'm not quite wrong. The sun burns people's eyes with its dazzling light, making it impossible to capture its essence with the naked eye. But people still look up to the sun and try to benefit from it. I am in a state where I am wearing goggles to see the sun, but I still do not know its essence. I am after all just a human being, too far from the essence of the sun. I wish I could at least know what kind of life Umezono-san is leading. I wonder if I can shine if I imitate her. It's a normal life. I eat a normal breakfast in a normal house and go to school in a normal way. Just as I was about to say that, I smelled something like a flower. I almost shouted, "Che!" A topic about me? A slightly higher, more distant voice than the one I knew. I disliked that voice, which many people say is pleasant to the ear, but not to the point of being grating. You Umezono-san. Yuri became quiet like a borrowed cat. The change almost makes me laugh. Hey there, Chan. It's rare that you come to our class. Yuri smiled vaguely and waved to Komaki. Komaki smiled and waved back. Yeah, I just wanted to talk to Wakaba. Komaki says this and smiles briskly. This classroom is like a sanctuary and has never been invaded by her before, but today, something changed in her, and she started stepping into this classroom with a face like it was a matter of course. I pulled my chair back a little, feeling a sense of foreboding. I see. Oh, the four of us should go play tennis next time. It's been a while since I've had a rally with you, Chan. Yuri starts talking at her own pace. Yuri is surprised. I pull away. Komaki with a smiling face and Yuri as usual. It was chaos. I decided not to say anything and just watched what was going on. It's okay. I also wanted to play with Yuri for the first time in a while. Let's see. It's nice to meet you, right? Hi. Yes. First time. I am Natsuri Wakamatsu. Yes. You. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Can I call you Natsuri? Why yes. By all means. You can call me Komaki, too. I hope we get along well, Natsuri. Komaki glanced at me. She wants me to call her Komaki, too? I don't want to call her that if she behaves like that. Well, I don't think Komaki wants me to call her by her name. Please treat me well. Too polite. Where did the usual Natsuri go? I let out a small breath and Komaki grabs my hand. Then, I'm going to borrow some of Wakaba's stuff. Interest is paid by Toichi. I won't rent it for 10 days. I don't want her to borrow every minute. I wish I could have said so, but seeing Komaki smiling with or without me, I couldn't say anything. In the first place, she does not recognize my dignity now. I have recently learned to swallow my complaints when I see so mouth. I look behind me as Komaki pulls me by the hand. Natsuri was freezing and Yuri was happily staring at us. Why does she look so happy? I tried to appeal to her with my eyes, but she only laughed more happily and I couldn't understand anything. Saturday. I'll be at Wakaba's house, she whispered in her usual voice, in front of the door leading to the rooftop. This place, a secret hiding place, was perfect for a secret meeting. Although there are sometimes people there during lunch break, now that it is a 10-minute break between classes, There is no one in sight. You don't have veto power. I'll call your mother. I took out my phone and quickly tried to send a message. Komaki didn't seem to like that, and with a disgruntled look on her face, she took the liberty of pulling my blouse out of my skirt. She then pulls it up and exposes my navel like she did the other day, and then brings her face close to mine. I felt a tingle of pain. She was still bitter about being called a one-pattern, and instead of kissing me, she decided to suck on my stomach. It might be better than kissing, but it seems even more perverse, and I frown. I think I am definitely bleeding internally. I get a little depressed when I imagine the so-called ecchi mark left on my stomach. What is so sad that Komaki have to leave such a mark of her on my body? I don't know which one of us has less dignity in this. I felt like I would lose if I said something like it hurts or don't do it, so I tried to remain calm and hateful. Sucking on people's bellies in a place like this, isn't it embarrassing? Not really. If I can hurt Wakaba, there's no shame or disgrace. It's a refreshingly scummy statement. Thinking about it, isn't it strange that she hates me so much just because I keep challenging her? If someone kept coming at you at every opportunity, you would hate them, right? But it is still Komaki's character that takes her this far. Komaki is inflected. I don't think I have a good enough character to say anything about it, but I'm sure it's not as bad as Komaki's. I still wish for Komaki's happiness, and I don't want her to cry. Just because I don't like her doesn't mean I think she should cry because she is hurt and in pain. I am sure Komaki is different from me, though. The worst. What did Komaki think of my words when I muttered something? She lightly bites my stomach. It didn't hurt. It seemed that she didn't intend to leave tooth marks on my stomach, so she bit me softly and sweetly like a spoiled puppy. She traced her tongue over the bite lightly, as if to check it, and tilt her head as if she's not convinced. I really wonder what it is. Umezono Komaki does not reply. In the silence, her tongue slides over my stomach. I feel like a canvas. Instead of a brush, a soft, moderately warm tongue runs over and stains me. Unlike paint, saliva, which has no color, is the only thing that tells me the path of her tongue, which was indeed moving over me. As soon as the tickling is gone and the saliva dries up, the trail fades into thin air, and nothing is recognizable. They disappear. Everything she is trying to leave behind. Everything she is doing. She gently raised her head to see if that was okay. I pat my belly, but there is no mark on it. Why does this make me so uneasy? Just because I can't confirm the feeling of the act doesn't mean she should disappear. Why? I raised my gravelly voice. Why do you want the important things from me, Umezono? That's because you don't like me. Of course, but really? If Komaki wants to harass someone she doesn't like, she can get anyone else to do it, no matter how much she wants to. She has that much power. She goes to the trouble of getting her hands dirty, trampling on my dignity, and trying to take away something precious from mine. Is the only reason for this really because she doesn't like me? I wonder. But if she asks me what other reason there is no way I can know. That is why I want to hear what she has to say. I don't know, Wakaba. Why is that? It's because of you, Wakaba. It is philosophical. It is true that I am me, and I cannot be Komaki. Nor can I be Kuri or Matsuri. What does it matter? If you don't like me, just say you don't like me. I said it as if I was going to throw it out. The words bounced off Komaki's head and tumbled down the stairs. You're stupid, Wakaba. What's that? A palindrome? I hate that kind of thing. You can't see it, Wakaba. What do you mean I can't see? Fine. I know it's useless to say anything anyway. She lightly pats me on the stomach and Komaki descends the stairs. She completes herself and tries to leave. I have no idea. What is she thinking and what does she want to do with me? I wish she would just name all the things she doesn't like about me, all my shortcomings, and then leave me alone. I don't like Komaki and Komaki doesn't like me. If I lost those assumptions, I would not be able to understand her any more than I do now. You're the idiot. You idiot. The mumbled words tumbled down the stairs, this time on no one's head. Chapter 8. Not the best, but a good friend in some way. That was Komaki for me until the second year of middle school. That changed when Komaki took the upperclassman whom I liked at the time. No, taken is a bit of a misnomer. Komaki dumped him within a month of their one-sided love for each other. If that were all, it would be a common story. They got together somehow, but something was different and they broke up. I have heard such stories many times from my friends. But it didn't end there. And that is why I disliked Komaki. I went out with him because I knew you liked that person, Wakaba. That's why I dumped him. What do you think he said when we broke up? What's wrong with me? I'll fix what's wrong with me. It's a different premise to begin with. Komaki said so matter-of-factly. I probably have never held a grudge against someone as I did at that moment. I remember feeling a jumble of emotions and wanting to claw my throat out. If I had not met Komaki, my senior might not have been hurt. What I hated was Komaki, who hurt my senpai in order to hurt me. But maybe Komaki shouldn't have done something to make me hate her in the first place. I was definitely part of the reason Komaki did what she did. I was the remote cause, and the person I love was hurt. Above all, I felt that I was the worst of all people, selfishly disillusioned with my senpai, who desperately clung to Komaki. I am probably also the cause of Komaki's distorted personality. If she had been more firm, she might not have looked down on people as much as she does now, and her character might not be as twisted as it is now. I know that it is all in hindsight, and that the present reality is all there is. Well, I'm glad it was sunny, Matsuri says, squinting like a cat. She looked like a spring fairy in her light pink tennis wear. It's July now, so it's out of season. We had come to the tennis court as promised before. The courts are sparsely populated on a holiday, but not so much that they are crowded. Yeah, it's a great day for tennis. Komaki responds. Komaki was wearing white tennis wear. I wish I could get sloppy on the clay court. I don't have good memories of tennis. The senior in question and I were senior and junior members of the tennis club. Although the men's tennis and women's tennis clubs were separated, I frequently went to see that senior. Maybe I was in love with love, I don't know. He was fresh, good at tennis, and nice in a casual and caring way. But after Komaki dumped him, there was no trace of him. Now I don't even know if I really liked him, but I wonder if I had comforted him back then, would something have changed? Maybe nothing would have changed. Komaki had a charm that drove people crazy, and that senior were totally taken by it. If I was going to change, I should have changed something more fundamental. I probably should have treated Komaki in a way that she did not look down on people and did not dislike me. I still regret that I made the mistake of dating Komaki. One thing I do have an idea why she turned out the way she did. Surely, no doubt, it was because of my mistake. Let's start with a light volley, and then we'll play a game, Matsuri said with a fluffy smile. Hey, there's a beginner here, Kuri complains. Well, it's fine. We'll figure something out. That's so random. I've seriously only ever done this in class. After some light preparatory exercises, we paired up and hit the ball together. Naturally, the flow of the game led me to pair up with Komaki. Komaki was the best tennis player in the club during middle school. I was, as usual, second. It's been a long time since I played with you, Wakaba. Right. I wonder how it is that I am still with Komaki even though I hate and dislike her, even though she once directed so much malice at me. After all, I must be crazy. Your arms, are they dull? That should be my line, though. I make light talk, knowing that there is no way that Komaki's skill could ever slow down. I plopped the yellow-green ball and hit it at her. You know, Wakaba, perhaps because we were not alone, Komaki's voice was high. My ears hurt. I thought as I hit the ball that came back from her. I felt a slight shock from the racket, which was not equipped with a vibration damper. Do you often do this kind of thing with Matsuri? Matsuri and her teammate were arguing and hitting the ball around on one side of the court. They don't seem to hear what we are saying. Well, in its own way, you quit the club halfway through. But you're still close with her. I was so frustrated that I quit club activities in the second year of middle school. But Matsuri and I are on the same wavelength somehow, so we have been together ever since. I think we are probably the closest of friends. That hasn't changed since middle school. Why did you quit the club? That is, because of what you said, Umezono. It was after that incident that I started calling Komaki Umezono. Was that the reason? There's no other cause. I have not told Matsuri why I quit club activities. There is no way I can talk about it. You should have stayed. With a pop, the ball flew in a large arc. Komaki runs to pick it up and then walks up to me. "Hey, what did you like about that guy?" she whispered in my ear, and I jumped because I was freaked out. Komaki looked at me like a snake with a lecherous smile in her eyes. I knew it. She has that twisted personality. "I don't know if I told you, Umezono. It wasn't that I was trying to get back at her for the last time. I just thought that Komaki would surely not understand the idea of liking someone. She is complete on her own and always looks down on someone. Is it possible for her to fall in love with someone who is inferior to her? No. There is no way. She may be able to manipulate people at will, but she will never fall in love with them. I know that she can dislike them, though. Umezono, you can hate someone, but you can't love them. Can you?" Komaki's eyes widened for a moment and she eventually frowned. So faintly that it was invisible to those around the two of us. "I get angry when people make assumptions about me, Wakaba." "Then why don't you go out with someone you really like, instead of like you did then? It makes me sound a little testy." "It's no use getting angry now." "Someone who I really like, huh?" Her face looked as if she was crying as she muttered to herself. My heart ached. I have seen this face many times. She cries from her heart because her pride and other things prevent her from crying. But why is she making such a face now? "I'm never going to date someone like that." With a spitting sound, she jumped over the net. The scotch shakes slightly and her scent tickles my nostrils. In a daze, a ball comes flying toward Kuri and the others and hits me directly on the head. Oh no, I hear Natsuri's voice. I picked up the ball that had blown away and turned to her. "Kuri, sorry. Don't be mad." I let out a breath. The impact of the ball hitting my head spills out all sorts of things, and I'm not sure what I was thinking about earlier. I hit the ball to Kuri, trying not to look at Komaki. "I'll train you." "Kuri, you seem to have a lot of control." Don't be too hard on me." I continued to rally with Kuri. Meanwhile, I felt Komaki's eyes on me. Chapter 9. I lost. "You're too merciless, experienced. You're immature." I lost to Chan too. "Though why are we playing singles in a match format when we are here to play? Wouldn't it be more fun to play doubles, taking turns?" Thinking this, I looked at Matsuri, but she just smiled and waved at me. What in the world is Matsuri thinking? That person can be pretty smart, so it's not like it's thinking about advanced things that I don't know about. Not a feeling I get. "Heads or tails, which one?" Komaki says, approaching the net. "Tails." The end mark of the racket, which had been turned round, was facing outward. After all, Komaki seems to be loved by the gods of luck. "Okay. Then, I'll serve." After saying this, Komaki grabs me by the collar of my dress and puts her face to my ear. "What do we do?" Tongue slightly touches earlobe. To play or not to play for something important? I guess she is asking me that. If I say no, she might lick my ear. If she did that in front of the two of us, it would be the end for both Komaki and me. But the reason she is so relaxed is probably because she already knows what I will say. "Let's do it." "The match." Komaki smiled. As usual, it was a disgustingly beautiful smile. "And then the match begins." "No, the match has begun, but it could be said that it has not." Love 40. I can hear Matsuri's voice stretching between the two. I can't even see Komaki's serve with bullet-like speed. And I can't move my body. Her speed was more polished than when I was in the club. I felt my back sweat. The rule is that the player who wins 2 games first wins. But I was already about to lose a game. I wondered what Komaki was thinking, as she threw a light underserve at me. It wasn't that she was being slighted. It was obvious from her smile that she was up to something. I desperately tried to hit the ball back, but everything was returned lightly by her. No matter where I hit it or how I hit it, it is useless. Suddenly it seemed to me that I was being terribly wasteful. I keep challenging Komaki in desperation, and I keep getting robbed of my dignity. Even though I knew thinly that it was a futile act that would only hurt me, I continued to play the game. "Really? I can't help it." "Wakaba." I hear Komaki's voice, not the current one, but one from long ago. I followed that auditory hallucination as I chased the ball. I'm a human being, aren't I? I can picture the face of a young Komaki. She asks me like she did earlier, with a pained, almost weeping look on her face. Of course she is human. No matter how perfect she is, Komaki is human to the extent that she hates people and wants to be mean to them. She doesn't even like spicy food. However, after losing so many games like this, it is becoming less and less clear. In truth, Komaki may be an angel sent from heaven, and she herself has simply forgotten it. Even such a ridiculous assumption seems true. I desperately try to hit the ball back as she hits it, but it seems to hit the frame and float away. She is not the kind of girl to let such an opportunity pass her by. She jumped as lightly as if she had grown wings and hit the ball straight down into my court. There was a popping sound and the game was over. Komaki, who had landed on the ground, certainly had the face of an angel, and my eyes were completely drawn to her. Her skin was white, not a trace of sweat on it. Her light brown hair fell to her shoulders. She had angel rings in her hair, and beyond those rings, I could see the sun. Is this heavenly punishment? Is this a punishment from the heavenly realm for a human being who foolishly challenged an angel to a contest? How is that possible? I am so mad that I cannot say with certainty. You'll serve next. Komaki had a smile on her face. There was no color of condescension in the depths of her eyes toward me. I held the ball in my hand, thinking, that's unusual. Needless to say, the results were disastrous. Of course I intended to win, but I was plagued by auditory hallucinations of the past and impossible thoughts, and lost focus. But even if I had been able to concentrate, I probably would have lost the third game. The difference in ability between Komaki and me was that obvious. It's my win. She didn't seem impressed, and said it without hesitation. I guess she is not moved at all because it is a matter of course for her to win. If I had won against Komaki, I would have proudly told her that she had lost. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm coming with you, Komaki said, releasing the racket into the net. I guess the racket is that light for her, and it doesn't matter. I put the racket on the bench and walked out of the court. I think Komaki joined the tennis club because of my influence. Until then, she had no interest in tennis, not even in the word. But when I said I would join the club, she followed me. She had worked hard since she was a little girl, so I was shocked when Komaki soon overtook her. I am not so divided as to be able to say that they are all good memories. I guess all the things I have cherished are unimportant to Komaki. My love for my senpai, the tennis I've worked so hard for, even myself. To her, they are equally worthless and can only be tossed about carelessly like the racket she just used. It pisses me off. I'm unusually, very pissed about it. If Komaki could have something important, she would understand how important the things she has thrown away would to others. If I could, I would find it out for her. And then I would tell her, what you have been neglecting until now is something very, very important. What do you want to drink? Melon soda. Your one pattern. It's fine. Not that I mind. At a vending machine a short walk from the court, Komaki buys a melon soda. Then she tosses it to me. I hurried to catch it and she laughed. Hey, it'll take the carbonation out. That's trivial. I'm buying you a drink, so you should be grateful. How patronizing. Don't mix yours, okay? I won't mix mine. I'll buy a sports drink. I do not know her preferences. She has no preference for a particular flavor, and Komaki always buys different drinks. I was surprised when she created that chaotic drink at the drink bar because I didn't think she had a specific preference. She likes it to go bad. I guess that means psychologically. But maybe she likes that stuff simply because she has no taste buds. I turned my attention to her drinking a sports drink. Her white smooth throat is moving, pumping the drink into her stomach. I think it's unfair that even that movement is picturesque. I feel that a beautiful woman is about 20% more enjoyable in life just by being beautiful. I walk past her and buy drinks for Natsuri and Matsuri from the vending machine. Natsuri drinks Coke and Matsuri drinks milk tea. It's easier for me not to have to think too much about it when the preferences are as obvious as this. Is that delicious? It's normal. Komaki gives me a boring answer. Don't you like something? Wakaba. My heart jumped slightly. She was staring straight at me. No, she didn't say she liked me, she just ignored my question and called me by name. I know, but I was surprised because it was unexpected. That's all. Gently Komaki's face comes closer. I am used to this by now, so I wait for her to approach without saying anything. Closing my eyes makes me strangely conscious, so I greet her with my eyes open. Her tongue, soaked in artificial sweetener, whirls around my tongue, perhaps because it was after exercise. Her tongue was terribly hot. It seemed to be so hot that even a cold drink could not cool it down at all. I felt my head boiling. Kissing Komaki is the worst. It seems like a long time ago that I used to think so. If I couldn't avoid being kissed anyway, I would be more at peace if I surrendered myself to the comfort and warmth of her body, at least during this time. Knowing this, I devoured her lips without thinking. "Do you love me, Komaki-chan?" I said teasingly as our lips parted. "What if I told you I did?" She had a frozen look on her face. I have no idea what she is thinking. What I know about her is actually not that much. We've won, lost, and even played together. We've been together for so long, and yet I still don't know her at all. I'm sick of it. I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense that you would try to take away the dignity of someone you love. I sniffle. Komaki continues to stare at me as if she was forgotten how to blink. Maybe not so much. Sometimes, because I love you, I want to take it all away from you. Like means mutual respect, right? No, I mean I like to take each other's eyes, take each other's hearts, and make sure I don't see anything else. It's a distorted way of thinking. I think even if you love someone, it does not mean that you can live your life thinking only about that person. There are things other than the person you love that are important to you, things you want to cherish, and that is how people live their lives. I wonder if Komaki is different. When she falls in love with someone, she can throw everything away and think only about that person. Is such a thing possible? What if it is possible? A person who is loved by this girl, who is perfect except for her personality, may be happy. What if by some miracle, Komaki falls in love with someone else and they start dating? What would I think then? Bent, distorted, wronged. I put curry and the others' portions nearby and then opened the cap of the melon soda. I opened the cap of the melon soda and heard the sound of bubbles overflowing. I hurriedly closed the cap, but it is too late. The overflowing green liquid stains my hands and makes them sticky. It is the same color as the soap in public restrooms. Yet the results obtained are the exact opposite. I thought about going to the local tap to wash it off, but a thought occurred to me and I held out my soiled hand toward her. "Do you want to lick it? It's your favorite Wakaba-chan's hands." When I said it in a rather foolish tone of voice, she scowled and turned away, perhaps offended by the quip. Her hands are clasped tightly. "When you find someone you like, why don't you lick them? They might like it." I rinsed my hands off at the nearby water supply and then sipped from the plastic bottle. No matter how I felt about drinking it, melon soda is still melon soda. I'm not pleased. I'm not a pervert. Then I'll try it when I get a boyfriend. If he calls me a pervert, you win. Umezono. I'm not taking that kind of competition, she says grimly. We did so for a while and drank our drinks in silence, but the drinks we bought for Natsuri and the others were getting lukewarm, so we walked towards the court. "Hey, Umezono." A breeze that felt like the beginning of summer blew between Komaki and me. Komaki held her flowing hair and turned to me. "What does that mean?" "I'll never be in a relationship with someone I really like." She said that earlier. Are those words simply because she can't fall in love with someone, or is she in love that will never come true? If Komaki really wanted to drop someone, whether it be a man or a woman, she would be able to do so easily. There is no such thing as an unattainable love for her. I've been wondering about it since a while ago. Why did she say those words with such a face? When Komaki was a little girl, she used to seriously worry that she might not be human because she was too perfect. The expression on her face was similar to the one she had when she had confided in me about her fears, and it made me worry. "That? What do you mean?" Komaki raised an eyebrow. "I know, I think. It's no wonder I asked her so that she wouldn't understand. It's nothing." "I shouldn't have asked you, forgetful kid." I laughed like I always do. I listened so I could understand, and I could tell her my problems like before. So if I responded wrongly like before, I don't know what will happen this time, and I'm helplessly worried. So instead of asking the questions I wanted to ask, I ran away. I am an idiot. Really. Chapter 10. I took a shower provided by the management office and changed my clothes. Although I only rented a court for 3 hours today, I was several times more tired than when I played alone with Yuri, probably because Komaki was there. However, since I came early, the time is still 2 p.m., which means that I can play additional time if I want to. Yuri, walking in front of her, was mumbling and complaining. I'm sure my muscles are sore. When Komaki stood shoulder to shoulder with her, Yuri became visibly agitated and suspicious. That's easy to understand, I thought, and chuckled. Natsuri-chan, you really like chan? Certainly. She's acting suspicious. That's just suspicious. We chuckle at each other. Natsuri seems not to have heard our conversation, perhaps because she is frantically talking with Komaki. She says she longs for it. She said it was cool to see her helping people in need, and she started to admire her. It is surprising that Komaki would do such an auspicious thing as helping others, but her outward good looks are hardcore, so it is not surprising that she would do such a thing. But I am sure that in her heart, she looks down on people like she can't believe they would get in trouble for such a thing. What about you, Wakaba? What about me? Do you like chan? Her round eyes stare at me. Yuri is calm, but she has surprisingly strong eyes. I narrowed my eyes, feeling as if she could see through my mental framework. I wonder. Maybe not. The truth is, I hate her so much so that if I were asked to eliminate only 3 things I dislike, she would be on my list of candidates. But at the same time, I care about her in a way that is inexplicable to me. Not only because of my past mistakes, but also because I can't leave her alone, or rather, I can't ignore her. This is partly because she is so perfect. There is definitely a desire to pull her down from her position of perfection and laugh at her. So I have been challenging her to win, and I will continue to do so. However, when I think about it again, my relationship with Komaki is complicated. We dislike each other, but we are together, and we are competing with each other. From the outside, we may appear to be good friends, but in reality, we are like tangled threads, a jumble of confusion. The only thing that is certain is that we will never, ever like each other. Yuri is tilting her head. Is there something wrong with me? As far as I'm concerned, that's not the case. What do you mean? Yuri and I rarely talked about Komaki. When we were alone, our conversations were more about other things, because Wakaba, when you look at chan, you have a very kind face. I rolled my eyes. It was the first time anyone had ever said such a thing to me. In the past, I would never have looked at Komaki with that kind of face, but now I do. Certainly, I no longer have any resentment toward Komaki left in me, but certainly, the resentment I felt at that time left a result in my mind of hating Komaki, and that is why I still hate her. Besides, it was Komaki who expressed her dislike for me first. Until that incident, I had considered Komaki an important friend. We were close in our own way, and I often challenged her to a game, but I also had a liking for her. Even if she looked down on ordinary people, we still had fun when we played together. It was that incident that made me dislike Komaki, but perhaps the emotion I held most strongly, more than feelings of dislike or resentment, was sadness. I had friendship for her, and though I didn't put it into words, I knew she did too. It was sad to know that she disliked me so much that she wanted to hurt me. Even so, I lost track of her when she tried to use me as a hug pillow on the school trip. She could have gone to any high school with her grades, but why did she bother to choose the same one as me? It's not like it's very close to my house. I don't know. After the incident, I became even more confused about Komaki. But if I ask her questions, I am afraid that I will make a bad change again. I'm driven by such anxiety. But the worst thing is that I am deprived of my dignity. If Yuri says so, I guess so. I don't think she likes me that way either. I wonder if that's true. Well, okay, Wakaba. Yes. Yuri takes my arm and twines it around her own. I think she looks like a cat. Her moderately muscled arms are different from Komaki's. If I had to choose which one is better, I would say Yuri's because of the difference in ownership. Wakaba is so small and cute. No, I think everyone is just too big. I'm not a child to want to be big now, but I don't want to be short and be slighted like this. Maybe I'm simply prone to getting licked by people. Note: in Japanese the word used for to lick can also mean to make fun of, or to make light of. No, being licked is not a quirk. People don't lick my stomach like Komaki does. Why do they think in that direction? Wakaba's right hand is mine. It's mine, you know? Don't take ownership without permission. Ahaha. Even though it is already summer, she is sticky and clings to me. Her long hair is a little ticklish against my arm. However, this is not the first time Matsuri's behavior has been unpredictable, and I don't dislike being attached. So I said nothing more. As we were walking along, Komaki suddenly turned toward us. She looked at me and Matsuri with a blank expression on her face, not knowing what she was thinking, but it only lasted a few seconds, and soon she was smiling and talking to Natsuri. The way she smiles, she is a normal high school student. I wish she would act like a normal high school student in front of me. Then I might be more friendly to her. In reality, it would probably just be the same as usual. Chapter 11. In the end, the four of us stopped at a nearby cafe for a light meal before breaking up. Yuri was sleeping hard during the train ride, probably due to lack of exercise. Since Yuri was the one closest to home from the tennis court, I felt sorry for her and woke her up to let her get off the train. I leave Matsuri, who lives in the same area but is one stop away from me, and I am left alone with Komaki. One more stop and we would be at our nearest station. At that moment, Komaki puts her hand on my knee. Her hand gradually moved upward and touched my arm. I look around, unsure of what she wants. There are hardly any people in the same car. The people on board were also tired from playing or rowing. I stare at her hand, thinking that she won't take off her clothes. Her white, slender fingers sparkle in the western sunlight. Her nails, which seemed to be painted with something, held a fresh shine. The light made my eyes hurt a little. Your nails? What are you painting them on? I ask, breaking through the strange air. Clear nail polish. Hey, it's beautiful. It's a line she's probably used to being told. That's why she doesn't change a single expression on her face. It's not good if she does. Wakaba. 2. If you applied them. Me? Maybe not. Just watching is enough. She still seemed uninterested. Conversation stops. I feel like we used to talk so often that silence was rarer. But since we became high school students, we spend more time like this not talking about anything. I have no desire to be friendly with her when I know we don't like each other, and I guess Komaki doesn't either. This silence suits us now, and this is what I call an appropriate distance. How about a game where we take turns talking, and the first person to run out of topics loses? If I tried it, I would lose. I'd better not try. I don't think they will do anything reckless like talking about dignity here, so I can forget about the game for now. Hey, Wakaba. NHN? Today is Saturday. I know. I knew I couldn't have forgotten, but still. I had informed my mother that Komaki was coming to visit me, so there was no escape. What would she do to me this time? I felt a little uneasy. Are you really going to come? Why you ask? This why you ask? Must mean, why are you asking such nonsense? Isn't it strange for two high school students to have a sleepover, just the two of them? Besides, there's nothing for the two of us to do together. There is. What will it be? The game. It was an unexpected word. It is true that Komaki and I used to play games a lot. However, it seems strange for two high school students to have a sleepover and play games alone. And if we were close friends, it would be me and Komaki. Did you tell them you were going to stay all the way out here for that? Don't dwell on it. Wakaba doesn't have to question anything. From the beginning. You don't have the right to veto. You don't have to think about reasons. It's forceful. Certainly, I have not yet won the game with her, and I have no right of refusal because my dignity is not recognized. Whatever her purpose for wanting to come to my house, I guess I don't have to think about the reason because I can't refuse. I let out a small breath. Then, she held my hand. She squeezed my hand, as if she was checking me, as if she was touching something precious. My body stiffened, unable to trust the touch. I wondered what she was up to. I looked at her face and it was as emotionless as ever. What does she want to do by holding my hand? Does she want to see me dislike it? If so, I thought, and tried to make a disgusted face. Komaki just looked at me without blinking and never made a happy face. Did she not want to hurt me so badly that I wouldn't even consider shame a shame? I still don't understand. She seemed forceful, but then she quietly took my hand. What on earth was this? Hey, the train shakes with a clunk, clunk. It is only one station, but the distance feels terribly long. Time passes slowly, as if it has been stretched out, and I feel Komaki's body heat for a long time. What were you and Matsuri talking about? I wish we could have remained good friends forever. I know that Komaki didn't like me from the beginning, but since we had been friends for more than 10 years since we first met, I wanted our fake relationship to continue until we became estranged. It's just selfishness. But the story of my right hand. What's that? Are you from an organization or something? My right arm. Matsuri says it belongs to her. Komaki's hand gripping my right hand is getting stronger. It hurts a little. You know this is mine. Is it ever fashionable to claim ownership of my body? What if Yuri takes my left arm? I chuckled, but Komaki doesn't even giggle. I wonder if Komaki, who is trying to take away something precious from me, doesn't like the idea of my right arm becoming someone else's. It is true that my right arm is precious. It is true that my right arm is very important, but I have no intention of giving it to Matsuri or Komaki. I have the ownership of your whole body, Wakaba. So, it's not just about dignity. Giving your dignity means giving your all. Isn't that an expansive interpretation? The train slows down gently. The view outside the window, which was tinted a madder red, changed to something familiar. The station platform comes into view, and I try to stand up. It's all the same anyway. If we keep playing the game, everything that's important to you will be mine, Wakaba. She has no doubt that she will win. Even today I lost, so maybe it's no surprise. One of these days, my organs are going to be auctioned off. With a plash, the train doors open. A summer breeze blows into the train, and my hair and Komaki's hair flow. Because I will win. A year from now, or 2 years from now, or someday. How about 3 years from now? I'll win by the time we graduate high school. I grabbed her hand with my other hand and helped her to her feet. As we hurried out the door, the heat clung to my skin. Still Komaki would not let go of my hand. If I win. High school students holding hands on a station platform. I am sure it must be strange from the side. Just do me one favor and grant me my wish. You're not in a position to ask me for a favor, but as you are now, Wakaba. But, fine. If you win, that is. I've got your word. You must keep your promise. If I win, I should cut all ties with Komaki. The relationship originally started when I poked at her on my own initiative. Then, it would be best to end it with my victory. A relationship that should have ended when he began to dislike each other has continued unbroken due to a variety of factors. A relationship that has become twisted and entangled can no longer be repaired. So there is only one destination. If I continue in this current relationship, I will probably go crazy. I have to win, no matter what. Chapter 12. Welcome, Komaki-chan. Is Wakaba giving you any trouble or anything? My mother greeted Komaki with a big smile. Komaki has always been a stranger to people other than me. My parents are also subject to this, and Komaki is beaming, smiling with an unnecessarily fresh smile. Sorry to bother you. I have always been friends with Wakaba. Right? Yes. We get along very well. I smiled. That's right. We are very close, aren't we? Ahaha, we laugh at each other. My mother looks at us with eyes that see something smiling. She has no idea that her daughter is in the hands of her childhood friend. It would have been scary if she had. I was about to go back to my room, but Komaki stopped me. Wait. Let's take a bath together. You just took a shower a few minutes ago, didn't you? I almost said it, but stopped myself. Komaki has a look on her face like she will never give in. I don't know what she is trying to do, but having lost another game today, I probably have to offer her something precious again. The most important thing. First kiss. First date. Those are the kinds of things that I value and have not yet dedicated to her. No, she would not go that far. even if she is expected to. No matter how much a person kisses to hurt someone they don't like, it's still a quirk, a change of clothes. Do you have them in my room? Well, I'll go in as soon as I get it. I didn't bring a change of clothes, so I'll wear Wakaba's. You're close to home. Why don't you bring it? My clothes don't fit you. I don't care. Just come on. If you catch a cold, I won't know what to do. I sighed and then went back to my room. All of my clothes were too small for Komaki to wear, but I picked out one of the larger ones and headed for the changing room. Komaki was not in the changing room. I looked in the laundry basket and found Komaki's clothes. She was already in the bathroom. What is it? Today I undressed and entered the bathroom with the same doubts and inexplicability that I have had many times since I gave my dignity to Komaki. She was already sitting in a chair, washing her own hair. Being a normal house, the bathroom is not very spacious and I decided to stand and wait for her to finish washing herself. If this was the case, I should have taken more time to choose my clothes. By the time she finally finished washing herself, I was almost catching a cold. You should have gone in first. I'm the kind of person who doesn't want to get in the tub unless I've washed my body. Well, I understand. I kind of hate taking a bath with just a splash of hot water, too. Komaki is soaking in the bath and watching me. This is the first time I've washed my body while someone is watching me, so I am a little, or rather quite uncomfortable. I feel as if their gazes pierce my entire body and my skin tingles. Although we have known each other since childhood, we have not bathed together often. This would be the third or fourth time we bathed together like this. I remember taking baths with her when we went on school trips in elementary and junior high school. Both times she washed herself next to me, but I don't think she saw me. Maybe I just wasn't aware of it. Do you enjoy looking at my body? I ask while washing my hair. It's not enjoyable, Wakaba. You have a child's body shape. Are you making fun of me? I am by no means a child body type, etc. I am getting taller and taller every year, and in 10 years I may have a model body that surpasses Komaki's. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think that will be possible. You looked like you'd be served juice at a sushi restaurant. What is that specific example? If you don't enjoy it, don't watch it. If I say it's fun, can I watch? It's not what I meant, though. Maybe this is what they mean when they say this and say that. I don't think I can beat Komaki not only in athletics and studies, but also with words. I would definitely lose in an argument, and I would be left to take the initiative when kissing her. Not that I want to take the initiative and kiss her so hard that her face melts or anything. I'm thinking about the futility of it. It's all Komaki's fault. I start to wash my body with a body towel to shake off my thoughts. There was a little lather left on it after Komaki had used it. I can't help but sigh at her choice to use mine so precisely and without permission, even though I have my parents' towels on the floor. The foam from washing Komaki's body covered my body in white. Imagining this, I became a little disgusted and carefully rinsed my towel with hot water. But after all, Komaki got into the bathtub first, so the hot water is what she has already used. She seemed to be invading not only my mind, but my body as well. But I felt defeated to use the shower, so I moved her body out of the way and stuck my hand tub in. Even I'm growing up in this. It's a period of rapid growth. If growth peaks at that level, you'll probably see yourself shrink rather a lot in a few years. It is much safer to be made fun of like this than to be treated in an inexplicable manner. Yes, this is the kind of relationship we should have. Hate each other, make fun of each other, clash with each other. If this kind of relationship could continue until we parted, there would be nothing to say. I am still wondering why she wants my precious things. If she had made it clear to me at the time that she didn't like you, that would have been fine. If the assumption that we dislike each other is destroyed, then the question arises as to what that incident was about, where she went out with a senior and dumped him. Because she hates me and wants to hurt me. I can't think of any other reason. It's hard to ask unnecessary questions in such a situation, so I quietly put a lid on my mind. There is no need to think about it. Even if I thought about it, there is nothing I can do about it now. You really have grown, Umezono. Ever since that incident, all I have thought about is Komaki. My mind was invaded by Komaki. And I hated myself. Thinking back, my mind may have been stuck since then. If I don't win Komaki and forget about her for good, I guess I will never be able to move on. You were always crying all the time, being so much smaller than me. I began to flush my body. What Komaki's gaze contained changed from interest and curiosity to bewilderment and doubt. I have never cried. You did. You were always crying. That's because I can't see the tears in you, Umezono, so who knows? Here, stuff it. I entered the bathtub from Komaki's front. Facing each other in the narrow bathtub, I felt extra tired even though I was in warm water. I let out a breath. It was not for comfort, but for exhaustion. Komaki's long legs reach out and snuggle into the bathtub as if to pinch me from both sides. They are really long legs, I think. They are white, slender, and make me want to bite them. Wakaba. She calls my name in a voice that urges me to continue the conversation. The meaning of the word changes, and even though it is my name, it sounds like a completely different word. I want her to call my name plainly, without any meaning. I wonder why I feel that way. I hated you back then, Umezono, but I probably hate you even more now. I wonder what meaning is put into the word my hate. Even a name, which shouldn't be a word that conveys emotion, can change its form infinitely when it is filled with meaning. Then, if the meaning of the word hate is changed, even the essence of the word may be changed. For example, if you say the word hate with the meaning of like, that word would make one's eardrums tremble with the sound of like. I am sure that I have just said with all my heart that I hate her. I really, really, hate you. About you, Umezono. The words stopped in mid-sentence. It was Komaki who stopped them, not me. I would have been thrilled to have her shut me up by covering my lips with hers, but when Komaki did it to me, my heart just tingled, and it was impossible for me to feel a flutter. Her lips, apparently blistered from the bath, suck on my lips. I open my mouth for air, almost drowning in the more than usual moisture of her lips. As if waiting for it, her tongue invades my oral cavity. It always happens. Kissing is just an act of lips meeting, so I don't even bother anymore. If one day I fall in love with someone and kiss them with the emotion of love, at that time, the act of kissing will surely have a special meaning. But even then, I will never forget the kiss I shared with Komaki in the summer of our first year of high school. Maybe I am kissing her to make me forget. Komaki twirls her tongue around me as if to imprint her presence. I hate you too, Wakaba. There is no color to that hate. So I'm a little troubled. I know, you said before that you couldn't see me, but to me, you're much more invisible, Umezono. Even if I showed you, you wouldn't see it. She says this in a small voice and drops another kiss on my mouth. The sound of her kissing me again echoes in the bathroom. I miss the days when I longed for a kiss. My deflated feelings are surely proof that Komaki has stolen something precious from me. That's why I hate you. Komaki looked like she was about to cry and muttered something like that. There was definitely a lot of emotion in her hate this time, and I was a little relieved by it. I think I'm an idiot, but I am sure it is the same for everyone to feel relieved when they feel consistency. If she doesn't like me, then she doesn't like me, and I want her to be consistent in her attitude. Why does she choose melon soda as her drink of choice when she enjoys hurting me? I think about it, but I don't have an answer, and I'm still confused because I still don't know how she feels. But maybe I'm not consistent enough. I hate Komaki. I hate her, but I don't want to hurt her. I don't want her to cry or suffer. So, I would not force her to eat spicy food, even though I would talk lightly about it. It's unfair, I think. I still wish for Komaki's happiness, but she does not. She won't even let me believe that she hates me. If that is the case, what kind of face am I supposed to wear from now on? The feeling of hate is terribly fragile after the resentment is gone. Too weak to build a relationship on it. I sighed involuntarily and she put her lips on mine again. The emotion that came from the tip of my tongue was not hate. Chapter 13. I didn't know you were still using this. Komaki took out a mechanical pencil from the pen case on the desk in my room. It was a character pencil that I had bought in elementary school as a matching set. It was too childish to use at school, but I had always treasured it so much that I felt it was a shame to throw it away, so I used it at home. I had been using it so naturally that I had forgotten until just now that I had bought it with Komaki. I felt uncomfortable and turned away. I hear Komaki fiddling with my mechanical pencil because it was durable. She still seems uninterested. I have no intention of keeping the memories of Komaki with me, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. I tried to sit on my bed, but before I knew it, Komaki was sitting on my bed first. Hey, that's my bed. Don't sit there with your own face. I had no choice but to sit on the chair. Smells like Wakaba. What do I smell? Like milk. What the hell does that mean? Komaki throws the mechanical pencil towards me and starts to hold the pillow. I rush to catch it, but fail and it falls to the floor. Sighing, I pick up the mechanical pencil and put it back on the desk. The mechanical pencil is now tied to my memories of when Komaki and I were still close, and I probably won't be able to use it as much as I used to. It felt so comfortable in my hand. I liked it. I sat back deeply in my chair, feeling disappointed. Don't do that. You'll crush the pillow. They won't go under on this level. It'll be crushed. You're like a gorilla. Umezono Komaki is burying her face in my pillow and sniffing it. It's expectedly embarrassing, so I don't want her to do it. I don't think I smell funny, but I don't like it because I don't know what I smell like. Is this part of the harassment? I poke the mechanical pencil in my pen case. In the first place, you have no right to tell me what to do, Wakaba. There it is again. What you do and what you say is always in one pattern. I don't want to be told by someone who only drinks melon soda in one pattern. A pillow comes flying. I catch it and place it on the desk. Swaying, Komaki stood up. I felt a strange presence, and I jerked my body away. What are you going to do now? Are you going to lick my belly again? Or do you want to kiss me? Whatever you want to do. I try to be strong, but when I say this, I know she will start doing something completely different. Komaki stood in front of me and held out her right hand. I wonder what she is imitating. Again, she said shortly and took my right hand in hers. I remembered the way she held my right hand, with all four fingers tight and the thumb up. It was a game that I used to play in the distant past, lying deep in the recesses of my memory. Finger wrestling? That's right. If you hold it down for 10 seconds, you win. Ready? I wait. She started the game on her own, but with finger wrestling, maybe I would have a chance to win. I lightly grasped her long, thin fingers and followed the movement of her thumbs. Her thumb moved around as if it were a different creature and I could not catch it. If I lost in such a simple game, I would have to ask myself what I could win. I desperately try to hold her thumb down, but on the contrary, her fingers hold me down. I think I am at a disadvantage because her fingers are much longer and more beautiful than mine, but using that as an excuse doesn't help. 1, 2. A merciless count leaks from her petal-like lips. There was no way I could get out of it, since even Komaki's strength was stronger than mine. In the end, I did my best to free my thumb, which was held by her, but I couldn't move it even a little. Too weak, she says with a chuckle. Her expression was clearly condescending to me. This pisses me off. I'm pissed off, but I can't say anything back. My heart has been in shambles ever since I lost the midterm test in which I was most confident. I felt as if the next 10 points were so far away that I couldn't even see her back. I feel like I've been lost since then. Really? You never change, do you, Wakaba? What is? Weaknesses, small hands. Various, all of them. It's disturbing. I am still growing in mind and body. The same is a line that comes out of her disrespect for me. Until when? Until when will Wakaba remain my Wakaba? Since when do I belong to Komaki? Now that I am deprived of dignity, it is no exaggeration to say that I belong to Komaki. There's no way. You've never changed before, so you should stay the same for the rest of your life. Her brown eyes reflected back at me. I felt my body stop moving. I feel as if my brain is ringing alarm bells. But to what? Don't be self-indulgent. I'm different. I'm not the me that Komaki knows. The hand that was holding my finger moves to my wrist. Before I know it, her other hand is also gripping the other wrist. My wrists are tightened with a vice-like force. What? What is this? I looked up at her, bewildered. An icy expressionless face was looking down at me. Undress, huh? I thought I had won the game, but she immediately tried to take my precious I freeze for a moment, but come to my senses when I see her undress me. I shove her away without a second thought. The sight of her in my pajamas was a little comical, yet somehow frightening. I know, I understand. Just take it off. I'll take it off. I'll do it myself, so don't touch me. I thought I would be told that I had no right to say anything, but Komaki surprisingly said nothing. So I took off my clothes as I did in the changing room. I always do this. Even when I change into my school uniform, I usually take off my clothes in my room, and the other day I changed while Komaki was watching me. So, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. I thought so, but felt that today was not going to be like the other times. I'm naked in my room and something precious to be taken away from me. If she is trying to take it from me, I must resist with all my might. No, I didn't let her take away my first kiss so easily, but this first time is really unfashionable. I can make any number of excuses for a kiss, or I can just feel that Komaki can do such a thing to someone she doesn't like. However, the line that is drawn inside me says, no, you can't go that way. Is it because I am afraid that Komaki will tell all about it? Or do they think it's too late because I've been mature enough to offer up something important to her up until now? Either way, I probably have a very boiled head. Look, I took off my clothes. Well, come here, then. She beckoned me to her on the bed. If I took even one step, I would be within touching distance. I was terribly afraid to close the distance, and I felt like I was going to get stuck. But what made me do it? I found myself taking one step toward her and then another. Then, when I stood in front of her eyes, she hugged me tightly and tightly. She pulled me to her, and I fell on the bed as if I were on top of her. I cannot see her face. The bed creaks with the weight of two bodies, and the mattress sinks deeper than usual. The bed, which knew only the weight of one person, kept creaking as if it didn't hear me. An arm is placed behind my back and touches me as if searching for something I have lost. I felt a shiver run through my body as slightly cold fingers crawled over me. Certainly, it's different. Maybe. She muttered and relaxed. The feel is different than before. Even though it looks the same, it's not what it looks like. My voice was a little shaky. Remember this. From now on, no matter who you invite to this room, remember that it was me who first stripped you naked in this room, Wakaba. Even if I wanted to forget, I wouldn't. If you do this to me, then good. She moved me off of her. I continued to look at her in silence for a while, but she eventually said, get dressed, put it on. Is this all she's going to do? I wondered, but decided to dress silently. All the while, I continued to feel her eyes on me, but nothing special was done. The game changed the atmosphere so much that we even forgot the words we spoke. I had no choice but to take out my portable game, but come to think of it, there is no game we can play together. We sat shoulder to shoulder on the bed in silence. Our shoulders gradually moved closer together, and what had been only a faint touch became a snug fit. Still neither of us made any attempt to move our bodies apart. I could feel Komaki's quiet breathing not only in my ears but also on my shoulders. I closed my eyes. I remember without trying to remember how Komaki changed. That was in the second grade in elementary. At the time I was also playing with Komaki, but at the same time I was challenging her to a game every day. There was no difficult talk about dignity. It was just frustration when I lost. One day Komaki called me over to her house and asked for my advice. When I said okay, she followed up by saying, I'm a human being, right? Everyone says I'm perfect, and I can do anything, so they get mad at me. They hate me. Am I really human? I still vividly remember that she looked as if she was about to start crying at any moment. It was a line that could have sounded sarcastic, but I could tell by her face that she was seriously distressed. Indeed, she was so perfect. She could do anything so perfectly by any means, and I sometimes wondered if she was actually an artificial person or something. She must have been terrified of herself because of those doubts. What are you talking about? Perfect or not, you're a person, Komaki. You don't have to worry about that. As I often counseled people, I laughed at their worries, as I always did. I knew that if I answered too seriously, they would sink in, and it was best to laugh and blow off their worries as if they were nothing. But then Komaki began to look down on people. Since then, Komaki has visibly started to look down on people, and any sense of insecurity she had before has disappeared, and she has become like a different person. At the same time, people stopped hating her. She became better at playing the cat, but I didn't necessarily think that was a good thing. I still think about it. If I had rubbed her back then, instead of smiling and telling her it was okay, and told her she didn't have to cry, I wonder if a different future would have awaited her now. If I had wiped away the tears that were shed in her heart, she wouldn't have looked down on people as she does now. Such regret, which I can't help but think about, has been pricking my heart ever since. Wakaba, don't sleep. Komaki shook me by the shoulders and I opened my closed eyes. Her face was so close to me that she could catch my breath. I don't know why I did it. I just know that before I knew it, I had taken Komaki's lips. When I pulled my face away, Komaki rolled her eyes in surprise. I was surprised at myself too. So I gently stood up and smiled deceptively. Shall we get ready for bed? The pillow. Why don't you go and get it? Komaki narrowed her eyes. I understand. I have no veto power anyway. I'm kidding. I'll do it. If you cry, I'm no match for you. Obstinate. Crying in front of you is not possible, Wakaba. Would she cry if it wasn't in front of me? It seemed mean to ask that, so I said nothing. That night, I became her hug pillow, as the saying goes. As she slept, her face was as peaceful as it had always been. I think that I, too, may not have changed. All along, my mind has remained turned to Komaki in the past. Komaki in elementary school and Komaki in middle school. Every year the number of Komaki occupying my mind was increasing, and I felt as if I would be crushed by Komaki if I didn't do something about it. I should have done that, or why Komaki did what she did. If I kept thinking about those things, I would be gone. So I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep, as if to get rid of Komaki. With Komaki in front of me, though, that was not going to happen. Chapter 14, It's So Hoot. After the closing ceremony, Komaki and I were walking around our local town. You're so loud. Don't make weird noises in my ear. Then get away. It's too hot. What was she harassing me for? Komaki had been holding my hand in this sweltering heat that exceeded 35 degrees Celsius, 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And since she showed no sign of leaving no matter what I said, it was getting hot beyond hot. I would melt if I didn't. If it were true, we would have been in a cool store by now. So, what are you doing today? I was planning to go out for a cold one with Yuri and others. Wakaba, you have a big attitude. Yes, I'm very sorry. I am not even willing to change my attitude when it's this hot. If Komaki had her way, I would have no place at school from the second semester. But it is so hot that it doesn't matter. Yuri and others are probably eating shaved ice right now. Ah, my beloved shaved ice. I wanted to eat it, too. Even if Komaki had ordered me to go home with her, I should have refused because of the shaved ice. I was afraid of what would happen later, but I probably should have chosen the shaved ice instead. What were you planning on eating? Shaved ice, the espuma variety. I heard there was a new one near the school, so I was going to go there with Yuri and the three of us. She is expressionless and not even sweating. I, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat. If you buy something there. Komaki pointed to a convenience store just around the corner. A espuma shaved ice is now available at the convenience store. It was not a good balance at all, but I decided to go ahead and buy shaved ice at the convenience store. I don't know Komaki's taste in ice cream, so I chose a shaved ice with a different flavor from mine at random. Bought it. What do you want, lemon or melon? Melon. It can't be helped. I'll let you have it. How arrogant. Unusually, Komaki chose melon. I don't think she likes melon, so she is probably just trying to keep me from eating my favorite food. I wonder what her change of heart is, since she usually sends me melon soda. All my doubts were dispelled when I ate the refreshing lemon shaved ice, which was nothing short of delicious. It's been a while since I've had a different flavor of shaved ice, and I think it's delicious. But the shaved ice at the convenience store tastes so good that it makes you wonder a little how good the shaved ice at the store tasted. Leaning against the wall of a convenience store, the shaved ice tastes a little cheesy. But maybe this kind of enjoyment is a high schooler's prerogative. Wakaba. Before I can say, what? A spoon is shoved into my mouth. After a moment's delay, a weird, artificially created melon taste spreads across my tongue. After all, melon flavor is always delicious. At the same time the spoon is pulled out of my mouth, I bring mine to her mouth. The lemon shaved ice, which I offered her with the thought that she may or may not eat it, disappears into Komaki's mouth without resistance. Komaki had a bit of sweat on her forehead. Her bangs were sticking up with sweat. I had never seen someone sweat after eating shaved ice before. The lemon flavor was delicious, isn't it? It tastes cheap. That's what shaved ice at convenience stores is for. You don't understand. Komaki is extravagant, even though she grew up in a family environment not so different from mine. Perhaps my palate has been overloaded with so many tributes over the past few years that my taste buds have become discerning. The feeling of our entanglement was nothing out of the ordinary, though. I thought so for a moment and shook my head. The feeling of tongue-on-tongue entanglement and whether or not I have a thick tongue are two different things. The more I think about it, the more the heat is getting to me. If you insist, I'll let you eat it. You just fed me. An exchange. Komaki offers me the container with every spoon. She had no expression on her face. No, I thought. Don't you have to replace the spoon? I thought so. But this is the attitude I have when I don't say whether or not. I don't know what she was thinking. But maybe this is part of her taking something precious from me. Well, it's probably too late now. It's strange how many times you kiss each other tongue to tongue and don't want to use the spoon she used. Though exchanging spoons with each other is also generally strange. You should have given me the melon from the start. You eat too much melon, Wakaba. It would be better to eat something else once in a while. I'm the melon fairy, born of a melon. Yuck. I put my spoon in the container and traded it for hers. No matter whose spoon you use, a melon is still a melon. My tongue, which finds these made-up flavors very tasty, is probably much cheaper made than Komaki's. I glanced at Komaki and our eyes met. She was sucking on her spoon with a bored expression on her face. It must be a kind of talent to be able to eat the icy treats that bring relief from the heat in such an emotionless manner. Phew, that was delicious. It got a little cooler. I took Komaki's container and went to throw it in the trash. That was all I needed to do to lose the coolness that the shaved ice had given me. When I returned after throwing away the trash, Komaki was idly looking at a poster in the window. It looked like a poster for a fireworks festival. It was an annual festival, but the last time Komaki and I had been to one was probably when we were in elementary school. After middle school, I got tired from club activities and stopped going. Besides, Komaki and I had been estranged for a while after the incident. Yuri and I went together last year and have promised to go again this year. Come to think of it, Yuri was still doing club activities last year, but she went to the festival without looking tired at all. Maybe that's because it's a festival after all. Is this thing still going? I was there last year. I'm planning to go again this year. With whom? With Yuri. Before I met Komaki again, I was always with Yuri. We studied hard together last year in order to attend the same high school, and when I think about it, I feel that we have a deep bond with her. However, even though we get along well, she has a rather elusive personality, and like Komaki, I don't know much about her. When I'm alone with her, I'm kind of laid back and don't make much progress in my studies. I learned that the hard way last year. She is the kind of person who makes everyone around her relaxed. I like that a lot. Although I won't give her my right hand. What are you smiling at? Komaki points it out. Oops, just in time. Because it's Yuri, you know? Question mark. Komaki tilted her head. She couldn't even understand it because it was so silly. Kono Yuri. Summer Yuri. Same Yuri. She's been teased about that a lot. Yeah, that's what she said. But she likes festivals too, so she said it's okay. It sounds like the cicadas are singing as they burn with life. It is human nature to wonder how they feel when they sing. Let's go home. Umezono. Komaki looked up at the sky and was in a daze. As I wondered what it is, I smelled wet asphalt. As if it were a lie that it had been sunny earlier, rain begins to fall in torrents. The light gray asphalt quickly turns dark gray, and the smell of summer becomes stronger. Chapter 15. I retracted my foot that was about to step out and took shelter under the roof of the convenience store. "All right, let's see who gets home first," I said and started running, guarding the top of my head with my bag. The weather forecast for today was sunny, so I didn't bring an umbrella. In that case, I'd better run home quickly. With that in mind, I started to run, but Komaki was not following me. I turned round and saw Komaki with a pretty flower-patterned umbrella. I told her it was a match, but her steps were terribly slow. Her eyes were completely mocking me. "I'm pissed off. If you're willing to do that, I'll go ahead." I ignored her and tried to run toward home. But was it a bad idea to turn toward Komaki? I slipped and fell. The coldness of my butt sank in before my embarrassment. I looked up at the sky, too lazy to stand up. Countless drops of rain are falling from thick, black clouds. The weather in summer is changeable, and I am constantly being tossed around year after year. Each time I think I hate summer, but to the extent that it can be changed just by eating shaved ice. The feeling of dislike is vague and easily fades away. For me, it's probably the same with the feeling of liking. Once it passes its peak, it just fades away, and I can't hold it in my heart for dear life. I wonder what it's like. It's not that I want eternal feelings, but sometimes I feel like a terribly thin-skinned person. As I was wondering what I am, a floral pattern covered my vision. Komaki, who had apparently caught up with me before I knew it, is looking down at me. "What are you doing, idiot?" Komaki looked like she was about to hold out her hand toward me for a moment and then stopped. I had no intention of asking for her hand from the beginning, so I slowly stood up. It has only been a short time since I ran out from under the roof and my body is already soaking wet. My wet uniform is sticking to my skin and making me feel uncomfortable. I let out a small breath as I pick up my blouse. "You're very well prepared, Umezono. Most people have at least a folding umbrella. Apparently I'm not normal to you." I stepped out of the umbrella and smiled at her. Being alone with her in the small space of an umbrella, I had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. In many ways, besides, I didn't think she would honestly put me under her umbrella. I was soaking wet anyway, so it was fine if she wouldn't let me in. The rain has cooled things down. Rain is dirty. Wakaba may not know this, though. Don't worry. I'm not fastidious. I walked away dancing. The game was fizzling out. "Hey, why don't you play the game?" I asked her as she looked emotionless under the umbrella. I don't want to get wet for a game I know I'm going to win. Why don't you try getting wet once in a while?" "I've never seen you wet, Umezono. My body is already so wet that I can't help it. I am soaking wet to the point that I wish I could just take it all off." I smiled like a kindergartner looking forward to playing in the rain. "Why are you smiling?" "In order for a fine melon to grow, it needs lots of water." "Melons are water happy." "I don't get it. And don't look at me and smile." "Why not?" "I hate it when I see you smile, Wakaba." I don't hear so much direct snark. When people tell me they hate it, I want to smile at them, even if they mean it. I follow Komaki's gaze as she turns away, and I smile at her as I move my body. "Wakaba." She raised her eyebrows, her voice steeped in protest. "Wakaba." Like the snooze on an alarm clock, my name repeats over and over. Each time I turn around and smile at her, just out of her sight. "Wakaba, you idiot." She grabbed me by the collar and put her hand on my cheek. Mixed with the sound of rain hitting the ground, I hear the sound of an umbrella falling. The rain slides down between my lips and the taste of her lips changes from the usual. It feels strange, like irony, like sweetness. Her hot tongue is cooled by the rain, but I wonder what my tongue is like. After a long time of kissing that feels like an eternity, we are released. Perhaps it was because it was raining hard, but just kissing her made it more difficult than usual, and I was out of breath. I smile. "Ah. We're all wet." "Even though you brought your folded-up bag with me." The first kiss had a certain meaning, but I don't find much meaning in the second and subsequent kisses. So I talked to her, as I always do, with a face like it was nothing. "Me too." I think Umezono is mostly an idiot. Kissing and being a wet rat. There is some purpose to her kiss, more than harassment. I felt like I could figure out that purpose if I thought about it, but I don't think I needed to think about it. It was too late to think about it all. There is nothing I can do about it now. So I laugh, as if to blow away all sorts of bothersome things. You can't get wet for a match, but you can for a kiss. Weird. I bunched my wet hair with my fingers. You got wet anyway, so let's go home slowly. I pick up her folding umbrella and close it. The umbrella, which was supposed to be kept in her bag for such an occasion, ended up not playing its role for the rest of the day. Wakaba. As we were walking along, twirling her closed umbrella, I was approached from behind. Even soaking wet, Komaki looked beautiful. I can't tell if her wet face still had makeup on it or not. Either way, she was well put together, which was probably a good thing. It is really unfair because beautiful women are beautiful even when wet. I would probably be called like a stray dog if I were wet. It's a problem for me, though, because I'm rarely called cute when wet. I'm coming, too. For a moment I had no idea what he was talking about. But I soon came to realize that I was talking about that poster at the festival. Yeah, I'll be there. NHN, well, go ahead, but then again, I don't have veto power. Instead, I won't forgive you if you do anything strange when I'm with Yuri. As I said this, her face slumped slightly, her long hair fell over her face, making her expression unreadable. The sound of the rain, which continues to pour down in sheets, drowns out her voice. Fine. Because I made a promise. You don't have to tell me what happens if I break it. Got it? That seemed to be the end of the conversation, and Komaki lined up next to me and walked away without a word. She did not take the folded umbrella from me. She didn't seem to be enjoying getting wet in the rain, but I kept holding onto it, knowing that there was no point in giving her the umbrella back now. I would give it to her when I got to her house. That was my intention, but I forgot it as we walked together, and I ended up carrying her umbrella back to my own house. It was only after my mother pointed it out to me that I realized this. Komaki would have plenty of umbrellas, and I would return them when I could. I put Komaki's umbrella on the umbrella stand and wrung out my wet blouse. Chapter 16. The opportunity to return the umbrella came surprisingly quickly. Komaki caught a cold. When I heard about this from my mother, I decided to visit her on my way to return the umbrella. My mother and Komaki's mother are friends, so sometimes Komaki's information comes to me from her. The reverse is also true, and this is probably why Komaki found out where I was going to school. Komaki's mother probably buys things like sports drink and jelly for her, so there is no need for me to bring them with me. That made it difficult for me to think of a gift to visit her, so I ended up buying only lemon shaved ice at a nearby convenience store and went to her house. I was greeted by Komaki's mother and headed to her room. I don't know how long it has been since I have been in the room, but upon entering, I see that not much has changed. The furniture is the same, and even the color of the bed has not changed. I look down at Komaki, who is now a caterpillar under the covers. I don't even know if she is sleeping or awake. If she is sleeping, there is no need to wake her up. Komaki, I've come to return your umbrella, and by the way, I'd like to pay my respects. The caterpillar futon twitched. Not knowing if she was awake, I put the umbrella on the small round table for the moment. I'll leave it here. I also bought some shaved ice as a sympathy gift, but if you don't want it, you can give it to your mother. Then, I'm going home. Take care. It was not like I was going to stay at her house to take care of her, and it would have been strange to tell her to get well soon. So I just told her what I needed to do and was about to leave when the caterpillar sprouted an arm and grabbed my arm, making it impossible for me to move. Wakaba. A faint, gravelly voice struck my earlobe. I'm not ready to catch a cold at that level. I had thought so before I came here, but when I heard her voice, I felt a little sorry for her. It wasn't my fault, I'm sure. I think it was Komaki's fault for kissing me without fear of getting wet. Morning, Umezono. The futon softly moves and Komaki appears. At the same time, something falls from the futon. It was a tired, old-looking stuffed animal. I remember taking it with me in a crane game a long time ago. I wondered if Komaki had a memento of me, too. I thought so, but I thought it would be wrong to point it out now, so I picked up the stuffed animal. I patted its head and handed it to Komaki. She had a subtle look on her face. She was dazed, turning her slightly flushed cheeks toward me. As expected, I think you should have taken the umbrella. You were too wet. I didn't catch a cold because of it. I think she doesn't have to be so stubborn in such a situation. If I stay here, I might make Komaki get stubborn and raise the heat instead. But Komaki's hand is still holding my arm, so I can't leave. This is just a lot of overthinking and a fever, that's all. I see. You know, sometimes it's hard to sleep when you're thinking about the universe and stuff. I'm thinking about something more esoteric than the universe. Komaki is a strange place to be stuck in. More esoteric than the universe, she says. What is it? Is it the ecology of cicadas? There, as expected from Umezono. How wonderful you are. I adjusted the conversation appropriately. Then I put my own hand on her hand that grabs my arm. Her hand is terribly hot. I wondered how high her fever was. I was a little worried. Get off me. You're supposed to be sleeping properly. If I let you go, you'll leave. Well, that's because there's nothing I can do with you. Komaki coughs. Koho. She is so weak that it is hard to imagine that she is usually so weak. Then you don't have to do anything. Stay here. I couldn't bear to refuse a sick person's request without a fight. I let out a small breath. All right. I'm here. So get your hands off me. If you don't get some sleep, you'll never get better. You're like a mother. And noisy. She is a sick person, so I wish she would say something prettier. I gently peeled off her hands and pulled the covers up to her neck. Her round eyes were staring at me. The way she breathed painfully was unsettling to watch. There is nothing I can do, but at least being here might make her feel a little less lonely. When you are alone with a cold and fever, you sometimes feel lonely without any reason. I am not trying to be cheeky, but I guess it is the same for Komaki. Tell me something. I thought I didn't have to do anything. Komaki does not answer. Instead, she closed her eyes and exhales deeply. Yes. The other day, Yuri was. I tell Komaki about the times I played with Yuri, Natsuri, and the other girls, as well as some interesting stories I heard from them. Komaki did not look happy at all, but she seemed to be listening to what I had to say. Wakaba. After a round of talking, she turns to me. Her eyes are thinly open, but unfocused. In her eyes, I could not see me. Why are you with me, Wakaba? It was a small voice. I sat on the floor and made eye contact with her. And if I don't win, I will not get my dignity back. Then, before that, when we were just starting high school. Why? When I saw Komaki on the day of the entrance ceremony and when I saw her in the school building, I did nothing. Because I thought that my relationship with her had ended when we were in middle school and that we had nothing to do with each other now. But she talked to me, so we started talking again somehow, and we found ourselves back to our old relationship. What was it that led for me to challenge a competition again? Maybe it was because I didn't want to look into her eyes as she looked down on others. Perhaps my feelings toward her are more than just hate, but I am not going to dwell on the details. You talked to me, and it was you, Umezono. We had been reasonably close before. I thought we could be friends again. Now that the environment has changed, I was naive at the time. I guess I used to be close to Komaki to the extent that I thought we might be able to return to our previous relationship after such an incident. We were the closest of friends, even though we weren't. But if you are friends who are close to a certain extent, you may become friends again if you have a chance, even if you are estranged from each other. I have lost touch with the friends I was closest to in elementary school, but if I ever see them again, I am sure we will be friends in our own way. For me, Komaki was that kind of person. I have not forgotten the malice directed toward me by Komaki. But I know that Komaki had been suffering for a long time, and the regret of not being able to solve her problems remained in my heart. You're an idiot, after all. Komaki mutters. She's right. I think I'm an idiot. I hate her. I despise her. And yet, why did I think that we could be friends again? I'm not a decent person, too, and I can't speak for Komaki. You're the idiot. You hate me. How could you talk to me after what you did? Why didn't you just ignore it? You said the person you don't like is talking to you. I'm not so poor-minded as to ignore someone who talks to me, whether I don't like them or not. What am I arguing with a sick person? Whatever I was then, all that matters is that I am here in Komaki's room like this now. But for goodness sake, I think we must move on. If I don't end this long-running competition and settle both Komaki's feelings of hate and my feelings of dislike, I will never be able to move on. If I do not live my life without Komaki, my life will surely be untenable. That sort of thing. Komaki gave a small cough and then threw a stuffed animal to me. The stuffed animal, which seemed to have been thrown with much less force than usual, softly jumped into my chest. Chapter 17. I kept unconsciously using the mechanical pencil I bought with Komaki. What about this stuffed animal? Is it just left there because I feel sorry to throw it away for some reason or not? Unlike a mechanical pencil, a stuffed animal is not something you just keep using for no reason. It is impossible to forget how you acquired it or the memories that reside in it. Stuffed toys have such power, and in fact, I was reminded of them the moment I saw them. I still don't get it. I wonder what Komaki is all about. From Komaki's point of view, I may not understand either, but I guess it's the same for both of us. If I don't like her, I can always say so. If she does, I'll do the same. Even what? The words never come out of my throat as sound. They get stuck in the middle and suffer. As I stare at her, Komaki yields and stands up, pushing me down. I feel the hard carpet on my back, and my body aches a little. Komaki straddles me as it is and brings her face close to mine. Her eyes, as if melted by the heat, reflected me. Komaki's lips were on mine, as if she was trying to pass on a cold to me. Her lips, hotter and stickier than usual, felt as if they were melting mine. Her tongue slides in slowly, and her saliva, sweetened, perhaps from a spud or something, is poured into my mouth. The words that had been stuck in my throat were swept away by her saliva, and then they were gone. Still, the pain in my chest remained, and I didn't know what to do anymore. If I just gave her everything I cared about, maybe this relationship would end and the bitterness would go away. Wakaba. Her body leans over and falls on top of me. I put my hand on her forehead and found that it was quite hot. I knew I should have left earlier. It's fine. Don't say anything else. Now that I know everything, get some rest. The truth is, I don't know anything. I struggle to pick up her body, which seems to be in a daze, and lay her on the bed. Her body was hot and sweating. I stroked her head for a while and eventually she began to sleep quietly. Her sleeping face was not very peaceful, but I hoped she was having a good dream. The more we talked and the more times we kissed, the stranger it became to me that I was losing track of Komaki. Normally, through conversation, we should be able to deepen our understanding. I hate you. My words have long since lost their power. The dislike I had for her has passed its peak and is beginning to slow down. I don't like her, that's for sure, but at the same time, I want her to be happy. My emotions are in limbo, inconsistent, and I feel myself being swept away by them. I don't know what I want to do or what I'm thinking, so it's troublesome. Everything, all of it was Komaki's fault. I am going crazy and a large part of my mind is not working for me. I told you, you don't have to cry. I finger comb Komaki's hair. Her hair feels a little damp with sweat. I wonder if we've changed, too. I really don't know how it happened. Only while I'm petting her, her expression softens a little, but I can't pet her all the time. Idiot. You're an idiot, Komaki. If Komaki had been more foolish, we might not have had the relationship we have now. Maybe we would have remained friends forever, and we would have had a good time without the incomprehensible kissing. But I am sure that if Komaki hadn't been Komaki, we wouldn't have become friends in the first place, because I wouldn't have challenged her to a game. It can't stay the same. If we have come to this point in our relationship because of misunderstanding, then why not just go for it? Maybe we should just make more and more mistakes. There may be a good future waiting for us at the end of the twisted relationship. I stood up. There was no point in mulling it over in a place like this. As I was about to leave the room, I suddenly caught sight of her lips. Umezono Komaki did not answer. Only her sleeping breaths reverberated in the room. I gently kissed her lips. It was neither hot nor sweet, just a touch. It touched my lips. I had no further thoughts about it, and my heart didn't flutter or get irritated. Is it good or bad to be able to kiss naturally? What does it matter? I don't care. And she will continue to kiss me until I win. But then, why do I have to kiss her from me? There is nothing I can grasp from the kiss. And I don't know how I feel or how she feels. And yet I kissed her. I am not the kind of person who can kiss a sick person's lips for no reason. I let out a small breath and start walking. At that moment, his foot hit something. I looked and saw a bag under a small table. The small white tote bag was the one Komaki uses when she goes out. It seemed to have been kicked and its contents were scattered all over the place. A folded umbrella, a key case, a handkerchief and a mechanical pencil. It has the same character on it, although it is a different color than the mechanical pencil I had been unconsciously using. Mine has a pink background, but hers is blue. But why does she have such a thing in her bag? Wakaba. I heard a voice and jumped up and down. I turned to Komaki to see if she had woken up, but she was breathing in her sleep. Apparently, she was talking in her sleep. I wondered what she was dreaming about. I wonder if I, too, in my dream, am challenging her to a match. Go for it, me in my dreams. At least in her dreams, Komaki should let me beat her. Thinking silly thoughts, I put the things that have popped out back into my bag. I gently placed the last of the blue mechanical pencils, which are cleaner than mine, into the bag. The character pencils are too childish for Komaki to use outside. It would be too far removed from the image she presents to others. Is she just using it unconsciously? No. When she came to my room, she immediately noticed my mechanical pencil. Even I, who was using it, had forgotten that Komaki and I had matching pencils. I remember that we are matching and I keep them in my bag. I probably don't know what that means, no matter how much I think about it now. So I pushed the mechanical pencil to the corner of my mind and walked out of the room. I greeted Komaki's mother and went outside. White incoming clouds were slowly moving across the sky. It's summer. Regardless of the relationship between Komaki and I, the seasons flow. If I let the flow of time take its course, my worries and doubts will surely drift away. That's fine, I guess. I have many questions in my mind that are too difficult to think about deeply. If I had to face them one by one, I would probably go crazy. Chapter 18. Wakaba. Over here, over here. Matsuriu's loose voice invites me to walk towards her. It is 5:50 p.m. As the sun gradually sets and the sky begins to turn a deep blue, we gather near the festival site. Matsuri is wearing a blue yukata and her long chestnut hair is tied behind her head. It is tasteful, or whatever you want to call it. It is just beautiful. You're early. The yukata looks good on you. You look cute. Really? I'm glad. You looked good too, Wakaba. I'm dressed as I always am, though. It's best to look good in your usual outfit. Matsuri wore a yukata last year, and I think we had a similar conversation then. When I was little I used to wear a yukata too, but I stopped wearing it at some point because it was too cumbersome to move around in. I wonder how Komaki was like. She could wear whatever she wanted, so I was never impressed by what she wore. Maybe so. Were Natsuri and Umezono not ready yet? Yeah. I had invited Natsuri to join us at one point, but she responded randomly that she would go if she could. She lives in a different place, and I understand that she does not want to take the train to come all the way here in this hot weather. You always arrive early, don't you, Matsuri? I like to wait. At one point, I tried to meet up earlier than Matsuri, and it was like we were playing a game to see who could get there first. Eventually, we both started meeting 2 hours before the meeting, and I remember that I stopped because I thought it was ridiculous. I would arrive well in advance and Matsuri would arrive a little earlier. I think that kind of relationship suits us. What are you doing while waiting? I'm thinking about Wakaba. Only that? Only that. It's an indescribable statement. Matsuri is a little strange. However, I think it is pleasant that she is always honest in her words. I don't know if I have the elements to be thought of that way. You have. I wonder what kind of clothes you wear. What do you look like when you come here? Something like that. A vague conversation continues. After all, many people are going to the festival today, and people with buoyant looks pass by us. As we continue our conversation for a while, we eventually see Natsuri and Komaki in the distance. It seems that they have joined us on the way. Natsuri is still acting suspiciously. Thank you for waiting, Komaki said, and Matsuri responded. No, we're not waiting that long. Well, let's go. Natsuri and Komaki are dressed as usual. Komaki was not wearing a yukata, as expected. We started walking in double file. As before, it was a natural combination of Matsuri and I, and Komaki and Natsuri. I am glad that I don't have to walk alongside Komaki. Lately I have lost sight of the feelings I should be directing toward her, and I feel as if I am not in a normal state of mind. So I feel at home when I am in contact with Matsuri, who has not changed at all. The feelings I have for Marin are always unmixed love, and I never doubt them, nor do they ever diminish. I smile at her, she smiles back. It's healthy, normal, and the most comfortable relationship I can imagine. We walked through the festival music for a while and bought shaved ice from a food stand. The shaved ice here has a system where you can put as much syrup on it as you like, and I took advantage of this and put a ridiculous amount of melon syrup on it. The green shaved ice was not the fluffy kind that is popular these days, but the skinny kind. This is not so bad. While sitting on the corner of the sidewalk eating shaved ice, Matsuri unexpectedly sticks out her tongue. The color of her tongue was blue. It was the color of blue Hawaii. I smiled and lightly stuck out my tongue. You're an alien. I would do this no matter how old I get. We both laughed at each other. Then I remembered the shaved ice I had missed the other day. What shaved ice did you have last time? Strawberry milk. It was delicious. Wow, that's nice. I wish I could have been there. Let's go properly this time. You had to run an errand that day, didn't you? Yeah. It really sucks, doesn't it? We turned our attention to Komaki, who was sitting a short distance away. She was looking at us with a blank expression on her face, but when Natsuri spoke to her, her smile returned. Chan? What is it? Giggling, I froze for a moment. I was just wondering if you were here on an errand, Chan. I looked at Komaki, but she showed no sign of saying anything. Then I thought it would be better if I didn't say anything unnecessary either, so I smiled at her as if nothing was wrong. No, my parents told me to come home early. Is that so? Matsuri seemed to glance at Komaki for a moment. I popped something into my mouth that was so green that I couldn't tell if it was syrup or ice. Unlike Komaki, there is no backwardness in my relationship with Matsuri. So, as we ate our shaved ice, we continued our usual contentless chit-chat. During this time, I occasionally felt Komaki's eyes on me. Don't worry. I would never say anything unnecessary to Matsuri. I turned to look at her with that meaning, but she turned her face away from me. I don't mind. I also looked away from Komaki for a bit. A white tote bag caught my eye. It was the same as the one I had left in my room the other day. I wondered if there was still a mechanical pencil inside. The question that I had been pushing to the back of my mind now rears its head a little. I shook my head. After eating our shaved ice, we slouched toward the site of the fireworks display. The festive atmosphere made me more talkative than usual, but my steps were heavier than usual. As we gazed idly at the food stalls lined up in a row, I felt a hand on my hand. It was a warm, small hand, different from Komaki's. It was Matsuri's hand. We've got to make sure we don't get separated. Matsuri was smiling at me. I shook her hand back and smiled slightly. Indeed, with so many people around, it is hard not to hold hands. Surrounding us in all directions are people whose faces and names we do not know, and once we blend in, even those we know will seem like strangers. So I held Matsuri's hand a little tighter and looked ahead. Natsuri and Komaki, who should have been walking in front of me, were not there. I looked around, but could not see any shadows. Where's Natsuri and Umezono? The words I was about to utter were snatched away by a loud thud. It seems that it is time for the fireworks to go off. Chapter 19. A bright orange emerges from the sky, which had been blackened as if ink had been poured over it. The roar of the fireworks filled the sky, muffling all the sounds around us. At that moment, I felt a tug on my hand. Let's move, Wakaba. Matsuri pulled on my hand and walked faster to wade through the crowd. We can join them at the venue. I walked past her with an unmixed smile on my face. How was my smile toward Komaki when I was in the second grade? Was it as radiant and unclouded as Matsuri's is now? For a moment, I wondered. When I went to the fireworks site, it was already crowded with people. It seemed that the battle for seats had already ended, and the places where we could get a good view of the fireworks were already occupied. We bought some food from a food stand at the venue and settled in a corner. There were countless people walking around, and it was very difficult to find Natsuri and Komaki. It is said that a person's appearance can be easily lost. Once lost, the outlines of what was once clearly visible become blurred and disappear among the myriad of information. Perhaps each time we lose sight of something, we find something new and important, and slowly forget about it as it blurs. I have not yet forgotten. I am still holding in my heart something that I once almost lost sight of, something that now has lost its outline and I can't even grasp its identity. It may be too big to throw away. Maya. The fireworks shone brightly, cutting through the darkness of the night. Matsuri's face was clear as she gazed up at the sky while holding my hand. They're beautiful. Those fireworks. They are. I'm glad I came. I hope we can come back next year and the year after to see them like this. The relationship with Matsuri will probably continue next year and the year after. Matsuri is an important friend and I would like to stay close to her if I could. I'm not sure about Komaki. I want to cut ties with her, partly because I simply don't like her, but also because if I stay with Komaki, my mind will be filled with information about her, and I won't be able to see other important things. That is why I think I should not be with her. Emotions that I didn't understand and that shouldn't have been mine were filling my mind like no one else's. That feeling was terribly weird. I should win, I thought. What would it take to win? As I was thinking about this, my eyes met Matsuri's, who was looking into my face. Are you looking at the fireworks? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Matsuri's face right now. Though. What are your thoughts? Beautiful. Which one is it? Both. I looked up at the sky. Fireworks of various shapes and lights were decorating the sky. I wondered if Komaki was watching these lights. I wondered what she would think when she saw it. She seems to think that people coming to a fireworks display or something like that are idiots. I wonder if Komaki understands the taste and emotion of the festival. I don't think Komaki would look down on all the people who come to the festival and all the groups that participate in it. Wakaba. My consciousness was jolted back to reality. Matsuri was holding my hand as if to check each finger. You were thinking of someone else just now, didn't you? Her big eyes are looking at me. We came all the way here to see fireworks. Don't you think it's a waste? She said so and opened a pack of yakisoba noodles she had bought. We ate it and watched the fireworks. The yakisoba was a little spicy, perhaps due to the peppers. It tasted like something Komaki would overreact to. Do you have someone you like right now, Wakaba? Fireworks called starmen covered the sky. The countless streaks and dots of light were so beautiful that they burned my eyes. Maybe you, Matsuri. Thank you for that. Have you already moved on from Yuki-senpai? No. When are you talking this about? I gave up on him a long time ago. That was a little different from giving up. But I didn't bother to say so. I see. I guess I have Wakaba all to myself now. I'm not gonna lift your arm. Matsuri sat next to me and hugged my arm. I could smell her scent mixed with the sauce. Oh, right. We're getting together with former tennis club members. Do you want to come, Wakaba? She says as she recalls. I'm a little lost because I don't have very good recollections from that. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't wonder what the members I was close to are doing now. If you're not sure, come. Everyone said they wanted to meet Wakaba. Immediately after I quit the club, I was rather blocked up, and because of that, I became estranged from everyone. The only exception was Matsuri, with whom I was the closest. Matsuri and I were still involved back then. She never asked me what happened to me and just stayed with me, which is probably why our relationship has continued. A relationship with someone you love and a relationship with someone you hate. Both are connected, but they are thin, as if they could break at any moment. Then, I'll go. Okay. I'll let you know the details later. Our conversation was cut short again, and we both gingerly looked up at the sky. I wondered what would happen if I never saw Komaki again. Would I be able to cleanly throw away what had filled my heart and return to the person I was before I met Komaki? Probably not. I found myself following Komaki around and my heart was filled with him. I couldn't even remember who I was before that. A good friend. A person I don't want to cry. A person I dislike. The feelings I had for her were so varied that it was ridiculous to even count them. But that is why I have to settle. I have to shed my mental baggage and lighten up because I don't intend to stay with Komaki forever from now on. I don't know if I can do it, but I have to. In many ways. Wakaba. Matsuri. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice shook my eardrums. I looked toward the voice and saw Natsuri and Komaki standing there. Oh, you two. I'm so glad you're both fine. Matsuri smiles fluffy. We're not both fine. If it wasn't for Komaki's words, we might never have found you two. Chan, what did you say to her? I told Natsuri that maybe Wakaba could be in a place like this, and it was a bingo, wasn't it? Komaki smiled at me. I narrowed my eyes. If you think I'm just some guy in the corner, I'm offended. But you're actually here. Matsuri looks at me and Komaki alternately and laughs. I can't even hear a sound. Not that I like these corners. Maybe. Oh well, I'm glad we got to meet up. Komaki's voice was still higher than usual. I could only chuckle. Hey, can I eat this? I got hungry looking around. Natsuri pointed to the yakisoba we were eating. It's okay, here you go, chopsticks. Matsuri hands Natsuri her own disposable chopsticks. Natsuri seems to be a person who has no qualms about borrowing chopsticks used by others, and she sips the yakisoba with a happy face. She is very energetic, I think. I think I am energetic in my own way, too, but I am not as energetic as Natsuri. I stare at her, a little envious of her high school-like vigor. Wakaba. I hear Komaki's voice. It was whispered so close to my ear that it tickled. She leaned forward and held my ear. I'll have some too. She held out her right hand to me. I put my own hand on it. Woof, huh? I'm joking. I'll get you new chopsticks. She holds my hand. I guess it's a sign of don't go. I don't care about indirect things like that. If you don't care, why bother telling me? That's what I thought, but I won't say it. I don't know what she will do to me if I tell her. If she kissed me in front of the two or something, it would be the end. We exchanged spoons the other day, so I don't mind if she uses chopsticks. I was stunned by Komaki's strange desire for my things, but I tried to offer her the chopsticks. Hey, can I have that? The moment I thought that, Natsuri snatched my chopsticks away from me. Natsuri dexterously uses both hands to bring the yakisoba to her mouth. Wow. Ambidextrous? Natsuri, her mouth puffed out like a squirrel, gave a small nod. I have only seen people eating with chopsticks in both hands on gluttony shows. I couldn't help but want to applaud. You can eat all of it. Eat a lot and grow up. I put my hand on Natsuri's head. Natsuri smiled a big smile. Komaki wanted to eat it too, but oh well. Natsuri is so preoccupied with her appetite that she doesn't seem to notice Komaki staring at the yakisoba. You have to be aware of the gaze of someone you respect, I say in my mind. Wakaba. She makes a gruff sound, loud enough for only me to hear. I put my mouth to her ear. Those yakisoba are spicy. You're right not to eat it. Impertinent. I'll buy you another treat. Don't make that face. You're not wearing a cat suit. Fine. Not really. Did she felt frustrated that Natsuri took away my yakisoba from her? I hope she doesn't say something about taking away Natsuri's dignity or something like that. I felt a little uneasy and grabbed Komaki's hand, which was held lightly. I'm going to get some other food. You can both eat what I have here. Saying this, I stood up. Komaki looked at me blankly, but eventually stood up slowly. It is not that Komaki now looks like she is about to cry. I don't think she is crying at heart, either. I don't think she is that weak. That is why I am going out of my way to hold her hand and buy something for a different reason. If I leave a grumpy Komaki here, Natsuri will be harmed. That is all. Komaki, walking by my hand, was as expressionless as ever. I had no idea what emotions he was carrying behind those eyes, so I said nothing. I was grateful for the sound of fireworks that distracted me from the silence, but not so much. I sighed involuntarily. Chapter 20. Komaki looked at the mask stall and made a small noise. She looked at the masks of the same character as the one on that mechanical pencil. It was a popular anime when we were small, and the main character was a girl who was a wizard. I once admired it and wanted to be a wizard. Feeling nostalgic, I approached the mask shop a little closer. Welcome. Which one do you want? I just wanted to take a look at it, but the blustering voices made me feel like I had to buy it. It's not an expensive purchase, okay? I moved my hand, which Komaki had grabbed before I knew it. Do you have something you want? I'll buy you something special. Nothing, really, Komaki said emotionlessly. I don't like it when high school students are so happy with their masks, but I also don't like the fact that they are not cute at all. I had no choice but to buy a mask of the cartoon character in question and put it on my head. I felt like I was looking very cheerful, but I decided to think of it as one of the best parts of the festival. Look, look. She looks like a hero, doesn't she? I don't think she's the hero, but her face is stupid. I think she's better suited to play a kid who cries when she drops an ice cream. What did you say, huh? And the way she says and does things. She's not the hero anymore. Why don't she change her job to a thug? She muttered in the same tone of voice as usual. Having this kind of conversation makes me feel a little more relaxed. I think the most suitable distance or relationship between me and Komaki now is like this. Komaki is a person who takes away my dignity, my precious things, and has no shame in doing anything to hurt me. Frankly, she is the worst of the worst, so twisted and incomprehensible. But talking to her like this, I don't feel uncomfortable. There are many things that piss me off. Many things I don't like about her, and there are things that make me think she has a bad personality. But I really wonder what it is about us. Once upon a time, I wanted to be a wizard. I was cute and cool. But I realized I couldn't be a wizard, so I decided to live my life my own way. As I wander around, I see the lights of fireworks. It seems to be nearing its climax, and the amount of fireworks being shot off is even greater than before. I wonder if I were a magician, I could make any person smile. Komaki doesn't say anything. She just looks at me with a blank expression. I am sure this is the right expression to give me, who cannot be a magician. There is no way she would smile at me. Have you ever wanted to be a wizard? Umezono? Komaki narrowed her eyes. I don't. You're a dreamless kid. Don't you have at least one? Seriously? You're so persistent. Komaki raised her eyebrows in exasperation. Then why were you watching this with me? I pointed to the mask on my head. Komaki looked down at me. You showed it to me. Wakaba. I wasn't interested. Well, is that so? As I recall, I was the one who suggested that we buy matching mechanical pencils. I recommended an anime that she didn't like, and we bought mechanical pencils. Perhaps it was this cumulative experience that fostered a feeling of dislike in Komaki. But then, why does she carry a mechanical pencil in her bag so carefully? Maybe it is a tool to remember her feelings of resentment and dislike toward me, I suppose. Maybe she was sticking that mechanical pencil into a stuffed animal at night. It's a little scary to imagine. You don't have to be a wizard. I can see the magic. Komaki mumbled with a snap. The grip on my hand becomes a little stronger. Where can I see the magic? In the shrines? Anywhere. I never thought Komaki would say such a thing. I thought she was the kind of person who would ridicule a child for believing in magic, but I wondered if she was naive beyond recognition. No, a pure person does not take away a person's dignity. But magic, huh? I don't believe in such things now. But if they were real, I would like to see them. Perhaps the smile from Komaki's heart is like magic. I know that if I wanted to see it, it would never come true because it is not real. That's great. I might want to see that someday too. I said this and slowly looked around the stalls. In front of one of the stalls, Komaki stops. She pulled me by the hand and I turned my attention to a stall. There was a stall marked Watame. Cotton candy. NHN. Is this? Yes. Didn't you say you'd buy me a treat? Of course. I bought a cotton candy and handed it to her. She looked at it sullenly and then gently bit into it. Sweet. It's the sugar. I'm not really concerned about calories, but I couldn't bring myself to eat one of those big fluffy ones, so I just bought one for her. I don't know what she likes, so I don't know if she is happy or not to eat the cotton candy. I know what I don't like. Beyond the white, fluffy candy, I can vaguely see Komaki's face. Komaki's face is always visible to me. It is unclear, as if she is behind a fog. I guess it is what genius is, that ordinary people cannot understand. Do I truly want to understand Komaki or what? I don't know, so I stared at Komaki without saying anything. Let me take a bite, Komaki says bluntly. It's as if the amiability she shows to others is a lie. I don't know which one is the real Komaki. I just think that I am putting on a cat's mask, and that may be the real Komaki. This attitude she shows to me is a fake, and she only shows it to people she hates, which is not true. It would not be surprising if it were. I don't think cotton candy is something you share very often. You don't have to talk back. That's an order, no longer. And I'm scared. I moved my face closer to hers and bit into a piece of cotton candy. It was so sweet that it burned my throat and made my tongue hurt a little. I used to happily eat this when I was little, but now I don't know how I felt then. I felt as if it was someone else, even though it was me. I am sure that some feelings have not changed, but I am still the same person. But I am still a different person than I used to be. I feel a little uncomfortable about that. More, over here. She moves to hide in the shadow of the stool. I follow her, but still take a mouthful of cotton candy. Two high school students sharing a bowl of cotton candy in the dark. It seems almost comical, but Komaki's expression was serious as I watched her from nearby. Komaki was probably the only person in the venue who was eating the cotton candy with such a face. Umezono, your face is covered with cotton candy. Where? In the cheek. I pointed to her cheek. The cotton candy was sticking to her cheek, but Komaki showed no sign of taking it off. She only stared at me with challenging eyes. Sensing what she was going to say, I reached out and took the cotton candy off her cheek and put it in my mouth. The taste was the same, but I felt as if the fog that had covered Komaki had lifted, and my heart felt just a little bit lighter. I feel like an idiot, or rather, stupid. It got attached on you as well, Wakaba. Which part? When I asked, Komaki did not answer, but moved her face closer. I noticed that her lips were parted and her tongue was sucked out. What is she doing in a place like this? I glared at her, and Komaki huffed. Inside your mouth. That's not what I'd call being attached. I let out a small breath and ate the rest of the cotton candy. Komaki seems to have forgotten that Natsuri ate all of my yakisoba thanks to the cotton candy, and her mood seems to have improved. Her grumpy face has returned to a blank expression. She doesn't seem to be laughing as much as she seems to be enjoying it. She was smiling a little earlier, but it might have been an illusion. Just as I was about to throw away the disposable chopsticks with the cotton candy on them and return to Matsuri and the others, the fireworks went off with a loud bang. It seemed that the fireworks were reaching their final climax, and the night sky twinkled with a light that was incomparably stronger than ever before. I see Komaki's face, illuminated by the fireworks that fill the night sky. Her brown eyes widen and my reflection looms large. My long hair, which hangs down to my back, sways in the wind and reflects the light beautifully, as if in a fantasy. You're impertinent, because you're human. I don't know what I was thinking from what perspective, but I involuntarily muttered that in my mind. Komaki's hand reaches out and touches my cheek. I thought she was going to kiss me again, but she did nothing. Komaki just stared into my eyes. It was as if she could see through me to my innermost depths. Komaki said she couldn't see me, but surely her eyes see me and reflect me. Then how on earth do Komaki's eyes see me? I had to keep my doubts quietly to myself, and I felt my heart ache, just a little. Chapter 21. It was fun. Matsuri smiled at me. I smiled vaguely too. I feel like all you did was to eat, though. That's one of the best parts of the event, isn't it? But I wish I could have seen the last fireworks with you, Wakaba. You think I'm not good enough? Natsuri, who was walking in front of me, turns around. Because, Natsuri-chan, you weren't looking. All you had in your eyes was the takoyaki during the last fireworks display. Those takoyaki are better than the fireworks, you know? Oh well, that's fine. Everyone enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Did you have fun too? Komaki-san. Komaki-san. Komaki looked in her bag and was in a daze. When I saw her walking with her head down, I was nervous that she might fall. I know it's not me, but I wouldn't do such a thing. Umezono. When I called her, she lets out a subtle sound that may or may not be a response. I wondered what had happened to her, but she was acting strangely. She turns around and looks at me, and her expression seems somewhat pale. What is it about looking at a bag that makes you pale? Was it a sauce spill or what? Did you have fun? I asked her. Yeah, I had fun. I'm glad. Komaki smiled, and Natsuri laughed reassuringly. I walked a little faster and looked at Komaki. She was putting her hand in her bag as if looking for something. Maybe she dropped something. It is in the bag and Komaki would be distraught if she dropped it. If she had dropped the key case, it would be bad, but maybe not. I don't know why, but I thought so. Oh no. I raised my voice. The three gazes turned to me. Hey. I suddenly got really sick to my stomach. Are you alright? Matsuri asks me worriedly. It might not be a problem. You go ahead. I'll be back in a bit. I think I'm being pushy, but I'm sure they won't follow me if I tell them this. I walked quickly back to the fireworks site. Komaki would never be able to say, I dropped it, no matter what she dropped. Just like she can't shed a tear. Her pride must be getting in the way. Then, after parting with Matsuri and the others, I would have to quietly go looking for the lost and found, but the more time passes, the harder it should be to find them. I went to the central center, which apparently handles lost and found items, but I couldn't find Komaki's stuff. Komaki is basically never caught off guard. She is always perfect, if she is ever so careless as to drop something. I returned to the vicinity of the cotton candy stall. As I searched nearby, I saw something had fallen. It was a broken mechanical pencil. Someone must have stepped on it, for the plastic part was almost completely shattered. The blue mechanical pencil, which had been kept clean, was no longer usable as a mechanical pencil. I gently picked it up and put it in my pocket. I wonder what I should do. Return it to Komaki or pretend it is gone? What would she think if she saw the broken pencil? Maybe she would be sad. Then, I think it would still be better to say that I couldn't find it anywhere. The shattered mechanical pencil made even me, the non-owner of the pen, feel pain when I looked at it. Wakaba. I hear a voice that sounds impatient. I looked up to see Komaki running toward me. Out of breath, I put my hands in my pockets. Umezono. What are you doing here? That should be my line. I thought you went to the bathroom. I went, and I'm feeling better, so I thought I'd go look around on my own for a bit. Komaki stands in front of me. When she stands in front of me like this, I think, she is really big. I had always thought of her as small, but before I knew it, she had grown much larger than me. I wonder if her heart has changed along with it. Is the Komaki I knew here? The real Komaki might ask me to show her the broken mechanical pencil and say, throw it away, with a blank expression on her face. But the Komaki I should have known is different. I'm sure she'll make that face I hate. The face that looks like it's about to cry, but can't. So why are you here, Umezono-san? It's nothing. I see. Well, I think I'll go home. Matsuri and the others have probably already left. As I tried to turn on my heel, she grabbed my arm. It was strong. Did you see anything fall out? I don't know. Get your hands off me. Pulled as it is, my hand comes out of the pocket. Dragged by it, the broken mechanical pencil falls to the ground again. There was a light thud and the mechanical pencil rolled away. She might think I broke it. I thought somewhat calmly, not wanting to see her face. I turned my attention back to the fallen mechanical pencil. The gravelly voice did indeed shake my eardrums. My ears hurt. I don't have to look anymore to know what she looks like. Komaki crouched down and looked down at the broken mechanical pencil. I think someone stepped on it. She rolled her back and stared at the mechanical pencil, as if she didn't hear my words. Don't cry, Umezono. Why is that so? I'm not going to cry. For something like this. She picked up the mechanical pencil and put it in her bag. Her hand trembled slightly. Then, okay. Silence falls. The fireworks were over and the people dispersed in threes, walking side by side without looking at us. If it's that good, you can have mine. I don't need it. I see. I'm going home then. Not wanting to stay here, I tried to walk away, but when Komaki looked up and stared at me, I couldn't move as if my feet were sewn to the ground. Did you knew? I couldn't ask what. I happened to see it the other day when I visited you, and you were acting weird earlier, so I thought you dropped it. Komaki opened her eyes. Then she quickly turned her head down. Stop. Komaki's voice is trembling. This may be the first time I have heard such a voice. If you hate me, don't be nice to me. I'm not being nice to you. You are always kind, all the things that you can give me. I had no idea she thought that. I am a little perplexed. I don't know what to say. Not that I'm doing it for you or anything, Umezono. Just doing what I can to avoid seeing what I personally don't want to see. It's different for me. She stands up and looks down at me. I still think she's big. If you hate me, say you hate me more. I don't know who I am when people are nice to me after what I did. I don't know myself either, so we're even. You know, if you keep doing that, I'm going to get it wrong. You idiot. Wakaba. What is a misunderstanding? What are the feelings she has for me? The word hate has no power, and I am not sure what it conveys. Umezono, in case you were wondering, knew that was the worst thing you could have done. That's a relief. Words that miss the point come out of my mouth. Komaki looked at me with a tearful face, but her eyes seemed to be filled with a different emotion than usual. No matter how much I stare at her, I still can't understand the emotion I don't understand. That's right. I am the worst. That's why. Resist me more. Say you hate me. Look at me with a grimace. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. Even at this point, I don't know what I would do well enough. My hate is past its peak. Komaki's hate has no color either. If that is the case, what is the meaning of the word hate that we say to each other? Exchanging meaningless hates with each other does not properly convey feelings. I hate you. I tried to speak, but the words were still empty. So far as it goes, I am sure that I do not like Komaki. Komaki hugs me tightly, wondering what I was thinking. I settle snugly into her chest and listen to the sound of her heart. Her heart is beating faster than I expected. Smelling Komaki's scent makes my head spin. I feel like I don't know what's going on, but it's pleasant. I think to myself that I don't understand, but I don't know how to get the comfort out of my chest. Wakaba. Wakaba, Wakaba. I feel that her voice calling me has never changed. I have been searching for the meaning in it for a long time. Sorry, you're not going to apologize for just a hug now. You've done much more than that. She seemed to be disturbed by the fact that her mechanical pencil was broken. I don't think it was just a disturbance caused by the breakage of her favorite mechanical pencil. And so, one more thing I didn't understand about her. Her pencil broke, almost misunderstood something, and apologized to me. Each of those actions seemed unconnected. We went home after that, hardly exchanging a word. As soon as I got home, I looked at the mechanical pencil in my pen case. Her mechanical pencil is broken and my mechanical pencil remains the same. The same may be true of our hearts. Her heart has completely changed shape from what it used to be, and only my heart has not changed from what it used to be. I wonder if that difference is what has created our current misaligned relationship. If so, I should break this mechanical pencil and make a change in my own mind. What an idiot. Breaking a mechanical pencil doesn't change me. Change must come so slowly that you don't even notice it, and there is no such thing as sudden change, so our relationship will probably remain the same. It may seem that we are changing, keeping the outline of hating each other, and the inside is messed up. But if the outside is the same, that's fine. I don't think we need to change our relationship anymore. I sighed a single sigh and rolled the mechanical pencil. The sound was still light, and that made my heart a little heavier. Chapter 22. The ex-tennis club meeting was held at a karaoke bar near the train station. I had thought that it would be just for the women's tennis club, but former members of the men's tennis club were there as well. I felt uncomfortable and regretted a little that I had said I would go so easily. When I went to the drink bar, I saw my friend at that time. I think her name was Jitsunashi. Am I a thin-skinned person who can't remember the names of friends who must have been close to me without trying hard? Ah, Wakaba. It seems that the other side remembered my name correctly. I raised my hand lightly. Hey, Minarai. How are you? I'm fine. I'm fine. You look fine too. Wakaba. How's Komaki? Is she doing well? You can ask Umezono about that in person. She's here. So yes, Komaki is at today's meeting. Yuki-senpai was also there and looked a little awkward. I was not surprised that I did not feel anything when I saw him. I think that my feeling of liking someone is a point decreasing one, and it peaks the moment I like them. After that, the feeling slowly fades and finally disappears. I guess that's the way it is. The same is true for my feelings toward Komaki. However, the desire for her to be happy is still nestled in my heart. I wish it would disappear. Even if I wished, there is no way I could stay by Komaki's side and make her happy. I think you knew more about Komaki than I do, Wakaba. You two were very close. Very close. That's not true, you know. Yes, there is. Or rather, are you unaware of it? Both of you are like saying, Komaki Komaki and Wakaba Wakaba to each other. I can't recall very vividly what my life was like before I disliked Komaki. I guess it must have seemed that way to those around me, since we were reasonably close, but I don't think we were that close. I don't remember how me and Umezono used to be. Like you just said? Well, if anything, Komaki was giving more of a like aura to you, Wakaba. Umezono did? I frowned. Minori's words were light, and I couldn't tell if she meant what she said or not. I hadn't noticed. It was that obvious. I think I am a person who is easily aware of people's feelings. But I never felt that Komaki liked me. Sometimes a person wants to take it all away because they love them. I remember her words. Komaki likes me so much that she confessed to my senpai, rejected him, and even tried to take away my dignity. How is that possible? At least I don't understand it. She is trying to take away my precious things because she doesn't like me. It seems to fit better and there is no breakdown in logic. I suppose the human mind can fail at times. You two haven't made up yet, have you? I can't believe you called her Umezono. We have already passed the stage of making up. I have been deprived of my dignity. I have been deprived of so many things that are important to me. There is no way we can return to a normal relationship. Komaki, she kept looking at you, Wakaba. She looked like an abandoned puppy. I don't know what you mean by that. I realized that it was the worst thing she could have done. But she went out with a senior that she didn't even like and dumped him. That must have been an act to hurt me. My senior was hurt because of my involvement with her. In that sense, it could be said that it was my fault that my senior got hurt. But I don't think I can remember Komaki being an abandoned puppy from the way she's looking at me. I don't know what happened with the both of you, okay? Why don't you forgive her? I can't say that you don't know anything. I don't want anyone to know what happened between me and Komaki, and I know that Minori is really worried about us. So I'm a little troubled. Well, I'll think about it. We filled our drinks at the drink bar and then turned to go back to our room. At that time, we heard talking from the hallway. I peeked around the corner and saw Komaki and Yuki-senpai talking. That's a meaningful combination. Putting a hand on my head, Minori says, "What are you looking so happy about?" Despite the fact that it took me a long time to remember her name, I am still able to talk to Minori as I did when we were close. The truth is, I would have liked to have had this kind of relationship with Komaki as well. If I had continued to make the right choices, we could have remained in a relationship where we could laugh and talk when we met from time to time. At least we didn't have kissy relationship. But, did I really want to put Komaki in the same position as Minori is now? Are you listening? SHH. Quiet. Minori gently covers my mouth, peeping and listening. I don't think it's a good idea, but I remind myself that it's also bad to be talking in the hallway. So, I'm sorry for pestering you back then. No, I'm sorry I left you so soon too. I can faintly hear them talking. Apparently, they are not talking about getting back together. I can't believe that senpai would go out of his way to apologize for what happened back then. I think it is 90% Komaki's fault and 10% mine. I don't think there is any need for senpai to apologize. After exchanging some conversation, they went back to their rooms. Minori saw them and smiled happily. Huh, you saw something interesting. I don't think it's as funny as it sounds, but, well, good for them. It would have been awkward for me too if the two of them had remained awkward. For me, It would be worse if Komaki and Wakaba were awkward. Another topic with Umezono. I think it has been a long time since we met. Yet strangely she talks about me and Komaki. No, rather, perhaps it is because it has been so long that the changes in me and Komaki are noticeable. At least, why don't you call her Komaki? Calling her that sounds like Umezono wants to be called by name. She wants to be called like that? I'm sure of it. When I went on a date with her before, I called her by her name, and she was scary blank. Perhaps I shouldn't have teased her, but I think it's pointless to call her by her name now. I don't think Komaki would be pleased by such a thing. I'll think about it. That's all you've been saying for a while now. We went straight back to our room. It seemed that the food that everyone had ordered had already arrived, and the table was festively decorated. I don't know if it could be called gorgeous, however, as the food ordered by high school students at a karaoke bar consisted of fries and fried food. As we take our seats, a senior makes a toast. If it had been a gathering of only my classmates, I might have felt more at ease, but having seniors whom I have not talked to that much nearby makes me a little nervous. However, as I talk with my once good friends, the tension eases and my feelings gradually return to those days. I remember that this person wasn't a very good singer, or that that person had a habit of fooling around when they sang, and so on. Okay, next is Wakaba. The next thing I know, the microphone is being passed around to me. I don't know what to sing at a time like this. Most of the songs I am good at are ballads, and I don't think I am appropriate to sing at a meeting like this. While I was hesitating, my eyes met Komaki's. She is operating Denmoku with a blank expression on her face. Komaki's turn is yet to come. While I was lost in thought, a familiar song came on. It was a love song from 10 years ago, sung when Komaki and I went to karaoke before. Komaki smiles at me. Her stranger's smile is as angelic and cute as ever, but I didn't know what to do with it. Next to her, Minerai is tilting her head. Komaki, will you be singing? Minerai whispers to her. She smiled vaguely. It's almost time to start singing. I guess they want her to sing. She somehow stood up and squeezed the microphone. As we began to sing, our voices overlapped. The voice still disregarded harmony, with no intention of matching me. But last time Komaki sounded like a professional singer possessed, but not today. It was a beautiful, clear voice that retained its original Komaki-like quality. The voice stops. You pick a song on your own, and start a duet on your own. It's the same as the last time, but not the same. I could go on and make this into a Komaki song. I can sing a different song later. She stands up and makes eye contact with me. Serious brown eyes. What is it about karaoke for fun that makes her look like this? If you're scared, you've lost. I resumed singing as we entered the chorus. My singing and Komaki's voice still didn't harmonize, and I felt a little out of tune. I'm glad I met you. The lyrics slip away and disappear. I didn't have the emotion to carry those words. Even though I want to make her happy. Even if I want to tell her she's human. Even though I want to break down her perfection. I haven't been able to make her happy or prove to her that she is human. At least for me, Komaki was not the person I should have met. The person she should have truly met would have been someone who could have defeated her. With someone like that, she would never have looked down on those around her or worried that she might not be human. I like you. A sweet voice shakes my eardrums as it wraps around me. How is my voice? We are singing the same song, but I think the emotion in my voice is completely different. Before I could understand it, the song was over. Everyone was apparently listening to her singing, surprised by Komaki's sudden burst into song. The air stopped for a moment, but applause reverberated through the room. I didn't know Komaki was such a great singer. Whoa. You're just like a pro. Komaki is surrounded by friends. She looked at me with a blank expression. I guess the emotions that were in the song were not her own. She can do everything perfectly. So she can even put feelings that are not her own into a song. The lead role has been taken. I say to Minerai with a wry smile. She smirked. What's with that face? No. I thought Komaki is still the same. Komaki, how did you feel when you sang with Wakaba? Hey, Minerai asked Komaki teasingly. I was worried that she might be okay, but Komaki, who is good only on the outside, is unfazed. She smiles at Minerai. Yeah, it was fun. Sorry. Wakaba, for coming out of nowhere. Sorry or something mindless. I felt my cheeks twitch, but I smiled back. No, there's no need to apologize. I had fun too. I'm going to hate karaoke, twice, along with before. These 2 times alone have made me want to rethink my relationship with karaoke. I see. I'm glad. There's nothing to be glad about. I kept the words I was about to say to myself and turned the microphone next to me. Chapter 23. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Wakaba? We lost the tournament because you quit. After everyone had finished singing, conversation time began. Even though it has been a while since we last saw each other, we are still friends who used to be good friends, so we are able to interact with each other without any problems. Perhaps it is because my mind has returned to that of a middle schooler. No, that's not my fault, right? It's the fault of everyone but me being too weak. You are. I shouldn't have said that. I mean, you had Umezono. Why are you ragging on me? Komaki, she haven't come there much since you quit. Besides, even if one person is strong, it's no good in a group competition. I don't think just the 2 of us, me and Umezono, would end up being a bad idea. Komaki, who was at a different table from me, was still talking amiably with others. It seems that time has passed and Senpai is now able to talk calmly with Komaki. Komaki and Senpai were talking, smiling at each other, just as they did before they started dating. Komaki and Senpai, both of them are people I used to like, but I no longer have any feelings for either of them except that I want them to be happy. I think that Senpai should forget about Komaki, and Komaki should be happy in a place I don't know. The feeling of liking him has long ago turned to ashes, and perhaps the residue of that feeling is faintly moving my heart. I mean, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you quit? Well, a lot of things. You were really blocked up for a while. What happened? I am asking a lot of questions. My feelings about the incident have cooled. The feeling of dislike that has developed since then has faded away, and now I am nothing but a pile of emotional dregs. I guess it's a disease peculiar to puberty, but now that you're back. Oh, well, maybe we can go hang out sometime? You looked like you were about to die, so it's been hard for me to ask you out for a long time. Okay, you can call me later. We continued our casual conversation as if we were making up for lost time. In this way, I feel as if I can forget the situation I am in and become a normal human being again. Thinking about it, how is it that she took away my dignity and I am trying to get it back? It's so funny when I think about it objectively that I almost laugh. In fact, I am on the edge of a cliff. Komaki is going too? Minerai asks. In her mind, Komaki and I seem to be a set. What are you talking about? I told her we should all go out sometime. Yeah, I'll be there. I'm looking forward to it. Smiling. She has a smile on her face, which is extremely unnatural from my point of view. Knowing her true identity, Komaki approaches my table, wondering what I was thinking. Minerai gently ceded her place next to me. I don't need that kind of consideration. Komaki sat next to me. You two go to the same high school, right? Matsuri told me. At a different table, Matsuri waved to me. I wonder if she enjoys passing on information about us to another person. No, it's not like I have anything to hide if asked. Perhaps I am rather overreacting. How nice. You're both so lucky to go to the same high school as a good friend of mine. This guy failed the entrance exam. We promised to go to the same high school. Shut up. You're still healing from your wounds, so don't say unnecessary things. Sure, I was happy to go to the same high school as Matsuri. However, I had no idea that Komaki would also follow me. I am sure no one will understand my surprise when I discovered Komaki wearing the same uniform in April. Which one of you asked the other out? No, Umezono has nothing to do with it. I was talking about going to high school with Matsuri, and Umezono was just a coincidence. Hey, she seemed unsure whether she was interested or not. I let out a small breath. Wakaba, look. Minerai comes around to the other side and puts her face close to my ear. You should call her Komaki. Komaki, that term of endearment originally had no meaning. I didn't want to call someone I didn't like by their name, so I started calling her Umezono. After that, The name Komaki became something special. In my mind, Komaki has always been Komaki, but the name output from my mouth is converted to Umezono. I have jokingly called her Komaki a few times, but the only time I naturally called her Komaki was when I went to visit her before. Whether I call her by her family name or by her given name now, I don't think it changes anything in our relationship. Umezono contains my burning hostility. Then, what about Komaki? What kind of emotion can I put into the name Komaki? It doesn't matter. I think I should call Komaki by name here for now and calm Minarai, who seems to be expecting something. When I try to mention Komaki's name, my lips instantly become heavy. I don't care. I really don't care about the name. Hey. I put my hand on Komaki's shoulder. She stares at me intently. Komaki. When I call out in a small voice, Komaki's eyes widen for a moment. However, she immediately became expressionless and looked at me quizzically. It was a change that was not apparent to the onlooker. What's the matter, Wakaba? Nothing. I just called you. After all, calling her by her name won't change anything. It is also a misunderstanding by Minarai that Komaki wants to be called by her name. I sighed involuntarily. Chapter 24. We then sang some songs and broke up. The karaoke bar was not near my nearest station, so I had to take the train home. I was walking shoulder to shoulder with Minarai and Yuri. Our gait naturally matched each other, so we could walk naturally. With Komaki, it is not like this. Komaki seemed to be talking with her senpai about something. I looked at their backs. They looked like a perfect couple in the glowing light of madder red, but maybe it was just a look, and the arrows in our hearts would never turn toward each other. I will never be in a relationship with someone I really like, she said, but I wonder if that is really true. Looking at her back, which was bigger than mine, I was almost unsure. Wakaba, don't you need to talk to your senpai? Minarai said. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say. You said you liked him so much. Did you confess in the end? I didn't. I think I am the worst for having fallen in love with him without permission and being disappointed without permission. After that, I couldn't believe my feelings. I was in love with senpai. I was sure of it, but it faded away easily with the slightest chance. My feelings of love and hate for Komaki are equally fading. Maybe I shouldn't have strong feelings for her. If we keep our feelings at a moderate level and do not reach their peak, they will not fade away. At least the feelings of love and friendship I have for Yuri are not fading. Maybe you were in love with him. I mutter a few words. Komaki's back seems to be moving away from me. I see. You don't have a boyfriend right now? Yeah. I've never been able to do it. What about you? Minarai? Don't ask me. If you have time to get involved in other people's love lives, improve yourself. What's with you? You're talking big. Ahaha. We laughed at each other. It was peaceful, as if the crazy daily life with Komaki was a lie. Since Komaki and I were the only ones to board the train, we parted ways with Minarai and the others and walked along the station platform. The platform was crowded on Sunday evening, and we naturally waited for the train with our shoulders close together. There was nothing much to talk about. I would like to ask them why they suddenly started a duet, but I know they would not answer. The summer breeze ruffles us. An unexpectedly strong wind blew and swept me toward Komaki. Komaki puts her hand on my shoulder and supports me as if to hold me close. Maybe it's not just the wind that's hot. I looked up into her face. Her cheeks are the color of the setting sun, and she looks down at me blankly. It's dazzling, I think. I squint and reach for her cheek. I think I know why they call you heavenly. What is this all of a sudden? She raised her willowy eyebrows dubiously. Mixed emotions are on her face. I think I prefer a face like hers to a smile. I think she is beautiful, though not angelic. You are taller, so you get more sunlight, Umezono. Probably. That's why you look glowing and aren't called angel. I touched her cheek. The light covering her face moved to the back of my hand. Her nails glistened and her eyes hurt a little. Earlier, you called me Komaki. Komaki said with a blank expression. I gave a small nod. Yeah, and? Nothing. If you want to say otherwise, why don't you just say the word? If you want me to call you, just say so. My dignity now belongs to Komaki, and I cannot go against her no matter what she does to me. If I disobeyed her, I would never know what she would do to me. But if she were to cite dignity and ask me to call her by name, that would mean that Komaki wants me to call her by name to that extent. I don't care what her name is. It makes me feel weird because I think it's special. I am sure that I am the only one who thinks about this and that Komaki called me by name. But my name calling is memorable enough for me to say, "You called me Komaki." What on earth is this? I always don't understand Komaki's feelings. I don't know, and I shouldn't. I remove my hand from her cheek, and an express train is passing through the station. Komaki, 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 Komaki. I call her name over and over, thinking she won't hear me anyway. The name is quickly lost, snatched away by the sound of the train. After all, a name is just a sound. If there is another loud sound, no matter how much feeling you put into it, it will disappear, ephemeral and meaningless. Then it doesn't matter whether you call it or not. Wakaba? Komaki looked down at me. I laughed. I hate you. The colorless dislike echoes hollowly. It must have certainly reached Komaki's ears, but she did not change her expression. I wish I knew what she was thinking right now. Like a handful of times I would probably feel relieved if I could see the colorful emotion "I hate you" filling her mind. But since I can't see what's inside her heart, I pressed my hand on the area where her heart is located. Let's fall. I want her to be less than perfect. But I don't want her to be like a bad drink mixed with many other things. Even if she loses her initial form and is no longer perfect, I wish that the subsequent form would be wonderful for someone else, that kind of thing. Komaki looked at me without saying anything. Her eyes were filled to overflowing with an emotion I did not understand. Chapter 25. When was the last time the three of us had a good time together? It might have been about 2 years, I think. Matsuri and Minarai are talking across from me. Today, the three of us had come to play together. Originally, we often worked in groups of 3. I have been alone with Matsuri since I stopped club activities, but I think this is the right way to do it. I have plans to hang out with some of the former club members, but for the time being, it is just the 3 of us today. It has been almost 2 weeks since summer vacation ended. It is September 10th. The remnants of summer still remain, and it feels hot in the shopping mall even though the air conditioning is supposed to be working. Well, you know, as I recall, September 13th is Komaki's birthday, Minarai said. I was a little dismayed that it was Komaki again. Huh? Is that so? Yeah. I saw Wakaba giving her a present before and knew about it. This year, the 3 of us should pick out a present together. Minarai looked into my face. I had not celebrated Komaki's birthday since the 8th grade. I don't understand why I would celebrate the birthday of someone I dislike, and I had thought that Komaki and I had broken off our relationship after that incident. I am sure that I have more opportunities to be with Komaki in some way, but I think it would be nice to celebrate her birthday again. That could be interesting. Let's pick out a gift, shall we? Then, we'll have 30 minutes from now to make our selections, and the winner will be the one who chooses the most interesting gift. What's with this competition? Anyway, okay, start. Minarai walks away quickly. I haven't said I'll do it yet, but it seems the game has already started in their minds. A game? A game, huh? I feel like it's been a long time since I've had a match that didn't deprive me of something important. I'll be there too. See you later. Matsuri gave me a small wave and began to walk with a leisurely gait. I sighed deeply. What was so sad that I had to choose a birthday present for Komaki? I had no choice but to visit a grocery store in the mall. Since it was a holiday, there were quite a few people in the general store. The general store was full of cute little wooden dolls, mugs, and other cute things, but a gift for Komaki? Unenthusiastic, I wandered around the general store at random. In one corner, I saw a store selling writing implements. I naturally went there. There are various pens with cute designs on them. Among them, there were mechanical pencils. There were pens with space-like patterns, floral designs, and so on. I think they are a little too cute for Komaki to use now. A glossy black mechanical pencil caught my eye. When I picture Komaki holding it, I think it looks good on her. I don't know if I would buy it or not, though. I might at least pick it up and take a look. I reached for the black mechanical pencil. At that moment, a hand reaches out from close by, and it overlaps with my hand. Sorry. I retract my hand and bow my head. When I lifted my head, there was Komaki. I almost let out a guttural sound. I knew it was a holiday, so I knew there was a chance I might run into him. But I never thought I would actually run into him. Wakaba. Why are you here? I came to play with Matsuri and friends. I'm in the middle of a game. She grabs me by the hand. Hey, didn't that hand reach out to get a mechanical pencil? It seemed that you're playing with someone other than me. That's because high school girls and competition are inseparable. My hand hurts. I wondered if she was trying to grab my hand. It was so strong that I thought so. What happens if you lose that? I don't know. Maybe I'm going to be beheaded. I tried to pull my hand away, but it was held so tightly that I could not move at all. I'd rather you take your hands off me. I have to go. This game you're talking about, what is it? She has a lot of questions today. I frowned. A game of picking interesting items. Komaki turned away as if disinterested and released my hand. I am turning red. What kind of power did you use to grab me, you gorilla woman? I rubbed my hand and picked up a black mechanical pencil. Komaki didn't seem to notice it as she turned away. I wasn't sure if it was strange or not, and I wasn't going to give it to Komaki as a gift. But I was curious, so I took the pen to the cash register and bought it. Before leaving the store, I looked over and saw Komaki still in the mechanical pencil section, looking serious. What is Komaki doing here? I wondered, but I knew she would be a bush snake, so I let it go. After all, I looked for interesting products, but could not find anything in particular. Are you seriously going to give this as a gift? It's fine, it was interesting to me. I'm going to give it to Umezono, aren't I? She's gonna hit me. 30 minutes later we reported back to each other about the interesting products we had found in the store. In the end, 2 votes were cast, and we decided to buy the item that Minori had chosen. The gift she chose was a talking doll. The arms have a wide range of motion and can be rotated in a circular motion. The face is strangely realistic, and it is said to be able to greet people and engage in simple conversation when spoken to. 3,980 yen including tax. Not a cheap purchase. We paid the money together to buy it, and it was my responsibility to present it to Komaki as a gift. I am not sure what Komaki would do if I gave her such a gift, but I am a little concerned about how she would look when I give it to her. Would she be angry? Or would she be appalled? It's fun to imagine. Though it would not be surprising if she hit me without saying a word. It's fine, it's fine. If Wakaba gives it to her, she won't complain, will she? Probably. If Komaki hits me, I'll hit you in the same place. Don't. I am amused. They say that feelings are important when it comes to gifts. But even so, the recipient of such a gift would be annoyed. If push comes to shove, maybe I could give her something else as a personal gift to put her in a good mood. What do you mean by something else? But you know what? I think it's better to laugh at these idiots, Minori said with a nonchalant expression. Laugh and make up with a silly gift. Isn't that a great idea? Think of it as someone else's problem. I thought she was just joking around, but maybe Minori's thinking about a lot more than I thought. What I don't understand is Matsuri smiling at us. Matsuri, too, why did you vote for this? Because Chan would be surprised. She wouldn't expect Wakaba to give her something like this. I'm sure that's true, but I sighed. Well, it's got to be fine. Let's just say we bought Komaki's present, and then we can play anyway. Until we fall over. Minori laughs as she says so. The mystery doll is in a big box for nothing, which means I have to play with them for the rest of the day. I really hope they give me a break from this. I was paraded around the mall as I was swept away by Minori. The sight of a high school student walking around with a box of mysterious dolls must have looked very strange to those around me. Fortunately, I did not meet anyone I knew. If I had met them in this state, they would have made fun of me. In fact, I think I look like nothing but a fool. After playing until sunset, I parted ways with Minori and Matsuri. The sun was setting earlier in September, but the lingering summer heat was still intense. By the time I arrived at the station with the doll, my whole body was damp with sweat. As I passed through the ticket gate and was about to buy a drink from a vending machine, I saw Komaki sitting on a bench nearby. Komaki was holding a bowl of corn pottage in this hot weather. It is a vending machine that sells such a thing at this time of the year, but Komaki is still very strange. Do we have to see each other again? I felt a little heavy, but I couldn't resist my thirst and bought a cream soda from the vending machine. Chapter 26. Miss, what are you doing here? I thought it would be strange not to talk to her after seeing her face to face, so I talked to Komaki. I put the box on the bench and sat down next to her. You'll know it when you see it. I was drinking this. Why are you drinking corn pottage in this season? Are you a pervert? Not really. I'm very concerned. I'm very, very curious. But I stopped mentioning corn pottage because I know she won't answer if I ask. Here, this one's for you, Umezono. I placed my hand on the box, as if patting it. Komaki raised her eyebrows. What is this? Your birthday present? Unusually, Komaki is visibly confused. This is my first birthday present for her in a long time, and she can't hide her surprise. I am surprised too. I never thought the day would come when I would present Komaki with something like this. Up until now, I had only given her small accessories and sweets. This time, it was not a gift at all, but rather a mild form of harassment. I picked it out with Matsuri and Minerai. The two of them were hoping you would both be happy with it. Her brow wrinkles. I may have never seen Komaki with such a nasty look on his face. She never looked like this when I persistently challenged her to a game. If it were me and this doll, it seems that this doll is still more disgusting to her. It's not something to be proud of. I would have preferred a mechanical pencil to this. She mutters a few words. Each station train stopped at the platform, but there was no sign of Komaki moving. So I couldn't move either. Luxury gifts aren't things. They're feelings. This doesn't look like it is a lot of feeling, either. I can't even get a grumble out of it. I know it's strange to choose this doll as a gift because of one's feelings. Hey, that mechanical pencil you had, are you still using it? Komaki asked. I nodded. I use it. And I have no reason to throw it away. There is one. Komaki reached into her bag and handed me a small paper bag. It was the same as the one in my bag. It was from the grocery store I had just been to. I'll give you this. Throw that one away. Use this one. Can I open it? Komaki does not answer. I took out what was in the paper bag. A glossy white mechanical pencil, different in color from the one I bought, but the same kind. A mechanical pencil. I'm not the birthday girl, though. Am I? Just take it. Don't use that thing anymore. Why did she want me to throw away that mechanical pencil? I quietly put the paper bag away in my bag. I feel as if the black mechanical pencil is telling me to get it out of here. If she insists so much, I have no choice. I am kind. I knew it. I'll return this. I don't even remember taking it, I said and pushed the paper bag containing the black mechanical pencil at her. She narrowed her eyes for a moment. All right, fine, then. She grabs the paper bag with a blank look on her face and stands up. This is? She put my hand on the box. I'll give it to you, Wakaba. You don't have veto power. She doesn't want the doll. I don't want to take this with me on the train, though. I'm going home. Bye-bye. I gave a small wave. She got on the train at a quick pace. At the same time, the train departed. She left her corn pottage on the bench and went. I looked closer and saw that not a single sip had been taken. Or rather, the lid hasn't even been opened. I tilted my head and opened the lid of the can. I took a sip and found that it was terribly lukewarm. It had been a long while since she bought it. It was just right for drinking in autumn when it was still hot. As I'm thinking about just relaxing until the next train arrives, my phone starts shaking. It's an incoming call. The name displayed was Komaki. I picked up the phone, with the can in hand. Please refrain from talking on the phone in the car. Wakaba, what is this? I don't know if they say this. I don't know. I don't see it. Bag. Mechanical pencil. Like a baby just learning to speak, Komaki tries to convey her intentions using only words. Apparently, she saw the contents of a paper bag on the train. Magic, I guess. Surprised? Did you bought it? Well, yeah, it suits you. I think it's better for you now, Umezono. I hear a repeating clunking noise. Komaki's breathing is mixed in with it, making my eardrums tremble. I wonder what kind of face she's making right now. I hope she is surprised. Not her usual expressionless face, but a silly, childlike face. A mixture of bewilderment and joy would be good. Joy. Why do I think she would be happy to be given a mechanical pencil? Thank you. Your voice is small. NHN. You're welcome. I just kind of gave it to you, so you don't need to thank me. The call was still not disconnected. I tipped the can. Sweet corn pottage spreads in my mouth. I drank the corn pottage because you left it. Are you a bit of a scatterbrain? Not really. I just wasn't thirsty. It's amazing that she buys corn pottage when she's not thirsty. I chuckled. I see. Hey. I sipped my tepid pottage and spoke to her. Why did you keep that mechanical pencil all these years? She doesn't answer anyway, I think. So I let out a small breath, not expecting an answer. I wanted to hold onto it. The answer comes back. I did not expect it. Both the return itself and the words that came back. She wanted to hold it. Did it hurt to hold it? There are pens that chatter, but not that kind of pen. No. What am I thinking? I thought. Why did you want to keep it? Because it's important. Of course. Thump, thump, clunk, clunk. Which is the loud ringing. The mechanical pencil. I'll take good care of it. Wakaba. Do the same. After saying that, she hung up the phone. All that was left was me with a can in my hand and a silly look on my face. I thought I should just be surprised. But I was surprised to be surprised. My head was still spinning and my chest was loud. She wanted to keep it because it was important. A mechanical pencil from an anime she didn't like. That is, but then, why? I don't even know what that means. As I drank the lukewarm corn pottage, I felt that what was swirling around in my chest had gained extra viscosity. Chapter 27. No one knows Komaki's point of view. No one is perfect, my parents said. Then, what am I? I have been unable to say those words for a long time. Ever since I was a child, I was always told I was amazing. I could do everything perfectly, and even the things I did for the first time, I could do better than those who had been doing it for a long time. So everyone called me a genius and perfect. I guess my good looks also played a part. But I didn't like being told that. It may be extravagant, but I wanted to align myself with everyone and do something together. But I couldn't cooperate with my friends because I was completing the project alone. No matter what I did, they would tell me that Komaki would be fine on her own. But if I cut corners, even a little, they would tell me not to make fun of them. I no longer knew what to do. Komaki, let's play a game. Even as my abilities began to turn out to be unusual and I began to distance myself from those around me, one thing remained the same, and that was my relationship with Yoshizawa Wakaba. She was a mysterious girl who challenged me to a game at every turn, and I could not even remember when she had been around me. I found myself standing next to her, and I couldn't get away from her at any time. Why is that? I couldn't figure her out. She always had a bright smile for me, and every time she smiled at me, my heart was hazy. It was in the second grade of elementary school that I discovered the true nature of that haze. It was then that I learned that I was decidedly out of step with the people around me. I realized that there was an unbridgeable gap between me and the people around me, and that I could never be normal, and I hated myself. I'm a human being, right? Everyone says I'm perfect, and I can do anything, so they get mad at me. They hate me. Am I really human? Wakaba was the only person I could talk to about these things. Even my parents could not have my ability. Wakaba was the only one who could look me straight in the eye and call my name with a beautiful, clear sound. What are you talking about? Perfect or not? You are a person, Komaki. You don't have to worry about that. I remember seeing her say that with a smile on her face and I stopped breathing, because she was so beautiful. She looked concerned and a little annoyed, but the awkward smile that she seemed to be smiling with the sole intention of reassuring me pierced my heart. Her words entered and melted into me more smoothly than any other words, and then it was then that I began to believe I was human. Because Wakaba smiled to me, I became human. Because Wakaba said I am a person, I am no longer anxious. I came to believe that I was a human being and I was proud of myself. I realized that I was allowed to live my life with my heart in my mouth, recognized by Wakaba. and I came to love ordinary people who are not perfect. As I did so, people stopped hating me. I realized that when you have a broader perspective, people seem simpler and easier to control than you might think. I can make any human being like me, with one exception. Komaki. How many points did you get in the test? The only thing I could not control was my feelings for Wakaba. When I was in the 2nd grade, I realized that I liked her. I think she liked me too, but my liking and her liking were different in temperature and direction. No matter how much I tried to turn her around, I couldn't be her special, closest friend. I was always her 3rd closest friend. In middle school, she fell in love for the first time. It was senior 1 year above her, and when she looked at him, her eyes were filled with a color she never showed me, the color she shows to her best friend, the color she shows to the person she's in love with, neither colors that she will never show to me. The temperature of my love and hers will never be the same. If I asked her to love me, we would cease to even be friends. I've been thinking about it for a long time. If she doesn't love me, if I can't be her number one, there is only one color I can receive from her, to be my own, the color of hate, only. Wakaba does not hate people. I had never seen her hate anyone. So I wanted to be the person she resented and see my own special color. I went out with the senior she likes and dumped him as hard as I could. I reported it to Wakaba. The color of her eyes changed noticeably, from a color that was widely directed at her friends, to a color of burning resentment that I had never seen before. It was the special feeling I had always wanted, directed only at me. But even that faded with time. The feeling of mere hate was not special to Wakaba. She had plenty of little pet peeves, like bitter melon or ginger. I was in the same category as those things before I knew it. How can I make her resent me more? How can I maintain my own specialness? After much thought and consideration, I decided to take away her dignity. I would take everything she valued and imprint my information on her memory, becoming an indelible scar. It was only thing I could resort to. Wakaba. Even if Wakaba falls in love with someone else in the future, gets married, and has children, I was the first person she kissed, the first person she saw naked in the room, and the first person she went on a date with. I hope she will always remember that. How I wish I had. I roll over on my bed and hold the black mechanical pencil up to the light, discouraged that Wakaba did not receive the white mechanical pencil I bought for her. I looked inside the bag to see what was there, thinking I would throw it away. It was a new matching item she had given me. When she does something like this, I almost misunderstand her. If only I had confessed my feelings to her in a normal way instead of trying to get her to show some special kind of resentment toward me, she might have gone out with me. To me, she is what I see and what I don't see. I know what she likes and what she dislikes. But I can't read her emotions. Immediately after the incident in the 8th grade, she hated me, I think. But when I met her again, she didn't hate me anymore and treated me almost the same way as before. I don't know more since we played the game of dignity. She ate what I didn't like. She was my body pillow. She looked for what I cared about. For someone who tells me she hates me, she always seems to be nice to me. That's why. I don't understand. Does she have the spirit of a saint who can be kind to someone she hates? Or is it because it is me? Wakaba. Holding the mechanical pencil. A new mechanical pencil was given to me in place of the broken one. Isn't that a sign that we will stay together from now on? I would never give a matching pen to someone I hate and want to break up with as soon as possible. It was worth it to buy corn pottage, which I didn't even drink, and sit in plain sight. However, the fact that she gave me the mechanical pencil makes her even more difficult to recognize. I think I did a horrible thing when I was in the 8th grade. No, I am still doing the worst. I took advantage of the fact that she couldn't reject me, and I took away her precious things as I pleased. I know she is afraid of my retaliation. I also think that's why she doesn't resist. But, is it acting out of fear that she kisses me herself or buys me a mechanical pencil? I don't know. If she hates me, I want her to keep saying she hates me. If she tells me she hates me, I should tell her I hate her, too, and we can confirm our feelings. Our relationship can at least be people who hated each other. But I am confused because she does what I want her to do. I don't want us to hate each other. I think I want us to love each other. I want her to love me. I want to be her lover. Every time she is kind to me, every time she tells me she hates me without force, I feel that way. But I chose the option of not confessing then and being resented, and I never got to tell her I liked her. As long as we tell each other we hate each other, we can be together. But if I tell her I love her, even this relationship may break and she may disappear from my life. That's why I can't tell her I love her. If I do something halfway, I won't be able to be her indelible wound. But even so, I love you. If I cannot receive her heart, I would at least like to stay in her heart. Even if she becomes a wrinkled old woman, I would like to leave an indelible scar on her heart so that I will remain in her heart. Let's get her firsts in the next game. Yes, that's what I decided. Chapter 28 Sports Day. Yuri had invited me to play tennis again, but I couldn't bring myself to do so and continued on the train. I haven't decided on a particular destination. However, I was riding the train with a light feeling that I might as well see the sea. I haven't played against Komaki recently. These days, she doesn't force herself to do anything strange, so she doesn't have to go out of her way to fight. I think the sooner the better if she wants to regain her dignity. I think it's a relief. It's not that I want her to kiss me, nor do I want her to lick my stomach. However, there has been something strange about her recently, and she doesn't want to talk about her dignity or competition. I think she started going crazy the day I gave her a mechanical pencil. Ever since then, I've noticed that she'd become a bit strange. She said she wanted to keep the mechanical pencil she bought a long time ago with me. If she thinks about the meaning of those words normally, it means that she doesn't hate me. No. In fact, maybe she likes me. If that's the case, why did she do that? Who was it that tried to take away my dignity? Sometimes I want to take it all away because I love it. I remembered what she said back then. She liked me, so she dated my senpai and dumped him. Because she loves me, she took away my dignity. No, not good. As expected, I can't think straight. I got off at a station by the sea and wandered around town. Summer is over and the lingering heat is easing and the weather is becoming cooler. This year is almost over. I wonder if I will be with Komaki next year as well. Suppose Komaki liked me in a romantic sense. I wonder what it's like for me. I hate Komaki, but at the same time, I want her to be happy. But the feelings I had when I thought I liked her as a friend have turned to ashes. For example, let's say I kiss Komaki while telling each other that we love each other. Try to imagine how I felt at that time. No, it makes me laugh. After all, I hate Komaki. Maybe I'm a cost performance person to have to worry so much about just a mechanical pencil. The meaning of cost performance may be different. I wish everything could be divided into two, just love and hate. I took a deep breath and started walking. I enjoy playing with friends, but I also don't dislike walking around town alone. I walked around the seaside town until the evening and did some shopping. Since October has arrived, the number of chilly days has suddenly increased, and today as the sun begins to set, the cold weather begins to sink in. I should have worn a coat. I took a deep breath and headed towards the station. The station was crowded with people. Although it was still early for the rush to get home, there were a strange number of people there, and the station staff seemed busy. Apparently, the train has stopped. It appears that the fire was caused by a collision between a car and a train, and there seemed to be no hope of recovery. It's not far enough to walk home. This can't be helped. I guess I'll have no choice but to stay at a karaoke or internet cafe today. When I looked at my bag, I noticed that my wallet was missing. Hey, there's no way. I looked in every corner of the bag, but I still couldn't find my wallet. It seems like I left it somewhere. I didn't have my cash card inside, but my student ID card was inside. Reissuing it seems like a hassle. I sat on a bench near the station and looked up at the sky. While I was doing this, my smartphone started to vibrate. While I was wondering what was going on, I received a call from Komaki. What is it for? It's rare for Komaki to call me. Hello, Wakaba, where are you right now? There is no introduction. When making a phone call, I would like you to start by greeting people with seasonal greetings and gradually build up the excitement. Where do you think I was? There is no answer. I laughed bitterly. Why do you want to know where I am? I went to your home. You weren't there. It may be a waste of time to ask why she went to my house. I see. Even if I tell you, I don't think you'll be able to come. The train has stopped. What line is it stopped at? I don't know. Oh right. Let's play a game. My hands are shaking a little. I think it's cold. I have been wearing a thick cardigan, but it seems that this alone is not enough. It's not like I miss human skin though. But I hear an announcement that seems to be playing on the station platform. The voices of those around me are far away. I shuddered. If you can guess the name of the station I'm currently at, you win. Think about it until tomorrow. The hint is the sea. Wait, Wakaba. It's fine. Think about it. There's no way I would play a game like that. It's selfish. It's okay because she'll win anyway. Please tell me where you are right now. She speaks quickly. Was she feeling anxious? Why? I don't want to. Maybe I'm a twisted person. For some reason, I felt like I shouldn't have met Komaki right now. If I met Komaki now, I think she would say unnecessary things. I'm scared that if I ask, I'll hear something useless and end up making more mistakes. After being out in the cold for a day, I'm sure my head will get cold and I'll be able to meet Komaki with a normal face. So for now, let's just tremble here. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. After saying that, I ended the call and turned off my smartphone. What should I do now? Should I go to the police box and ask if my wallet has been delivered? But that's also a hassle. I yawned. I once saw a person who was lost in a snowy mountain in winter being told that if they fell asleep, they would die. What would happen in this case? If I sleep here, will I die? It's probably okay, in the sense that there is a lack of connections between people. The same is true of snowy mountains in winter and towns where many people live. In a town where no one knows me, I'm as good as being lost. But I think there is at least a connection with someone who would call out to me if I was about to die. I hugged my bag and closed my eyes. The autumn wind is surprisingly cold, sucking the heat from my mind and body. Komaki. I wonder why Komaki's face flickers in my head at times like this. Connections between people. Such invisible things can break at any time, and it is not surprising that strong connections can become minimal. At least my feelings change easily and I can't trust them. When I was in second grade, I thought it was the best way to respond to Komaki. A year later, I started to think that was the worst possible response. I had many regrets, hurt myself, and even got hurt. What on earth am I? I wonder if I would have been able to stay friends with Komaki forever without having to worry about things like this. I told her I liked her and she said she liked me back. Did she want that kind of relationship with Komaki? Likes and hates disappear on their own. The emotions that people show me are the same. Komaki, who seemed to like me as a friend, actually hated me. But maybe she actually likes me. Which is it then? Emotions that rise and fall, appear and disappear, are like a grasshopper that bounces around, and are difficult to catch. I wonder if there would be peace of mind if there were things that didn't change. I wish I had the same feelings that I can express tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I don't really understand my own heart, so I want to meet Komaki. I don't want to see her. I want to know her heart. That didn't start today. I've wanted to know for a long time. She wanted to know Komaki more than anyone else. She wanted to make Komaki smile more than anyone else. And she wanted to help her live without her worries. It's not just when we're in middle school. Komaki has always been in my heart. There is a picture of Komaki in every memory. I should have known by now why that is. It was hidden from view by feelings of regret and hatred. I myself tried not to look at it. But, my mind is always full of Komaki. I love you. Maybe it is, I don't know. I don't think that feeling remains anymore. It's not like I've forgotten the malice that was thrown at me when I was in middle school. However, there are memories in my heart that cannot be destroyed by just that. Even though I have many regrets about her, I was always with her. That's why I can't really hate Komaki. Worrying and suffering. Still, I can't hate her because she's trying so hard to live. I want to make her smile. I want to make her happy. Although that's probably not something I can do. As I was thinking about it, my consciousness faded away. Chapter 29. Wakaba. Wakaba. Wake up, Wakaba. I can hear a voice that is clear for a dream. When I slowly opened my eyes, I saw Komaki. Her figure illuminated by the streetlights looked like an angel coming to greet me. I wonder if she's dead. Thinking of this, I looked up. The sun has completely set, and the black sky looks down on us. As my fading consciousness became clearer, my body shivered from the cold. It's you, Umezono. The real thing? Why are you half asleep? Sleep in a place like this? What should I do if you catch a cold? As a thank you, I think I'll ask Umezono to take care of me. Please do something like that. I'll never do that. That's right, I say with a laugh. Komaki was staring at me with no expression on her face. Her face is beautiful even without emotion, but I think she would look even more beautiful if she smiled with emotion. The reason she thinks such stupid things is probably because I'm awake. Has the train resumed service? Not yet. So why are you here? There are convenient vehicles in this world called cars. You probably don't know though, Wakaba. She comes and sits next to me. There she noticed, but her expression was a little more grim than usual. Are you mad? Why? No, because it seemed that way. You were scary. Did she take a taxi to get here? As expected. Her parents would never have driven this far. I think I understand this point well. At the same time, I was a little surprised that she had come all the way here. Did you use a taxi? It costs money, right? Not really. I see. Okay, you understand this place, right? I heard some lines in the announcement. So, I got a hint about the ocean. I searched for every station that connects to the sea. Komaki says with a nonchalant look. Is Komaki a millionaire? Sorry about that. You wasted money. But there was no need for you to come pick me up. What are you saying? She holds my hand. Her hand was so hot that my frozen hand felt like it would melt in her grip. I didn't come to pick you up. I came to kidnap you. Mew? She just walks away. When she looked at the clock installed in the plaza in front of the station, it was 7 p.m. It's been less time than I expected, but I wonder what he's going to do next. Hey, my hand hurts a bit. I was dragged along and walked through the city at night. Unlike me, she seems to have looked at the forecast properly, because she looks warm. I wonder if this is why she is said to be perfect. I feel restless. Only her hand that is connected to her is hot. Everything else is cold. Holding hands, we walk to the beach. The sea at night looks completely different than during the day. The transparency that used to welcome so many tourists is gone, and it has turned into a black color that seems to swallow everything up. Perhaps because the light was dim, I couldn't see the expression on Komaki's face as she walked a little ahead of me. What does she mean by kidnapping? I wonder if it can be put on a crab boat. What Komaki does is always quite outlandish, so I don't really understand it. Umezono, I call her name. She lets go of my hand and turns to face me. She naturally looks up and my gaze meets hers. Deep-colored eyes were looking at me, like the rolling night sea swallowing up the light. Wakaba. Anything is fine. Let's do the game here and now, she says quietly. I can hear the sound of waves in the distance. Her breathing hits her earlobe stronger than the waves. It's quiet but noisy. If I lose, I'll get your first time. There's no need to ask what it is. Even if you don't win, I will take it. Think about it in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, I'll kidnap you, Wakaba. It's so sudden. I thought about something for a second, but then it all went away. If I don't have time to think about it, there's only one thing I can do. Understood? Well then, let's compete. Close your eyes first. She looked puzzled for a moment, but then closed her eyes. Then bent down. Komaki bends down. I feel kind of honest today. Honest Komaki is both disgusting and cute. I placed my hand on her cheek and kissed her softly. After all, it's not fun. My heart doesn't flutter, and I don't feel like I love her. It just feels like something comfortable is overflowing, mixing, and flowing into me. It's not like I've always wanted to do something like this to Komaki. It got weird because Komaki kept kissing her over and over again. If Komaki didn't do anything to me, I didn't do anything either. I think we remained just friends from beginning to end. Then we naturally broke up, met up again a few years later, and started a relationship where we talked about things like the person we were dating and their children. It's Komaki's fault that it didn't happen. The reason why I went crazy. The reason why I was able to kiss without resistance, everything. It's all Komaki's fault. It's my loss. I quietly walked away from her. Wakaba, the separation is different from before. I can't even tease her about her cover. Yeah, it's me, Wakaba. She stares at me with a stunned expression. She looked like an idiot. Maybe I too made this face every time this girl kissed me. May I ask why you're telling me to kidnap me now? Komaki doesn't say anything. I let out a small breath. Before, I said I wouldn't see it even if you showed it to me, but I won't know unless you show it to me. I want to know how you feel, Umezono. You see, I'm listening to things I shouldn't be listening to after all. This is something that touches on the fundamentals of who we are, and even though it's a bad thing to ask, I can't stop talking about it. That's why I didn't want to meet Komaki. There was something strange about Komaki, so she went out of her way to follow me. I'm also crazy because she says she's going to get it for the first time. What was holding back something that shouldn't flow could easily break apart if given a chance, so I didn't feel like I could stop it. The things I had bottled up for a long time overflowed, and I was swept away by it, and I ceased to be myself. Because I don't know how I feel either. If I don't understand both my feelings and Umezono's feelings, I won't be able to go anywhere. Wakaba. She told me that she hates me, so I replied that I hate her as well. Then, what if she said she likes me? I don't know. I have no idea how it's going to turn out. I would be scared if something went wrong and Komaki went in a bad direction. I can't even take responsibility for my own feelings, so I can't take responsibility for Komaki's changes either. But I can't stop now. The trigger was something small, like the fact that she cherished her mechanical pencil, or the fact that she didn't feel emotional about the word hate. The bulwark of my heart was so fragile that it could have been broken by something like that. I'm going to kidnap you now, Wakaba. Let's be together today. She doesn't give me what I want, she just holds my hand. A stiff voice and a stiff expression. Is it nervousness or fear that I can see behind her expressionless face? Whenever she loses her expression, she may be trying to hide something behind it. I wonder what will happen to us if I uncover what's inside. She kept the unanswered questions close to her heart. My heart is starting to lean toward her all at once, as if I'm falling down a hill. I ended up coming to a hotel with her. The amount of pocket money she receives is probably not much different from mine, but I think she has amazing financial resources. I took a shower first and was lying on the bed. I never dreamed of coming to a place like this. For the first time, I never thought about going to a place where I could see the night view. However, I think there is a surprising lack of atmosphere or something like that. No tension or anxiety. The only thing I have is a vague feeling of sleepiness and boredom. As long as I don't know the true nature of what lies between me and Komaki, my feelings may not change. Komaki comes back after a while. She was wearing only a bath towel, and although it may be said that she looked glamorous, it didn't really feel real. Without saying anything, Komaki sits next to me and puts her hand on my chin. The temperature of the kiss was the same as usual. Her tongue slips into the gap between my lips, moves around to taste the entire inside of my mouth, and finally wraps around my tongue. It was a sweet and heady kiss. I wonder where she learned this. That's fine, though. Remember what you do to me forever. She goes out of her way to say something that goes without saying. Once I was robbed of my first kiss, I could no longer forget everything. Is she worried that I will forget her? Her hand slowly approaches. The clear nails she had once seen had already disappeared from her nails, leaving only her well-shaped natural nails. It doesn't shine that artificially, but I think it's beautiful. Her fashionable appearance was no lie, but the true color that lay beyond her skin was so beautiful that it dazzled her eyes. Her face is serious, unencumbered by makeup. Just thinking about it looking at me makes her heart flutter. Not warm or pounding, but round and round. All sorts of emotions swirled around her, and the feeling that made her want to scream was caressing the inside of her chest. Okay, Umezono. Go ahead. Surprisingly, there was no resistance. I resisted when we first kissed, but my mind is already numb and weird. But I think it's alright. It's not just me that's weird, Komaki is too. That's why. It's okay if it gets weird all the way to the end. I gently stroked Komaki's head. Chapter 30. I exhale. In the blink of an eye, the white-stained breath spread through the air, dissolving into the air and disappearing. The time it takes to look beautifully white is less than a few seconds. It seemed a little similar to human life. I am a poemer, I think. Poemer is a Japanese-English word that describes someone who frequently uses poetic expressions that are embarrassing to listen to. I shoved my gloved hand into my coat pocket. About 2 months have passed since then, and it's December, and the relationship between me and Komaki was a little strained. Our relationship since we became high school students had been connected by feelings of dislike, and now that that feeling was no longer certain, we had lost someone we could lean on. If you don't have time, just say you don't like it. That was a naive idea, but now that we know that we don't hate each other, there's no point in saying the word hate. It is the conversation that brings our bodies together. I don't know enough about that kind of behavior to speak like I understand, but since then I've come to understand Komaki a little better. Komaki doesn't hate me. In fact, I think she absolutely loves me. I don't know how serious it is, but I definitely want to kiss her and hold her hands. But, if I had to say whether I liked it or not, I think I would probably be more inclined to like it. However, before I knew it, the feelings that had been covered up by feelings of dislike had become vague and faded to the point that I couldn't even tell. Is there something like wanting to be together forever? Even if I am separated from Komaki in my current state, I feel like I can live a normal life. I don't know if it's true though. Wakaba, let's go home. At Komaki's invitation, we walk shoulder to shoulder. As we rode the train to the nearest station, Komaki held my hand. She doesn't talk about the incident with Senpai. I've never thought to ask about it in detail. The pain in my heart from when Komaki, who was my friend, attacked me with malice still lingers a little. However, I don't think we can move forward unless I listen. We were completely in limbo as we stopped saying we hated each other and stopped competing. What do I want to do with Komaki? Rather, it's about what I want to do with this relationship. There's nothing wrong with wanting her to be happy, but I don't think it's necessary for me to be next to her. What about Komaki? She seemed like she didn't want me to forget her. But does she really want to be with me forever? No matter how much she thinks about it, she can't find an answer. Can I go to your house today? Umezono? I couldn't call Komaki Komaki. The name Umezono originally originated from hostility. Something is missing to try to change that. I wish I could smile and call her name like I used to. At that time, I may not have to worry about such problems. You can, but today, my parents are in there, so Komaki's nails are still unpainted. I think she's the type of person who pays a lot of attention to fashion, but I wonder if she's still waiting. But, I think, there is continuity between the me of that day and the me of today, but they are not the same. If she asked me to make me her girlfriend right now, I probably wouldn't do it. However, since my dignity still belongs to her, I am certain that she has no right to veto it. No. It's not like that. I just want to tell you something. I see. She remained expressionless, but moved her eyebrows slightly. Was she disappointed? No. No, there's no way. She doesn't care if people feel sorry for her. Why is this happening? I really don't understand life. I took a deep breath and headed towards her house. Sit. I sit on the cushion as she asks me to. It's been a while since she came to her house. When I think about it, I feel like our relationship has gotten weird since then. If only I hadn't found the mechanical pencil in her bag that day, maybe we could still tell each other that we didn't like each other. I know that assumptions are meaningless. I put the bottle of melon soda I bought at the convenience store on the table and looked at her. At that moment, our eyes met. She looked at me without a trace. What do you want to tell me? My mouth is heavy. This is something I should never ask when I was in limbo like I am now. I know this, but if I don't say it, nothing will happen. I opened my mouth quietly. Senpai. About Yuki-senpai. I want you to tell me in detail why you did that. Komaki's expression stiffened slightly. She hugged the stuffed animal and looked away from me. She hangs her head and doesn't move. Since I had expressed my doubts, I was willing to wait for minutes or hours. I don't think anything will change if I pull it now. If I listen to her story, I might find out whether or not to call Komaki by her name. I said nothing and waited for her to start speaking. After a few minutes, she finally looked up and looked at me. Her face looked so worried that she looked like she was about to burst into tears. Still I said nothing because I narrowed my eyes. Because I like who? I purposely asked what I didn't need to hear. Komaki leans forward and places her hands on my shoulders. You, Wakaba. She spoke quietly but clearly. I feel that the threads that connected us to each other are suddenly being cut. I looked at her, feeling the pain in her shoulder. I like you. I love you. There was nothing I could do about it. I can't hold it back. I don't want to hold back. I wanted to be special to you, Wakaba. Forever, and ever, and ever, and ever. Her voice is full of color. Her voice was full of fresh, genuine emotion. As if the meaningless words she had been saying "I hate you" were a lie. But Wakaba doesn't think I'm special. That's why I hurt you. I tied my mouth. Her voice hurts. That was the only way I could think of to make me special to you, Wakaba. If I hurt you, if you hate me, I can be made special. I thought you would see it. It's the worst thing to do because of that and hurt someone completely unrelated to you. She probably knows that too. That's why she won't look at me. I love you. I love Wakaba more than anyone, more than anything. She said as if she was crying. I couldn't accept her feelings. Because she loves me, she hurt people because she wants me to see her. I can't understand that feeling. However, it is painfully obvious that she did this after thinking deeply about it. It's all over now. I can't hold a grudge against her now, and Senpai have probably already forgotten about her and gone on with his life. However, I still remember the disappointment I felt towards her during that incident. More than anything, I was disappointed in myself for falling in love with Senpai and being disappointed in her. It took only a moment for my feelings of love to cool down. However, the feelings of hate I had toward Komaki didn't last long. That's why I think I'm the kind of person who can easily forget any feelings. My feelings and hers are out of proportion. I want Komaki to be happy, but I don't think I want her to be my special by hurting me. I think it's fine as long as Komaki is happy even if I'm not by her side. If Komaki can't be happy unless she's with me, then we will be together. Is it okay to be by her side with such feelings? If there is a difference in the intensity of emotions, there is no doubt that they will eventually collapse, capturing each other's eyes, stealing each other's hearts, and making sure that nothing else is reflected in them. I don't think I can do that. Sorry. For what? For various things, everything. Ahaha. It's too late for that. It's really too late now. Even if I apologize now, I can't do anything. I was about to touch her cheek, but I stopped when I heard a knock on her door. I brought some sweets. Her hand leaves my shoulder. I smiled vaguely as Komaki's mother came into her room with sweets. To her mother, Komaki will always be a child. In fact, we are still children, but we are being treated like elementary school students. Maybe I am too. I cannot understand Komaki's feelings because my perception of Komaki stops at my grade school days. There is a possibility. Maybe I should look at her now. She is neither a grade school student nor a middle school student. As a high school student, she has a strange relationship with me now. What can I do to achieve this? I tried thinking about it while eating sweets, but I couldn't figure it out. Chapter 31. I've got a boyfriend, Yuri says with a big smile. Christmas was just around the corner, and everyone was looking excited, and Yuri seemed to be no exception. Things have been strangely bad lately, but maybe she had a boyfriend without my knowledge. I didn't feel jealous, but I clapped as I saw fit. Oh, congratulations. What kind of person is he? Eh? You want to know him? You want to see him? You want to hear him? Annoying. While showing me a photo of her boyfriend, Yuri bombards me like a machine gun with words about what's good about him. This is also thanks to Komaki-san. How is Umezono related to this? Yuri shows a lazy smile. I was getting a lot of advice about fashion. I wonder if it's okay. Putting her fashion aside, even if I asked her for advice about her love life, I didn't think she would give me any constructive opinions. At least if she's good at her love life, she shouldn't try to be my special by hurting me. No, she has a lot of friends. So if you talk about the stories she heard as if they were your own, she might be able to talk about love as well. Hey, Umezono did, huh? So, what about your boyfriend? Is it fun to be together with him? Of course, it's fun just holding hands, and even a silly conversation is a real treat. Just holding hands, huh? I often hold hands with Komaki, but it doesn't make me feel any happier. There's nothing particularly exciting about it. We've had these silly conversations so many times a long time ago that I don't feel like it's too late. I may have a different lineage than those who like sweets. I wonder what she feels about talking to me. Even if she knew that, it wouldn't mean I could fall in love with her. Good for you, Kaori-chan. Matsuri still had a vague smile on her face. I don't think she will change. No. It's scary even if things suddenly change. Matsuri hasn't changed much since middle school. I feel like I'm happy with that sense of stability now. My relationship with Komaki has changed so much that it is no longer clear. We became friends. We became people we hated, and we were confessed to. It's like a roller coaster. I wish there was more stability, but I also know that it's impossible to ask for that. I hope Wakaba can have it as well. A lover. Matsuri suddenly looks at me and says she is still smiling. I'm sure Wakaba will make a wonderful lover. Thank you, I guess. A wonderful lover. Would Komaki be nice? I don't think she has a very good personality, but if she has liked me since middle school, I think she is quite single-minded. I don't need to tell them about her looks, but I think her emotions tend to run wild. I used to think that even if I were a man, I wouldn't want to be his girlfriend, but now I think that if I became his girlfriend, it would be fun. What is important is how I feel. That day, the whole day was spent talking about Kaori's boyfriend. Even after school, Kaori was still talking about her boyfriend, but since Matsuri and I were going home in different directions from her, we ended the conversation there. As Matsuri and I were walking side by side, she unexpectedly grabbed my hand. Her grip was completely different from Komaki's, but it was a gentle hand, as if she was exerting herself. I gently squeezed her hand back and our eyes met. Her eyes, the same chestnut color as her hair, were looking at me. It's already Christmas. Indeed. The conversation continued as usual. Somehow, it was so pleasant that I squinted my eyes. I hope we're in the same class next year. I really do. I hope we go to the same college and hang out together all the time. Right? The conversation stops for a moment. I let out a white breath and thought back to the distant summer. Kaori looked like she was having a good time. I muttered to myself. Matsuri was smiling. I wonder if it's such a good thing to like someone. I really don't understand it. Really? Matsuri tilted her head. When she was looking straight at me, her eyes were strong and I felt a little uncomfortable. But Wakaba, you like me, right? That's true. But then there's nothing you can't understand, she says in a gentle voice. My feelings for Komaki and my feelings for Matsuri, both of them can be expressed by the word love, but I think they have completely different meanings. It's not the same as liking a boyfriend or something. Ultimately, I think it's the same thing, you know? I think it's just a simple like we're kindred spirits or something, and then a little bit of a special like becomes a romantic feeling. Matsuri looked terribly laid back. Is there anyone you don't want to be separated from, Wakaba? People who don't want to be separated from me. Maybe you prefer someone who doesn't want to be separated from you than someone who wants to be with you forever. I would like to be with Matsuri forever if I could. We get along well, and I feel comfortable and at ease with her. What about Komaki? Even if I couldn't see Komaki tomorrow, I would probably be fine. Komaki will always be there in my heart, but I don't think it's that I don't want to be apart from her. It is okay to be next to her, but it is also okay not to be next to her. I think Komaki is that kind of person for me. I don't think it is possible for me to love her in a romantic sense. However, I cannot put my feelings for Komaki and Matsuri together. If you ask me what it is, I can only say that I don't know. Isn't there someone like that in you, Wakaba? Now, I guess I don't know. What did Komaki like about me in the first place? When did she really start liking me? And when did she start wanting to be special to me? I don't know. I don't know why I came to have feelings for Komaki either. I just wanted to be with her all the time, and before I knew it, I wanted to see her smile and wished her happiness. There is no clear trigger, like when I started to dislike her. I like her because I like her. I feel like that's the way it is, so to speak. No, I just like her if I have to say whether I hate or like her. But I am sure that it's not the same as the like that Komaki has for me. I see. How are things with you and Chan? Have you made up with her yet? As if seeing through me, she tells me about Komaki. Well, to a point. I hope you two can get along like before. I can remember the old Komaki, but I can't quite recall the old Komaki-me relationship. It is impossible to go back to the past. There are too many impurities mixed in our relationship, and it is no longer possible to restore it to its original form. If there comes a time when I can get along with her in a similar way as before, it will be when the emotional weight of her and I are balanced. I don't think it's possible. Not like before. It can be. You two are special. Matsuri makes it surprisingly clear and then smiles at me. Bye, Wakaba. See you tomorrow. Before I knew it, we seemed to have arrived in front of her house and she goes straight inside. I feel as if I suddenly get cold when our joined hands leave each other. Gloves, even though I was wearing it. As I was looking at my hand, I suddenly saw someone's hand reaching out to me. I looked up and saw Komaki. She is breathing heavily, as if in a hurry to get here. Countless white breaths floated in the air and then disappeared. Komaki grabs my hand as it is. It was surprisingly strong. It was as if she was telling me she would not let go. It was too different from Matsuri's, even though they were holding the same hand. I froze for a moment and then returned her hand. Do you want to come home with me? Yeah. Lately Komaki has been very straightforward. After all that she has been through, her eyes are twitching as if she is afraid I will dislike her, as if she is looking at my face. As I walk away, I remove one glove and touch her cheek. Your cheek was cold. My hands, which had been warm in my gloves, are rapidly cooling. I have touched her cheek many times, but a cheek is a cheek no matter when I touch it. It doesn't change. More, you can touch me. That being said, I don't want to touch you. It's a lie. I'm joking. I touch her cheek. I wonder if her makeup will fall off. I was a little worried, but then I reminded myself that we were only going home anyway. It's already Christmas. Do you have plans, say for Christmas? I'm free on the eve. I'm planning to go out with Matsuri and others for Christmas. I'll take the eve, then. Komaki says while looking at me. Lately she always says these words while looking at me with serious eyes like this. I don't feel comfortable. She doesn't try to confirm my feelings. I can't lie and say I like her. So I end up staying with her without really knowing. But since she has revealed her feelings to me, I have to put my feelings for her into words. If I keep looking at her now, one day she will be able to say it. Thinking this, I smiled at her. She was trying to smile awkwardly, but she didn't seem to be able to smile properly. I wished she would laugh like before, even if it was a lie. I think I would be annoyed if she laughed. Chapter 32, A Christmas Date. You might say. I waited for her to arrive, fiddling with my bangs in the hand mirror. As with my previous dates with her, I arrive at the meeting place well in advance. As usual, we are meeting at a shopping mall. There is a huge Christmas tree set up in the mall and I am under it. The area was crowded with people, probably because Christmas Eve coincided with the holiday. It had been a while since she and I had been out alone, but that didn't make my heart skip a beat. I just continued to struggle with my bangs, which were not looking good. 10 minutes later, she did not come. I started playing with my phone. 30 minutes past the meeting time. She still hadn't arrived, so I sent her a message, but it didn't get read. I wondered what she was doing. I was a little worried, but I was afraid that we would go to her house and miss each other, so I just waited. An hour past our rendezvous time. I was getting bored for good and sat down on a nearby bench. I wanted to be in perfect shape when we first saw each other at the beginning of the day. It is my secret pleasure to look at her and say good morning, but that is not possible when I am fiddling with my phone. Nevertheless, I had no other choice but to play with my phone to distract myself from the anxiety and boredom that seemed to be surging over me. I wonder if she has been involved in an accident or if some strange person was talking to her. I felt my anxiety growing in my chest. Komaki would be able to handle most things without difficulty. but I was worried if I had been involved in a traffic accident. But there was nothing I could do now, and I was limited to sending a few messages. What if Komaki never comes? What if our relationship is cut off by the hand of God and I will never see her again? I might not like that. Even if we can't see each other, it would be better if we finished saying goodbye to each other. If I break up with her before I can do that, I will never get over her. No, it's not. That could just be an excuse. It's not that I'm so anxious just because she's late. It's just that I want to see her. I want to see her face. I want to hear her voice. How I wish I could. Komaki. I don't think she would come if I mumbled. I sighed a little and heard the sound of busy footsteps gradually approaching us. I get up and look over to see Komaki running toward me. I'm sorry, Wakaba. She ran to me, out of breath. Sweat was beading on her forehead in this cold weather. I wiped it with my handkerchief and smiled. I was worried because I thought something had happened to you. I hope you're okay. Really? I'm sorry. I overslept. I was looking forward to this way much last night and couldn't sleep well. Seeing her say that so desperately makes me smile. Komaki has a part like that, too. After all, Komaki is a human being. Just because she doesn't know it herself. She is not as perfect or as angelic as people say she is. No problem. So where are we going? Okay. First off, she pulls my hand and starts walking away. The date course was different from the last time. She didn't immediately take me to the arcade. Komaki would take me out to a store that sold cute sundries, and would say things like, "This would look good in Wakaba's room," or "Wakaba's room is cuter than this." She has become much more honest, or rather, she now expresses her feelings for me without really hiding them. It seems that her previous flippant words were just words to make me angry and make me hate her. Today, she is as honest as always and seems to be enjoying herself with me. Her smile is still a little stiff, though. I can't remember what our relationship was like before, but I wonder if it was like this. Playing and laughing together. I don't think I wanted to go back. I didn't know what I wanted to be with her. For example, we could be lovers, tell each other we love each other every day, kiss, and do things like we did the other day. I wonder if those things are fun. Imagining having that kind of relationship with Komaki doesn't make my heart skip a beat. But the anxiety I had when she didn't show up is not a lie. I want to see her face every day. Say good morning and laugh with each other. That's all I want. No, that's what I want. I want those days to continue today, tomorrow, and the day after that. But now that Komaki has told me she likes me, it is impossible for us to spend time together like normal friends. I like Komaki, too. There is no doubt about that. Even so, as long as the weight of love is not balanced, I feel that the balance will tip too far in one direction or the other, and we will end up in bankruptcy. Wouldn't this look great on you, Wakaba? She smiles and pushes her clothes on me. Now she looked as if a possession had fallen off her. I, on the other hand, felt the weight of her whole body, as if the possession was still on my shoulders. My feelings for Komaki. My fading feelings. What do I want to do from now on? I don't know even if I think about it, but I can't help but think about it, and it hurts my heart. If only that incident had not happened. What would I have done if I had been friends with Komaki for a long time and she had told me she liked me? No. I thought of Komaki as a friend, and since I normally like the opposite sex, it wouldn't have mattered. The reason I'm so worried about Komaki now is because of all the build-up we've had. I no longer resist kissing him or doing anything more than that. But I didn't think we could be lovers. After enjoying shopping for a while, we went straight to a restaurant in the mall to have a meal, and then, as usual, we decided to go to an arcade. You know, Umezono. I talked to her while playing the crane game. The arm is still weak. I just stroke it and move away from the stuffed animal. The arcade has not changed. But I, the player, have. It's something, I think. Why do you like me? I hear a gasp. I focus on the crane game without looking at Komaki. Because you smiled at me. Wakaba, you may not remember, when we were in the second grade. When I told you about my problems, you smiled and told me it was fine. The arm stops in a strange place because of a button that you stopped pushing halfway through the game. A voice from the crane game says, What a pity. I didn't think you'd remember that. Umezono, I remember it. How could I forget? Your face at that time was so ugly. I couldn't forget it. Wakaba, are you picking a fight with me? I joked around, but my heart was beating fast the whole time. That was the biggest mistake of my life. Komaki remembered it, even though it should have been so. Moreover, he had fallen in love with me after that. Why? I don't know. My chest was hurting, going in circles, and I felt like I was going to fly somewhere. Because, Wakaba, when I see you, who always had a bright and beautiful smile on your face, only smiling at me with a distorted expression, caring for me and desperately trying to comfort me, of course I would like you. Is it obvious? I wonder? No. I guess it is in her mind. I leaned my back against the crane game, which kept making a noisy noise, and looked at Komaki. She is looking at me, straight on, as usual. I've always regretted it. Why? Because, you know, since then, you started looking down on me, Umezono. I've always wished I could have said something nicer to you. I have always been concerned about her. My life began with Komaki, and Komaki has always been in my heart. My heart is so biased toward Komaki that sometimes my heart is not my own. Whatever you said, it probably would have been the same. Komaki smiled and said, that smile was definitely the smile of an angel. She shines so brightly that it blows away the darkness that had covered my heart, and my heart goes in circles just looking at her. Because I was happy with how you felt for me. Even if you didn't smile at that time, if you had said something thinking about me, it would be the same. I was definitely in love with you, Wakaba. Straightforward words, without too much embellishment. Maybe Komaki, a devilish human being who looks down on people and ruthlessly tries to take away their dignity, was nowhere to be found in the beginning. It may be true that he looks down on people, but at least Komaki is not that much of a devil, it seems, because you made me human, Wakaba. Because you reassured me that I was human. So I decided to be proud of who I am as a human being, and you look down on people for that? I think condescending is the wrong word, but if I'm superior to them, then I am. I can come on strong because I can believe that I was all the same person. I don't know if I understand or not. If I didn't believe in myself as a human being, I would have tried to force myself to fit in, to be human, and nothing would have worked. In fact, up until that time, I was. In the past, Komaki always seemed somewhat unsure of herself. This also led to jealousy and bad feelings from those around her. But if I knew I didn't have to do that, if I knew I'm human, I thought I didn't have to force myself. The reason I am living a normal life like this now is thanks to you, Wakaba. I felt as if the fetters that had been weighing down my heart for so long had been lifted. I cannot proudly say that I was not wrong. Still, I am glad that I was able to help Komaki, even if only a little. For you, Umezono. Is Umezono a human being? She's a human being. Wakaba taught me that. I see. I wanted to make her human. I thought that would make her happier and less condescending, but I was wrong. She had long since learned to believe she was human, only I had stopped time. For a long, long time, I was trapped in the illusion of the old Komaki and could not see the present. I was not looking straight at Komaki. Komaki is an ordinary girl. I should have known that better than anyone else, but perhaps I was the one who didn't believe her more than anyone else. Chapter 33. While we were playing, night fell. We left the mall and walked near the train station. As it was Christmas, the entire station was decorated with ornaments, and my eyes were dazzled. I thought it was like stars, with so many colors twinkling in my vision that I couldn't count them. In the middle of it all we were walking hand in hand. Komaki walking next to me is beautiful like a fairy, and I admire her a little. We sit down on a bench and she sits down next to me, still holding my hand. I took a parcel out of my bag. It was a Christmas present that I had bought some time before. I had been debating whether or not to give it to him, but I concluded that if he was unsure, I should just give it to him. Komaki rolled her eyes, but when she realized it was a Christmas present, she smiled a pretty smile, as if a flower had bloomed. I will give this to you. Merry Christmas. Thank you. She took her hand away from mine and touched the parcel with both hands. I've been doing a lot of thinking about it, she says in a small voice. I listened to her voice as I watched the multicolored lights shining in my vision. Komaki's voice seems more full of color than the myriad of colored lights shining in my field of vision. I couldn't think of anything I could give to you now, Wakaba. You don't have to, it's fine. It's not like I made a promise. Can I open it, please? Here? Yeah. I can't wait to do this at home. You're lacking patience. Huh. Fine. But, with a gentle hand, she opened the wrapping and removed the contents of the gift. It was a small pen case, just the right size to hold the mechanical pencil I had given her before. The fact that I would choose such a thing and give it to her seems to be a true reflection of my current feelings. I want Komaki to cherish what I sent her, and I hope she will cherish what she received from me. And I guess I am even thinking that I want Komaki to keep that Sharpie so that it will never break this time. That seemed to be the answer to everything. The mechanical pencil represents our relationship exactly as it is, and if it is broken, some part of our hearts will be broken. I feel like that. Our relationship in the past is already broken, although I alone have kept it forever, but Komaki's has long since been broken and has been replaced by a new one. Therefore, I will not break it or throw it away, but I would like to cherish the new one even more. Thank you. I'll treasure it forever. That's heavy, but I mean it. It is very, very out of tune. Komaki and I have thought we disliked each other for a long time, so when he honestly expresses his feelings for me in this way, I can't help but feel embarrassed. It's a tantalizing and unsettling feeling, as if the surface of my body is being tickled with feathers, but I don't mind it. I think, I wish you had been that straightforward from the start. I was honest in the past, but you didn't see the signs I showed you a lot, Wakaba. Mew. Komaki was giving me a likable aura. That's what minor I said, but it may have been true. I have no way to confirm it now, but looking at the way things are going now, I don't think it's a lie. So I thought I couldn't be the best for the rest of my life. You said you liked me as a friend, but it's not like that for me, Wakaba. That's how you hurt senpai. I'm sorry about that. Don't apologize to me. Our relationship has gone too far, so crooked, so distorted, so wrong, that we don't even know where we should land. Still, the feelings I have now are not wrong. I apologized to senpai, too. He seemed to have a new girlfriend already, and we're really just regular acquaintances. All's well that ends well, I guess. At least as far as the relationship between senpai and Komaki is concerned. Well, except for the fact that she liked me. I can say that they just went out for some reason and broke up because they weren't right for each other. However, I am glad that senpai is happy now. To my friends, to senpai, I still want them to be happy. I don't want anyone to cry. It is best not to shed tears, either in mind or body. It's really a mess, isn't it? Our relationship. I exhaled a small breath. But yeah, let's stay together for the rest of our lives. With surprising ease, those words were coming out of my mouth. Is it all right? It is. If you promise not to hurt me. I don't want to be apart with her. After all, I want to be with her. I've been through a lot, and I've held grudges, but Komaki is like an important part of me that I can't lose, someone I can no longer separate from my body. Is it because she's fun to be around or I'm thrilled to be with her? I don't know if such things exist between us. I have fallen in love with Komaki to the extent that it is natural for the two of us to be together and unnatural for us not to be together. I like her. I don't really know. I have no idea what will happen to my feelings, and I'm worried. But I still like her. I love her, and I want to be with her tomorrow and the day after. I think we have to be. If we are not together, something will probably be out of place. I think we need each other for Komaki to be Komaki and for me to be me. I'll do it. I promise. That's why. Komaki squeezed my hand. Hot, painful hands. I smiled at her. All right. Komaki laughs back awkwardly. Is she nervous or embarrassed? Either way, I think it's cute. If you want, we can play. If we can stay together, Komaki wins. If not, I lose. Something like that. Don't. Let's not do that kind of thing. I see. Then my dignity will always belong to you, Komaki. Komaki. I could call her by that name naturally. Although that was all, A painful sense of relief spread through my chest. You have to take care of it. Me and my dignity. I will cherish them forever. Wakaba. Komaki. Komaki's face comes closer. We kissed, just a gentle touch. It was the same feeling as usual, not at all pleasant or exciting, but it was a kiss that was appropriate for our relationship. I love you more than anything in the world, more than anyone. Komaki's voice gently caressed my ear. So I, too, responded. Yeah, I love you, too, Komaki. I don't want you to look like you're about to cry again. I hope Komaki's life from now on will be filled with happiness, not pain. Komaki's smile from the bottom of her heart is surely the most beautiful and beautiful of all. If I could stand next to her and watch her smile, I would be happier than anyone else. I want you to fill your heart with happiness and show me your face. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even 10 years from now, if she shows it to me one day, I will be able to give her the biggest smile ever. That's why, use my dignity well, okay? I smiled. Komaki's face, like a fairy, reflected in my eyes more beautifully than anything else. Epilogue. Komaki. What is it, Wakaba? No, don't just what me. Monday morning. I was about to change into my school uniform as usual when Komaki suddenly came and stared at me. I didn't want to undress in front of Komaki. Get out of here. I'm going to get dressed. I don't want to. I want to look. I guess it wasn't fun for you to watch as I have a child's body shape. That was a lie. It's true. It's interesting. It's exciting. I want to see it. It's true about the child body type, though. Hey, you. The last word is unnecessary. For someone who claims to have the body of a child, Komaki is always overly excited when she does things, and it's hard to tell what's going on. My hands shake or freeze up or something. I can't say how much she likes me, but I can't say because I'm just like her. No, it's not that I get that turned on by Komaki's body, and I'm more of a lead person. However, every time Komaki shows me that she likes me, I am sure that it is cute and makes me want to attack her more and more. I guess in the end I like Komaki too much to tell her about it. But, why can't I look at them? I've seen you naked too many times. Have you already forgotten about yesterday? Yesterday, too, Komaki came to my room early in the morning to observe my body. Perhaps because my parents went out early in the morning just at that time, Komaki took the opportunity to push me down. Yesterday, I told her to go see a movie with me because, you said I should use your dignity well, Wakaba. You're not using it well at all. Is breaking promises and doing erotic things a good use for that? It's your fault, Wakaba. Komaki. I'm sorry. Komaki bowed her head in a demure manner. I think it's my fault that I can't say anything stronger when she behaves like that. Somehow, I forgive Komaki for everything. Even when there was the incident with my senpai, even when she took away my dignity and did all kinds of things to me. In the end I have forgiven Komaki. I can't really hate her. And I won't lie about my feelings of love for her now. However, if I don't get a little tougher on Komaki, it will be bad for a lot of things. But, Wakaba was lewd. I couldn't suppress it. So I think Wakaba had something to do with it. Again with the directness. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'd rather have a date than do that. I want to be more united with you because I have never been honest. Our opinions don't quite mesh. We have been together for a long time, but I wonder if we are destined to clash even when we become lovers. Komaki likes me and I like Komaki. That's for sure. No, wait. In the first place, I was thinking, are we lovers? Are we not? No. I said I love you and that we'll be together forever, but I didn't say we'd be lovers. Indeed. You can't just sort of do these things. I'm going to confess my feelings to you today, Wakaba. Please leave some time open after school. Okay, but Komaki said this with a serious face and sat on my bed. I don't think Komaki would normally declare that he was going to confess his feelings today. It was just like Komaki to do that. She never left when the conversation is over. And she stared at me at a level that makes me wonder if she's going to blow a hole in me. I had no choice but to change my clothes, trying not to worry about Komaki's eyes on me. We had school today as expected and my parents were home, so she didn't attack me. Wakaba. During lunch break, Komaki comes to the classroom with a textbook in hand. Matsuru, Kuri, and I were having lunch together, and I was forced to interrupt. I was in the middle of trying to grab a side dish from Kuri's lunchbox. "Thank you for the textbook." Komaki seemed to have come to return a textbook I had lent her just a few minutes earlier. "Okay, but do you want to have a meal together, Komaki?" "No, not today." "Bye." Komaki gave me back my textbook and quickly left the classroom. I watched his back and then looked at my lunchbox. The hamburger steak was gone. "Kuri, what? You ate my hamburger." "I don't know what you're saying." "Hey, spit it out." "Spit it out and give it back." "Hey, opposition to violence." "Referee." Okay." Matsuri shoves her chopsticks into my mouth. The meatballs came in. I look down at my textbook as I chew it. It's rare that Chan forgets her textbooks. "Indeed." "Huh? Wakaba, don't you think there's something stuck in your textbook?" I swallow the meatballs and open my textbook. As I flip through it, something fell out of the textbook. It was a letterhead. It had a heart sticker on it, and to Wakaba was written in beautiful handwriting. Also classic. I don't think many people would do something like this nowadays. I picked up the letter in a nonchalant manner and tucked it into the pocket of my uniform. What is it?" "What's in there?" "A letter." "Of what?" "I don't know." I put Kuri to one side and resumed eating. At that time, my eyes suddenly met Matsuri's. Matsuri was smiling as usual. "Good for you, both Wakaba and Chan." It makes me a little itchy to be told so calmly. I wonder if Matsuri was aware of the feelings we had in our hearts from the beginning. Thinking about it, she may not be able to grasp it any more than Komaki. Still, she is definitely an important close friend. I chuckled. "Yeah, thank you." Matsuri's eyes narrowed when I said that. As written in the letter, I headed to an empty classroom after school. I'm sure Komaki knows where people don't come, but I'm a little nervous about classrooms. I quietly opened the door to the empty classroom. Beyond the door, which opened without resistance, was Komaki standing with her back to the window. She was somehow fantastically beautiful, but I didn't think she looked like an angel. Komaki is human. Because she is human, she is not perfect and sometimes gets nervous. Komaki is trying to hide her emotions, perhaps by keeping her face expressionless, but it is easy to see that she is nervous. The atmosphere is tense, and if I look closely, her cheeks are a little twitchy. Kissing and more, despite all she had done. Confessing her love is still a nerve-wracking experience. "Wakaba." The voice was unusual, sharp or hard. I sensed that there was a color of liking in it. Hey. I think if I let it go like this, her heart will pop out of her mouth. This can't be helped. I'll give her a helping hand. Janken, pon. Pon. I was rock. Komaki was scissors. I blinked. For the first time, I feel like I won in such a contest. Maybe winning in a game of luck means that for now, the heavens are blessing not only Komaki, but me as well. Fufafu, I won. Wakaba-chan is the big winner. Suck on that. Komaki is stunned. It doesn't seem that losing is a shock to her. I quietly approached Komaki. "Well, now that I've won, I might as well make a wish." "Oh, okay." I bring my face so close to her that I can feel her breath on my face. Before, I had planned to end my relationship with Komaki if I won, but now it's different. We are no longer in a relationship where leaving is an option. We are each other's heart. If we leave, I'm sure because we will be out of control. You must remain silent and unresisting no matter what you do to me, Komaki. Komaki gives a small nod. Her face is red, even though she hasn't done anything yet. What is she imagining? This myth's uncommunicative. I put my hand on Komaki's shoulder and stood tall. I remembered that it was like this when we first kissed. It has been less than a year, but it seems like a long time ago. I used to think that kissing Komaki was the worst, but now I can kiss her with the feeling that I love her. I think that would be a delight, not a sound, but quiet. I kissed Komaki on the lips. It was a really light kiss, with no tongue twirling or prolonged touching. It was just a light kiss, nothing involving tongues or long touches, and it made me feel peaceful and wanted to be with Komaki. I'm not thrilled after all, but I guess that's okay. If I can love Komaki peacefully without being thrilled or happy, That would be the best. That would be the best. I love you, Komaki. My eyes, my heart. Because you have stolen my heart. I only see you, Komaki. It's probably always been that way. Gently, I hug her. She has really grown up. So let's be lovers. Let's be together in every moment. It was Komaki who said she was going to confess, but it ended up being me who was going to do it. I wonder, maybe it's my role to take the lead in this kind of thing. Not that I don't want to. Come on. What's your reply? I love you. Komaki, who is much bigger than me, sounded much younger than me. I don't dislike that part either. Until now, I have not been able to afford it, but recently that has been reversed. Komaki is always desperate and can't afford to be, and I can tell that she likes me. I think I was a fool or a coward for pretending not to notice that. I really love you, Wakaba. A smile that bursts with energy. I don't think I've ever seen such a smile before. From today on, we are lovers. I will never leave you. I'll never part with you. Yes, we'll always be together. Wakaba, Wakaba. Yes, yes, it's your Wakaba. Komaki goes on and hugs me tightly. It hurts. It's lovely, and it kind of makes me laugh. We go a long way, cross paths, and even hurt each other. That is how we finally found the way things should be and came together. I am sure that no one but us will ever know how happy that makes us. We held each other for a while, but eventually we spontaneously broke apart and walked away, holding hands only. What should we do when we get home? We're going to rummage around. We're going to buy some snacks at the convenience store on the way home. I guess so. I wonder if there are melon-flavored snacks? You really like those melons, don't you? Yup. I like it as much as Komaki. I've never been jealous of melons before. Ahaha, joking. I like you the best, Komaki. We headed back home, having a light conversation like we always do. Tomorrow and the day after, I'm sure this kind of routine will continue. It is very much. More than anything, it made me happy. Short stories commemorating the second volume release. Short story 1, What is Wakaba like? If she eats my home-cooked food, she says, it tastes like Wakaba. And if she sits on my bed, she says, it smells like Wakaba. That is who Komaki is. She said I smelled like milk, but I wondered what I actually smelled like, or, rather, what does she mean by my likeness? It would be foolish to take what she said seriously, since she was most likely saying the random things. With that thought in mind, I was making certain preparations in my room. Here you go. Come on in. Sorry for intruding. I invited Komaki into my house and dragged her straight to my room. As usual, she walked around my house like she owned it, and when we passed my mother in the hallway, she responded with a fresh smile. I really don't know. There are so many sides to this story, it's hard to know what's going on. I don't want to be nervous in my house after all these years, but that's just the way it is. Wakaba. She enters my room and instantly sits down on the bed and just lies down. Tremendous quick work. I had no time to complain. What? I know you changed the fabric softener! Exclamation mark. It was a surprise. That is exactly what I did. Just recently I had asked my mom to change the fabric softener to one that smelled similar, but slightly different, than the usual one. All in an effort to see if it had my likeness. How did you figure that out? It's almost the same as the usual one. Of course I would know. Your petty tricks don't work for me, Wakaba. Why did you change it? I don't know. My mom changed it on her own. A lie. Your mom has always liked that fabric softener for a long time, Wakaba. She wouldn't change it for nothing. Mew. How does Komaki know such a thing? I don't know. Maybe I had a change of heart. Anyway, I'll go get us some snacks. Don't go. The moment I was about to leave the room, she pulled my hand. I was forced to fall straight down against her. I'm not letting you go until you tell me why you changed it. What the hell? It's because you say strange things, Umezono. You say it smells like me, or tastes like me. I was curious to know what I really tasted like. How is it? Does it not smell like me anymore? I'm telling you, whether it's your regular fabric softener or your current fabric softener, the smell of you is the smell of you, Wakaba. What is it like in the end? What's it like to be me? Wakaba-like is because it is Wakaba-like. There is no such thing as like or nothing. It was incoherent or something. In the end, I could not figure out what she felt was my likeness. Moreover, she showed no sign of releasing me after I answered why I changed the fabric softener. Does she like my smell that much or what? Short story 2, Oversized Childhood Friend. Oversized. I had never tried that fashion that I see every once in a while. The reason is simple and clear. I would be made fun of the day I put on oversized clothes. Komaki and even Kuri would laugh hysterically at me for looking like a child. However, I'm curious. I don't have a longing or desire to wear oversized clothes. I think it is important to try everything, and I would like to try it out a little. And now, that opportunity is lying right in front of me. In front of me is Komaki's blouse. Today I came to her house to play. Or rather, I was kidnapped and pushed straight into her room. So it is only natural that her blouse was hung here. There is a little time before Komaki comes back. She had just gone to make tea a few minutes ago, so the water probably wasn't even boiling yet. I gently removed her blouse from the hanger. I think they are ironed properly and crispy. I wondered if she even ironed it herself. Thinking so, I put the blouse on my shoulder. I don't smell Komaki's scent or anything like that. Somehow, it reminds me of the time she hugged me. No, that's not it. I just wanted to try to oversize and I did. Wakaba. Go ahead, eat this and wait. What are you doing? I just thought it was a little, over air conditioned. Then why don't you just go to bed? My clothes, don't put them on without my permission. I'm not wearing it. I just put it over my shoulder. You're being cryptic. That's what you're doing. It's not cryptic, it's just normal logic. I mean, is it okay to enter Umezono's bed without permission? As expected, no. I felt a push on my chest. I tried to take a step backward, but her legs extended out and I lost my balance. I think I had been hit with a similar technique in middle school judo class. As I was thinking this, I was knocked straight to the floor, surprisingly, gently. I looked up at her with an indescribable feeling. Such gentleness is not like Komaki. Why did I do it? I'm gonna have to ask you to take it off. Fine. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to wear it for a while. As I am thinking this, her hand reaches for the blouse. The blouse is a blouse, but the one I'm wearing. Hey. Why? Payback. If Wakaba wears my clothes without permission, I will wear yours without permission, too. No. You wouldn't be the right size for this, Umezono. Hey, shut up. Mom will hear us downstairs, If she says so, I can't resist any longer. No. It is Komaki who is at fault, so I might as well ask her mother for help. But that would be a little too much to ask. I don't want to burden Komaki's mother, who has probably gone through a lot with Komaki, any more than I have already burdened her. Am I an idiot? I wonder. I give consideration to Komaki and to Komaki's mother. I wonder if anyone will give me consideration. I guess it's impossible. As expected, Wakaba is Wakaba. Your blouse too small. What do you mean, small? What in the world is wrong with me that I am as small as my blouse? I could think of countless things to complain about, but I didn't have time to say them as she quickly took off my clothes. In the end, she put the blouse she had stripped off me over her shoulders and looked satisfied. The blouse was too small for Komaki to wear, but perhaps it was because she was so perfect that it looked like such a proper fashion item, which I thought was unfair. Kushi. When I sneezed because I was cold, she threw a blanket over me. If you have that kindness, please don't force me to take off my clothes from the beginning. What a useless thing to say, though. Short story 3, Hot and Spicy. Speaking of which, technically speaking, there is no such thing as spiciness. Spicy means painful. What are you talking about suddenly? It is often said that hot summer is the best time to eat spicy food and sweat. I was lured by such a theory and bought some hot snacks at a convenience store. Literally, hot snacks in a double sense. See, I bought this. Somehow, I remembered that we had talked about that. Komaki makes a great face and rejects the idea. That's no wonder. What I bought today was a limited time only hot snack called Super Spicy Chicken. I wondered if I should eat something spicy in front of Komaki, but I was in such a mood today. Well, Komaki is indeed not going to get sick just from the smell. She will not be, right? Yeah. It's delicious. I think I want to eat hot and spicy food regularly. Not that it's my favorite food. Pervert. Why would it be? Spicy means painful, doesn't it? To like to eat it. You are nothing but a pervert. If you say that to someone who likes spicy food, they'll get angry. It's just a fact. She turns away with a pout. She was being childish again. Contrary to me, Komaki bought ice cream. Melon-flavored ice cream. I think Komaki is becoming more and more tainted with melon these days. She even steals my melon when I'm eating it. It's no exaggeration to say that she's a melon alien. As I was thinking, Komaki slowly turned her eyes back to me, but our eyes never met, and she looked down a little. Then her eyes widened and she turned away again. She was clearly acting suspiciously. It was as if she had seen something she was not supposed to see. I tilted my head. Umezono doesn't like pain, huh? Because you hate spicy food, right? This is not the first time Komaki has been acting strangely. So I broke the ice. As I always do. Not really. I don't hate them. I think it's good, okay? It's okay to be vulnerable to pain. It's probably not a good idea to be strong. I am sure that it is just fine for human beings to cry when they are in pain or in a difficult situation. We don't need to be strong enough to cry when we want to. Especially for Komaki. I think I know what I'm talking about. What about me? I think I am a weak person. But maybe I am strong against pain. So what's the point? Hey, Umezono, tell me more about what you don't like. Umezono. I can't. You're going to win the game with that. I don't mean to imply that. I just want to know. I know she won't look at me when I say, look at me, because I know she won't look at me. So I gently looked into her face, following her line of sight. I think her face is a little red. Is it because of the heat or my imagination? I don't know. I just need one. I won't tell anyone. I'll keep it a secret. She opened her mouth several times, closed it, and then said quietly, Wakaba. What is it? Don't tell me what. I am not good on you, Wakaba. Ahaha, I see. Is that why you won't make eye contact? Yes. I'm sure she has a different reason for not making eye contact with me, though. Today, I had no reason to ask her, so I sat quietly next to her and took a bite of my chicken. By the time I finished the chicken, my uniform was sticking to my body with sweat and I felt a little sick. Spicy food is probably best eaten in an air-conditioned room. Short story 4, Pillow Talk. Are your pillows really that comfortable to sleep on? Umezono. Lately, I feel like I've been brought to Komaki's house like this more often than not. Today, I have no particular errands or assignments, so I'm too bored to compete. So I had no choice but to talk to Komaki. It's a normal pillow, so it's normal to sleep on. It's not that I don't like it. You can't sleep without that pillow, can you? It's always better to be familiar with what you're using. That's true, but I thought because it's yours, that you were using a nice pillow, Umezono. As I said this, I tried to lift her pillow, but my outstretched hand was stopped by Komaki. She grabbed my wrist tightly. It hurts a little. I wonder if she doesn't want me to touch her pillow that much. Every time she comes to my house, she holds my pillow. It's not fair, I think. Wakaba. What are you trying to touch? It's okay, just a little bit. Even you touch my pillow all the time, Umezono. It's fine for me, but not for you, Wakaba. If Wakaba touches it, it'll make me uncomfortable in bed. No matter how much she dislikes me, it's a little annoying to hear her say that even touching it makes her uncomfortable in bed. I tried to touch it, but Komaki's strength was too strong and I couldn't shake her off. I let out a small breath. It can't be helped. I'll give her a break for now. I won't try to touch it anymore. Get your hands off me. If I let go, you'll definitely try to touch it. I won't let go. If you let me go, I'll go home. Then I'll never let you go. It is a mess. I have no errands to run, no games to play, and no crazy orders to be given. I think Komaki is acting strange today. No, Komaki is always acting strange, so it would be more correct to say that today's Komaki is also acting strange. I wonder what the hell is going on. If she's not going to do anything, I'd like to leave. No. It's not that I want her to do anything. Just that it's creepy that she doesn't do anything. I sighed involuntarily and changed the subject. Speaking of which, You always used me as a pillow on school trips and such. But am I really that cuddly, Umezono? Not really. You're like a pillow, just because I'm used to it. That's all. So, do you want to sleep with me today? Komaki frowns. She still can't take a joke. I chuckled. Ahaha, I'm just kidding, a joke. Wakaba. Komaki, who sat down on the bed first, pulled me by the hand. When I lost my balance and jumped into the bed, I smelled like a flower. Sleep here. Fine. I'm taking a nap. I thought I would never get on it. Komaki carefully throws her pillow to the side and uses me as a hug pillow. I wonder what she would say to me. I don't know what kind of words I wanted to hear from Komaki, but I am not satisfied. However, Komaki hugging me was just like Komaki as always, and I was relieved by that, so I must be an idiot. Short story 5, Rain and Rainbow. I wonder why I get excited when it snows, but not so excited when it rains. I decided to lightly wring out my clothes and take shelter from the rain in front of a convenience store. What can I say? No luck. I was kind of bored today, so I took the train to Tokyo and wandered around. Yesterday's forecast called for sunny skies, but suddenly it started raining. If Komaki had been here, it probably wouldn't have rained. I sigh. Even if I bought an umbrella now, it would be pointless after getting so wet. Wakaba. Mixed in with the sound of the rain, I heard a voice that I should not have been able to hear. I looked up to see Komaki standing there, holding a rugged plastic umbrella. Umezono, why are you here? It's normal enough to come to visit, isn't it? Why are you in such a place, Wakaba? I'm taking shelter from the rain. Even if I said that, I'm already soaked though. Here, use this. Komaki takes a small towel out of her bag and offers it to me. I think Komaki is always prepared. Since I was afraid I might catch a cold if I was stubborn, I accepted the towel and wiped myself a little. Thanks. You're not going to wipe me down like you did the other day, are you? Huh? There's no way I'm wiping you here. Pervert. If you just wipe, it's not perverse. I wonder if wiping and undressing are a set in Komaki's mind. If so, I think that is much more perverse. But now I have a sense of gratitude, so I don't say anything. However, if I don't say anything, the conversation is over. I thought he would leave right away, but Komaki folds her umbrella and comes to stand next to me. It's rare, isn't it? It's raining on the day you are going out, Umezono. You may be right. Perhaps she was wary of thunderstorms, or perhaps she was less excited by the rain, but today Komaki seems quieter than usual. I can have a normal conversation with her and she doesn't do anything strange. I wonder if it would be better if it rained all the time, but I don't think so. You're not going home? Not yet. I could ask the same. Wakaba, if you go home, I'm going to stay in the rain a little longer. It's kind of a waste to buy an umbrella. When I close my eyes, Komaki's presence instantly fades away. When only the sound of the rain fills my ears, I can no longer tell whether Komaki is there or not. But in the darkness, Komaki's hand touches mine, and her presence becomes clear again. When I open my eyes, she is looking into my face. Komaki is there. Just that much. But why so much? No, it was. Hey, Wakaba. What? Wakaba, what were you doing today? I was just hanging out. I was just looking for something fun to do. What fun stuff did you do? I don't know. Oh yeah, now, like this, I thought it might be fun to have a casual conversation with Komaki. I was about to say something incomprehensible like that. I noticed that the area was beginning to lighten. I pulled her hand and took a step forward. A small puddle of water makes a noise. The sky looked much brighter after the rain than it did before. If you look closely, you can see a rainbow in the sky. It was unusual. I only see a rainbow once a year or so. Look, it's a rainbow. A rainbow. It's beautiful. Does a rainbow really get you that excited? I'll go up. If I were alone, though, that's about it. Thankfully, I have my childhood friend here now. Come on, Umezono, burn it into your eyes. Don't just stare at me. Yes, I'll burn it into my eyes. Komaki is also excited to see the rainbow, or perhaps she is much more straightforward than usual. For someone who said she wanted to burn it into her eyes, I think she was looking at me the whole time. But it is no lie that we are walking together under the rainbow sky. So I smile at her. She didn't smile back, just stared at me. Volume completed.